Hey guys, welcome to the channel. As you see in the thumbnail, what if Issei make his own Issei Harem verse full of girls? Before I start, please do support for more awesome content, and subscribe my channel and like this video. Go support and follow the RageRevan for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story. Link in the description. To quote from Noble 6, and a multiverse is like, imagine the world you come from. Now imagine that there's a ton of others out there that differ in ways as simple as you being green, to ways so complex you wouldn't believe me if I told you. That's the multiverse. Coat Town, 8 a.m. A bright light appears in the park. As the light soon dies after a while, a brown-haired man along with several others look around, as he speaks with a smile. Finally home after so many months. There was another person next to him. He was a blonde-haired boy as he asks with a smile, "So this is your world, Issei?" The one identified as Issei looks at him and responded, "Indeed, John, welcome to Cook Town, not big and surprising but pretty decent if you want to know." John looked around seeing the place, as another person then spoke up. She was also a blonde, but her hair was tied up in a loose ponytail, reaching all the way down to her legs that ends in a spiral, with taut bandages to keep it in place. "I will be heading back to Kyoto. I need to check on the ley lines and stabilize them," the woman spoke with a smile. "Oh, and do send Kunu my regards. Yasaka-sama." The woman identified as Yasaka pouted as she responded, "Mao, call me Yasaka. We are way past formalities at this point. I guess it's in my nature." Yasaka sighed and gave a smile. Either way, Yasaka crouched to his level and ate Issei on the lips while three others gasped in jealousy. Issei had a red look on his face as Yasaka spoke with a blush, "We'll meet again." Yasaka soon teleported back to Kyoto, leaving Issei in a daze as the three people that gasped pouted in jealousy. John tapped his shoulder and spoke, "Issei, you there?" "Right, I am." Issei turned around to see the three people clearly showing jealousy as Issei spoke, "Girls, please calm down." The three girls looked at him with an annoyed look, as Issei looked at the first girl, who had long blonde hair tied into twin tails with large, drill-like curls and blue ribbons keeping them in place. The front of her hair has several bangs hanging over her forehead, with a V-shaped fringe hanging over the bridge of her nose. "Issei-sama, we know Yasaka-sama has fallen for you, but that does not mean..." The woman sighs, as Issei speaks in response, "I know, Ravel, and I love the three of you as well." Issei looks at a long wavy purple hair she had in a hogat sticking out from the top. Her hair also has loose bangs covering her forehead and side bangs framing her face. "You too, Ingvild." He then looked at another blonde-haired woman who had straight hair flowing from her head. She wore a headband which held her hair in place. "And you as well, Jade." The girls eventually calmed down, as they knew Issei would love the trio regardless. As a woman soon spoke, she had gradient black into red hair. Her hair was long, all the way till her abdomen. "Anyways, let's all just head back. You all can have your talks once we head to Issei's place." Issei looked at the woman. It was his mentor as he responded. "Indeed, Summer." The now identified woman Summer smiled in response, as someone asked to Issei, "So Issei, what is your home like?" The woman who spoke looked identical to Summer, except her hair was neck length. She had the same gradient black into red hair, like Summer did, as John responded, "Even I am curious too, Ruby." John looked at the one identified Ruby as another blonde woman added her own words. She then spoke, "Long, thick, wavy bright golden hair that fades to pale gold at the tips with a cowlick sticking out at the top. This includes your world as well, a world without Grim, or even huntresses." "Even I also want to see this world more." Issei looked at the trio, as he spoke to them. "I will soon contact the folks back at home, Yang. But first let me lead you to my place." The now identified Yang nodded in agreement, as they all started to walk towards where Issei was leading them. They continued to walk for a while. As Issei started to look down, Ingvild noticed this and spoke, "What's the matter, I see?" Issei looked at her and sighed, "I am going to see her, after a very long time, years even. I don't know how she would react. You know she was happy to talk to you, remember in level 999, where we all had a talk with her and Azazel, where you introduced us to her. Almost everyone in our group remember." Issei looked at her and nodded. The only people that weren't present in the group were Naofumi, Raftalia and Heinz, all of whom were in their own worlds. "Just have a talk to her, and everything will go well." Issei John added his own words as the rest of the group agreed. Issei nodded and spoke, "I will give it a shot." The group managed to walk towards the Haida residence, as everyone minus Issei and Revel were shocked by what they were seeing. They never knew Issei lived in a model house, as Jade asked incredulously, "Why you live here?" Jade and John were surprised, sure they had compounds, but Issei's, it was a model house, almost on par with the elders, not something they would normally live in. "Yep, I will make it short. You see, our house was not like this. It was a regular normal-looking house that you would come across, in a town or small city. Eventually, after the Gremory girls decided to live here, my house was turned into what you are seeing today." Issei soon walked inside the place, and turned back to his friends. "Come on in. I doubt we should keep them waiting." Issei spoke with a smile, as his friends all came in. As they entered the courtyard of their room, Issei could see a brown-haired woman that had come outside to experience the sunlight, as she stretched in the ground. She looked up to see it was a good day, as she seemed to be waiting for someone. Issei immediately recognized who the woman was. John and the others also soon joined in, as even they also recognized the woman in front of them as well. Issei soon walked forward and called out, "Mari Nei!" The now identified Mari looked at the ones that had shown up as Issei waved at his older sister. She looked to see her little brother alive and well. She teared up after seeing him for years as she rushed towards Issei and gave him a bone-crushing hug, as Issei remained in complete stasis, unable to move. "Oh, how I missed you, little brother! I am so sorry that your Wani-san couldn't be there for you when you needed me." Issei returned the hug, with whatever move area he had, as he calmed his older sister down. None of the others said a thing as they knew how close the two siblings were even after remaining out for so long. Soon enough Mari and Issei split up as she turns around and Issei speaks. "I also need to apologize for my words." Years Mari cuts him off and speaks with an annoyed tone. "Oh dear, I have already forgiven you a long time back." Issei rubs his head and speaks. "I guess you are right, so where is Mom and Dad? They don't know you are back. Yesterday's battle must be grueling, right? Fighting against Azrael?" Issei and the group knew who she was talking about. Azrael, also known as the Redacted Watcher, was the most dangerous enemy they had ever faced, a low god-class being that Issei faced, and if it was not for Great Red assisting him, they would have lost or worse been killed. "Oh, say hi to Drag and Bell." Issei revealed his boosted gear, with Drag and Bell greeting Mari. "Greetings, you must be Issei's older sister. It is finally nice to meet you in person." Mari smiled in response as Bell soon responded, "I never knew Issei had an older sister. It is good to meet you in person." "It is nice to meet the two of you as well, Drag, Bell." Mari responded happily, knowing the two of them were mentioned by Issei when he had talked to her in level 999. As Mari then spoke, "Come, Mom and Dad are waiting for you." Mari looked at Issei and noticed some people missing, as she asked, "Where are Rex, Music Man, Naofumi, Raftalia and Heinz?" Naofumi and Raftalia returned to their own world of Melromark, while Heinz stayed back in the backrooms to meet his family. Mari nodded in understanding, as Issei then continued, "Speaking of Rex and Music Man, here they are." Issei opened his backpack which he was wearing. It was a travel backpack. As he opened it, two figures came out. The first seemed to be a doll-like figurine with hair, looked up and exclaimed with happiness, "Hey there! I am Rex, Rex the Dollface." Mari smiled in response while rubbing his head. "Nice to meet you too, Rex." Soon enough another figure came out, pushing from the same space of the bag. She saw an animatronic with an extremely static facial expression. He has two large black eyes, purple rosy cheeks, a large pink nose, two pink eyebrows, a purple cleft chin, and a long row of teeth. He has 6 segmented, jointed legs resembling the legs of a spider, which are in turn attached to a spherical body. His pink and white striped torso contains a speaker. He also holds a symbol in each of his hands and wears a striped, black top hat. The animatronic remained silent. As Issei spoke with a sweat drop, "He does not speak a lot, he is a bit shy." "Oh, okay, hello, Music Man." Music Man nodded to Mari's words and went inside the bag. Rex climbed on Issei's shoulder as Issei closed his backpack. As Issei explained, "I found this guy after our mission to find the glitched objects. A certain sorcerer controlled him to fight against us, and we managed to defeat this guy and he joined our party soon enough." Issei remembered on how he, Jade, Ingvild, Revel and Yasaka was sent for a mission, alongside Hanzo Hasashi along with a certain dragon slayer and a changed magic female user. They separated paths and they went their own direction, They had not seen them for a while after that. They again met up in level 999 along with 2 others, and after defeating the sorcerers Shang Tsung and Quan Chi, they stayed back to destabilize the backrooms since the Watcher triggered a collision course in the backrooms. They eventually parted ways as the 2 wanted to leave a bit early since they were feeling homesick, while Issei and his group decided to stay with those from MEG a little longer, since they did a lot for him. However, the 4 promised to meet again sometime in the future, if they can. They left from the mythical level, the Promised Land, while Issei and his group along with those from MEG decided to rest after the battle against the Watcher. Speaking of the Watcher, before the 4 left the place, Issei and his group headed to fight against the Watcher, who had managed to escape to this world, the DXD world. Issei did manage to warn the people of his world that the Watcher is coming, but to prepare for an attack would take time, and that was what they did not have. The Watcher headed to the heaven, as he tried to enter without a problem by breaking the barrier using liquid pain concoction. As Issei reached the location, he saw 2 angels already critically injured as one of them gives him a halo. He entered the area, as he saw the heaven completely in ruin as he was almost about to kill the 4 seraphs, as Issei came to fight. But even with his semblance dragon force, he stood no chance against him. Even with his group assisting them, none of them could fight against him, let alone defeat him. That was until Great Red contacted him and offered him power, and a new body to defeat the Watcher. He temporarily combining with Issei, unlocking a new form powerful enough to not only defeat the Watcher, but it was only temporary. He soon split up from him after the Watcher's defeat and death. The Dragon of Dreams did inform him that this power can be achieved the more he trained, since it did technically belong to him now. They headed back to the ones in the backrooms after their defeat before promising to come after saying some goodbyes to the friends they made in their place. This even included the 4 mentioned prior, as well as those from MEG and some of their group members like Heinz, Naofumi and Raphtalia. Now at present time, Mari decided to call her parents, who were overjoyed and ecstatic to see Issei return. As Issei reunited with his parents, they came to know of Issei's truth and despite who he is, and what he had become. "My baby boy is back. Son, it's so great to see you well and alive." Both Mickey and Goro exclaimed with happiness while embracing Issei, who returned their embrace. John was a bit envious of Issei's parents. They were good and loving parents, unlike his, who abandoned and disowned him without a second thought for just mere papers. However, someone held his hand, as she spoke. "You shouldn't think about them." John looked at the one who spoke. The person was Yang, someone who had fallen for him. As John nodded, he shouldn't think about him and think about meeting those that cared for him. After splitting up, Issei soon introduced the rest of his group to his parents, including Drake and Bell, who were in his boosted gear. While they were skeptical of the 2 beings inside the boosted gear, they happily greeted them, and one by one they told about his past. Needless to say, the Hayadu family minus Issei were livid at how John was treated, and accepted John into their home, much to his happiness. Additionally, even Issei's girls were accepted into the house. Of course, that came with a little test for both Jade and Ingvild, since they only knew Revel and not the other 2. The others were also accepted, and they all decided to settle down and chat with. "So Issei, how was your journey in the backrooms?" Issei thought for a moment. As he spoke, "Can you bring Lord Michael, Surzek-senai, Grafia-Annie and Azazel-sensei?" Mari walked forward and spoke. "Allow me to do it." Mari spoke as she contacted the 4 mentioned, and as soon as Issei was mentioned, they rushed to his place. As Grafia embraced him as soon as Surzex teleported her, she saw him as a little brother, and it was no secret. After splitting up, as Grafia spoke while sniffling, "It's good to have you back." Issei looked at her and nodded with a smile. As Issei then recounted his journey in the backrooms, as he told them almost every detail. First he told his encounter with those from MEG, meeting Johnny Cage and Jackson Briggs, them heading out, as they soon met up with John, Ruby and Yang. Fighting partygoers and heading to level, meeting up with Raphtalia and Naofumi. Eventually they headed to level 7, where they met Ingvild, and then level 9 where Issei unlocked his semblance, something they were aware of, and finally reaching level, where they stay for a while, training for their fight against some beings. On a mission they meet Yasaka in level. Before heading to level where they had their first run-in with the Watcher, they managed to head back to level. And on a different mission comprising with the half of a group, they headed to some more levels before reaching the broken level, and they reached the malls of level, where they encountered Music Man in a different form thanks to Shang Tsung. John had a different mission, along with his own group. He was dealing with level 0, before eventually having to deal with Quan Chi, who revived someone that was MEG's enemy, as they managed to defeat her as well. Once they were done, they continued training, as they all head to the Dark Metro, eventually heading to level, where Jade managed to confess to Issei, as he took her on a date. As they eventually left from the location, they were suggested to head to level, after which they headed to level 970877780, and eventually level 970877807. There they had a run-in with another of Watcher's goons, the immortal Garrus, who was impossible to beat. However, when Hines suggested him to throw him in the void, which they did, they reached the end, and eventually level 999, as they traveled to different levels to complete their goals before heading home. But not all were able to complete. Some were captured by their enemies, who forced the group to fight in their twisted tournament, which made them fight against their old foes that they had defeated minus Garrus, who was still alive but trapped in the void. They eventually won before facing the deadly alliance of Shang Tsung and Quan Chi. They were able to defeat them as well and kill them. However, the Watcher escaped from there and headed to heaven. After that, every leader and angel in heaven knew what happened, minus Irina, who was not there. Issei also told them about their past, as many were livid at what happened to John, with Grafia and Surzex viewing the Ark clan as a disgraceful family. They also felt sad for what happened to Ingvild's father thanks to the old Satan faction. He also informed them about where Yasaka, Naofumi, Raftalia and Hines were, making them understand this properly. I see. That must have been quite the journey for all of you. Surzex spoke with a deep thought. He intently listened to everything that Issei had spoken to him, as he responded, "Indeed it was quite the journey for me. And Jade, I once again apologize for what Rainier and her group did to you." Azazel spoke with an apologetic tone, as Jade shakes her head and spoke, "It's alright, Azazel, you needn't worry for their mistakes. If anything, she got what was coming for them." Azazel sighed in relief as Issei asked to Michael, "So how is heaven?" "We are repairing it right now, Issei-kun. Had it not been for you and your team, heaven would have been in a much worse state thanks to what my former brother did." Michael's tone was filled with gratitude. However, he was unaware that a certain angel was having a crush on him, especially after Issei saved her against the Watcher. "That is good to hear." Issei spoke with a sigh, as he took a deep breath and asked, "The house seems empty. Where are the rest of the guests?" "They are at the academy. Why do you ask?" Mari responded, to which Issei shook his head and responded, "No was expecting her and her entourage of spoiled brats to make a scene. I need to make some things very clear to her after all. Ironically, in both my world, I also have a redhead that ruined me as well. It is uncanny that both me and Issei suffered a similar situation." John spoke with a tone of annoyance, as Surzex asked, "Piranikos, right?" "Yes, her. If she annoys me, I will put her in her place as well." Surzex, Grafia, Michael and Azazel understood this as well. They did not want to deal with her as well, since she clearly betrayed him. She was a traitor in their eyes, as Grafia asked respectfully. "John-sama." John cuts him off and speaks, "Just call me John, Grafia." "Very well, John. May I ask, why did your clan deem you as unworthy to train? Especially when you clearly survived a living hell known as backrooms." John took a deep breath and was about to speak, as he continued, "To put it in short, I never showed any talent, and as a result my parents did not see me to be trained. Hell, they did not even unlock my aura in any way. They wanted me to remain in their house forever. But I was not that way. I headed to Beacon using fake transcripts, and then, well, once they were found out, my life was a living hell. We were told that we were doing it to protect our little brother." Jade added her own words, as she continued while shaking her head. "That was until I saw how stupid and foolish my family's decision was to not train my brother. It's a shame that my other sisters failed to see this though." Jade looked down in sadness, as Issei kept his hand on her while calming her down. He then spoke. "And I'll be honest, in a world where Grim, or in John's case, clan's enemies are literally on the front door knocking to kill you, I just saw them as a bunch of fools." Issei's words made the elderly people understand what Issei was trying to convey. They now knew why John hated the Ark clan, and they did not blame him for his hatred. They were about to talk on the Ark clan, when a magic circle showed up. As Issei and the others looked at the magic circle, those from the DXD world glared at who was going to show up. as it was none other than Rias and her peerage, comprising of Rias herself, Akino, Kaneko, Yuto, Asia, Gasper, and 2 others. The first was described to be a pink-haired girl, with light red eyes, while the second girl was a brunette with brown eyes. They were Kates and Murayama respectively. Mari glared at the 2 girls with hatred in her eyes. She knew what they did to her brother, beating him to death multiple times. Rias tried to rush towards Issei. However, Issei brought out a gauge shotgun aimed at her as she spoke with horror. "Wic?" Issei responded with a cold tone. "1 to you, it is Hayadu, and I don't think you are so familiar with me, in any way. 2, I am no longer your pawn, remember." Rias flinched upon Issei's cold tone, as Akino added in response, "Issei, can't you just let it go? It ain't easy to forget and let it go. After all the insulting things to say to Issei, I clearly remember you calling him a brainless dildo." Ingvild countered Akino angrily as Jade added, "You shouldn't even be near my IC. You have lost the right, especially when you tried to demand an apology after he defended himself. Be glad he did not put you all in your places." Jade and Ingvild's words made the girls angry while Yuto frowned looking at the girls. They were still partially unrepentant. Revel then responded, "And don't even get me started on the no-reason abuse that Kaneko used to do on Issei, along with the 2 kendo girls." Kaneko and the 2 kendo girls get livid. However, Issei spoke, "If you have any other reason, go back to your club, Rias, and take them with you." Rias looked at Issei and spoke angrily, "This is my house too, Issei. And you will once again become my pawn." Grafia and Mari were about to say, but Serzek stopped the girls, as he pointed at Issei, knowing that he knows how to deal with her. They could see Issei and his group along with his parents and Azazel getting angry. The latter 3 were also disappointed in the grills. Issei then spoke, "I ain't gonna return as a pawn to a spoiled, callous, brash, overconfident and unrepentant princess who thinks she owns me just because she revived me as a devil, which was something I never asked. Keep that in mind." Rias growled, unfortunately letting her spoiled nature take over, as she then demanded, "Then I demand a rating game, between you and the rest of my team. Let's see if you survive this." Issei looked unamused at the girls. He could see them all having a confident look, thinking that they would beat Issei, minus Kiba, who looked in disbelief. As Issei asked Kiba, "You also want to fight, Kiba?" "I don't have a choice," Issei sighed in disbelief, as he spoke. "Alright then." Issei looked at Serzex and Grafia, who were not happy with the Gremory's peerage's attitude. As Grafia spoke, "I'll prepare an artificial dimension. So if you win, you want me to join you, right?" Rias and her peerage nodded as Issei spoke. "But if I win, will you do anything? Anything you want?" Issei smiled in response, as the girls knew what he wanted and they knew that he would still be perverted and may want to do something like that. However, Issei had different intentions. He looked at the 3 leaders who sighed, in agreement. Mickey tried to speak. As Issei spoke, "I got this, Mom. Just watch me fight. Marine, cover my parents, 'cause it ain't going to be pretty." Mari understood, as his parents wondered what Issei had planned. However, before Issei could continue, someone from the group spoke up. "Who says you are fighting against them alone?" Issei and everyone turned around to see Ingvild speaking as she walked forward and spoke. "I will join in the battle as well. That makes 2 of us." John added his own words. He would love to take on the knight of their group. Summer then added, "Now what kind of a mentor would I be? If I can help my student, I will aid as well. I always loved a good fight, and I prefer to join as well." Yang spoke with an excited tone as she clenched her fists, letting her love for fights take control for once. Jade then spoke, "I will aid Issei and my friends for this fight as well. Count me in. I will join too. I won't let Issei-sama work for those that he does not like." Revel added her own words of anger, remembering on how Issei was treated. Ruby then responded, "I am in too, would love to teach a lesson to those who treated Issei badly. Rip and tear." A cute dollface spoke, as it was revealed to be Rex, who was in a bloodlust state. Since he became Issei's familiar, he also came to know of Issei's past, as Issei had told him. With Music Man roaring with anger, he was more than happy to join the fight as well. Rias and her peerage were now concerned. Fighting Issei was one thing, but fighting the others was really something. They did not know how to deal with all of them at once. The only ones that knew of some of the characters' capabilities were Azazel and Mari, and they knew that some of them have some peculiar abilities as well which can deal massive damage to them as well. Despite this, the older residents and guests were happy that Issei found people that would stand by his side at all costs. Oh, and that reminds me, Surzex then spoke, gathering everyone's attention. Once this is done, I will be talking to Issei and his peerage about something important. Rias tried to speak, however Surzex cuts her off. Not a word. And I don't want to hear that Issei is your pawn. He no longer is. Your spoiled attitude is the reason why Issei was driven away. Let this hopefully be a lesson to you, Rias Gremory. Rias was horrified that her brother still does not want to work with her. As Grafia spoke, the dimension is ready. All of you will be teleported. The fighters nodded as they were teleported, with Surzex speaking. This is not going to end well. No, it is going to end with Rias critically injured. I'd say bring some phoenix tears if you want her to survive. Mari added her own words as Surzex nodded and teleported to get some phoenix tears. Scene change. Artificial Haida residence, 9 a.m. Issei was in his room, along with the rest of his group. It was huge enough to take up all of them at once. It contains a new model flat-screen TV and the latest kinds of game consoles. A king-sized beds covered by drapes. A king-sized beds covered by drapes. So this is your room. It's even bigger than mine, John commented as he looked around to see what all is there inside his room. Surprised to see this. Even the others were surprised by this, as Issei spoke. Even your rooms may be as big, but for now let's focus on the game. Anyways, Summer-sensei, can you use one of your plants to create a hearing planet? Summer nodded with a smile, as she used her Summer Maiden powers. Almost all of Issei's group knew about Ashbin and his Shadow War, as she created 2 hearing cups allowing them to hear their plan. Summer first tried to locate their base, and she eventually found out that they were located in the rooftop where they were discussing on their plans. They heard the girls speak and it infuriated them, especially Issei. It seems like Issei-senpai has gotten that fried chicken and those 2 girls to fight against us is the worst. Like always, Kaneko spoke as Ravel, Jade and Ingvild got irritated by Kaneko's tone, as Akino added, and even that black-haired girl and that older reddish-black-haired girl, I think they even love him. That blonde boy is just here for keeps. This angered John, Ruby, Summer and Yang, all of whom were gritting their teeth in anger. They joined him willingly. Issei was livid by how his best friend was being talked, as Rias continued, girls, let's get Issei on our side once again. We will also deal with that whore that has taken my Issei away from us. Issei was now livid. He looked at Jade, who was shaking with anger. He also noticed John clenching his fists with anger. They soon began their planning, as Issei and the others knew about the trap system they were going to do. Issei soon spoke. We will act upon them when they least expect us, isolating them and taking them on one by one. I will be the one to lead this and deal with Rias Gremory herself. Yang, can you deal with Kaneko? Take Music Man with you. Yang grinned in response as she spoke. Yeah, leave it to me. I will take care of the queen. Ingvild spoke with a smile as Issei nodded. John then added, me and Ruby will deal with Zenobia and Kiba. Be careful, Zenobia and Kiba may have become stronger. John and Ruby nodded in understanding, as John spoke. My telekinesis should be able to deal with Zenobia and possibly immobilize her. And Ruby could eliminate her quickly. My speed and semblance have become stronger. I can assist you against her. Yang pouted in jealousy as she couldn't fight with John, but she reeled it in. Issei then looked at Music Man and commanded, don't hold back. Music Man clapped in joy in response. As he looked at Jade and Ravel, you two will be dealing with Asia and Gasper. Keep in mind the latter can stop time, and I highly doubt if Asia is able to use Fafnir properly. And Jade. You can use that. Jade widened her eyes, as she responded with a smile. This will be too easy then. Alright everyone, let's head out and deal with Rias Gremory and her peerage. Issei encouraged his team, and they all agreed in response. Scene change. Rias and her peerage were discussing on how they will deal with Issei, as they were about to say. Suddenly, the flowers near them started to bloom all of a sudden. As Kaneko's ears lit up, she then shouted, everyone we need to. Kaneko shouted, but it was too late. The flower's explosion allowed a dust and pollen field to be generated which obscured their view. This was Summer's doing, who manipulated her plants using her maiden powers to do so. Their vision was reduced as Kaneko tried to use her ears to see where they are going to attack. However, as she was about to warn, someone generated a very loud noise disrupting her. Kaneko held her ear in pain, Rias was about to react, however Issei ambushed her, and took her away before anyone could react. Ingvile did the same with Aquino, and John dragged Kiba and Zenobia away from the group. Kaneko, Gasper, Asia, Kates and Miriama remain. They looked around to see their 4 pieces are missing, including the king. As they looked to see Summer, Yang, Jade, Music Man and Ravel. I will take the kendo pawns. You girls know who you need to take on, right? The girls nodded in understanding as Ravel and Jade went after Gasper and Asia. Yang and Music Man hounded over Kaneko, while Summer faced against the 2 kendo girls, since they knew Rosweiss was not here, which meant that they are replacements for Issei. It really is disappointing that you 2 are the ones I will be dealing with. Summer spoke with disappointment, knowing the 2 of them were responsible for hurting her student. Why do you support that good-for-nothing pervert? All he does is peep while we are changing. Summer wanted to retort, however Miriama added, yeah, if anything you should be working for Rias-sama. Yes, he peeped, but he is anything but good for nothing. He is the one that led us back home, and I have stayed with him for months, and at this point, he is not even a pervert. Summer retorted angrily, how dare they insult her student, and how blind they are to what they have become, as she continued, and like Issei said, I would never work for someone so spoiled, someone who does not respect me, my daughters, my student or my friend. From what I hear, she was completely apathetic to his situation, and did not even help him in any way. She even insulted and demanded an apology, and outright threatened to make things worse. She is beyond pathetic. He deserved that good-for-nothing pervert. I don't understand why are you all even working or defending him? Kates declared angrily as Miriama agreed. However, Summer has had enough. Even the others present that were fighting for him were angered by this. However, they decided to deal with their opponents. You have sealed your fates before the girls could react or respond. Summer had her weapon sundered rose which had blood on it. She was on the other side as blood gushed out from the girls' wounds. They screamed in pain as a green light started to glow, signaling their elimination. 2 pawns of Rias Gremory has been eliminated. Grafia announced as Summer looked at the Gremory peerage who was struggling against their opponents. Meanwhile, Jade and Ravel were dealing with Gasper and Asia, as Jade brought a small red dagger that she had stored in her pocket, which was a purple earring on her left ear. All of the characters have a pocket each meant for their usage, as the dagger emanated with energy. This is the Welsh dagger. That dagger, Asia spoke with concern as Gasper asked, Asia-senpai, what is that? You're about to find out, vampire. Jade spoke with anger, as she looked at Ravel, leave the transformative vampire to me, you hold off Asia till then. Leave it to me. Asia was pale upon this. She tried to defend herself since she was unable to bring out Fafnir, but Ravel burns her with ease. She shouts in pain as a green light envelopes her. She was not even able to bring out Rasse to fight for her. 1 bishop of Rias Gremory has been eliminated. Gasper became pale upon this. However, before he could react, Jade shouted, Dragon cut! Gasper had to dodge that. Once he evaded, he saw Jade speak. You see, Issei is not the only one that can use Welsh Dragon's power. I can also use it as well. Jade then raised her dagger as she exclaimed, Balance Breaker! Welsh Wyvern Balance Breaker! Jade gained her own armor version of the scale mail. However, it was weaker than Issei's Balance Breaker. Gasper looked at Jade with worry, as she spoke, Let's see if you can win. Although much weaker than Isei's Balance Breaker, it is still enough to deal with him. Jade thought seriously as she continued, Although his time stops are something that I should deal with. Jade, can you hear me? Drake spoke to Jade using the connection to the dagger. As she spoke, loud and clear, How much time do I have in this armor? Jade asked, to which Drake responded, Minutes. That is all I need. Jade spoke with a smile as she dashed towards him, ready to end this quickly as Gasper closed his eyes and defended himself. Jade stopped just before her fists reached Gasper and asked, Aren't you going to defend yourself? I don't want to fight. Jade internally sighed. She knew of Gasper being timid and shy, but without Issei he must have become even worse. Issei was right about Rias being completely spoiled, and without Issei, some pieces are in complete disarray. Look, Gasper, Issei told me about you. You are clearly conflicted between your love for your former older brother figure and your loyalty to your master. But it is time for you to set things right, to stand up for what you believe is right. Gasper looked up at Jade. She was right. Rias was not the right person to deal with someone like Gasper, but Issei was able to do it, as he saw Jade speak. Think about it while you are in the infirmary. I'll make this quick. Jade unleashed a dragon cut, a weaker version of dragon shot to eliminate Gasper, as a bright green light was released from him, eliminating him as well. Second Bishop of Rias Gremory has been eliminated. Jade soon sighed as she looked at Ravel, who was flying down towards Ravel as she spoke. He did not even try to fight. Not at all. Jade removed her balance breaker. As she looked at Gasper, there was no reason for him to fight. Seems like Rias is not only a spoiled brat but also she never tried to help Gasper. Without Issei, like she should be the one to help her peerage, not Issei. Jade sighs in response, as she looked at the final fight between Music Man and Yang against Kaneko. As Music Man was constantly releasing loud music, it was also in a different form, called DJ Music Man, is a giant animatronic whose whole body structure has been completely revamped, now much more reminiscent to a spider than his previous counterpart. His textures on his face are also changed, with his eyebrows and cheeks being a light blue instead of purple and pink. He seems to lack the pink stripes on the sides of his face, and instead of 2 pink spots on his chin he has a single light blue stripe. His upper row of teeth have some black teeth or chips evoking the appearance of a keyboard. Instead of his signature symbols, he wears red and yellow headphones on his head. DJ Music Man's black hat also has a yellow stripe instead of a white one. DJ Music Man walks on all 6 of his limbs, which all have the white gloves the regular Music Man has on his hands. Music Man was constantly released sonic booms, as Kaneko struggled to even move due to the immense noise, as she held her ears in agony, and whenever she used senjutsu, it was converted into kinetic energy, as it was reflected back at Kaneko, damaging her. You must be surprised by how I am able to absorb your senjutsu flames, right? Yang exclaimed with pride as she speaks. My semblance allows me to absorb kinetic energy, from anything, mostly blows and flame magic. The latter was due to my training with a certain cryomancer and my stepmother Summer Rose, who taught me new ways how to use my semblance. This is one of them, and thanks to DJ Music Man, you are unable to even fight properly, aren't you? Kaneko glared at him as Yang shook her head and spoke. Old me would have loved to beat you to death, but doubt I will make this quick. Yang dashed towards her, with her eyes being red and her hair turns bright yellow with burning. She proceeded to unleash a fist slam and crushed her immediately. It created a tremor as Kaneko was sent flying. She crashed to the wall. She tried to get up as Yang followed with another punch, sending her below some floors, taking severe damage as the rubble fell on her. Eventually her body glowed as she was defeated. Yang then released the remaining excess of the senjutsu kinetic energy inside of her, since she was not sure how her body would react to this unknown energy. She may be familiar with it thanks to Issei, but even she did not want to take a risk about it. DJ Music Man crawled towards her and spoke. We did it. DJ Music Man reverted to his miniature self and clapped using his cymbals, making a huge metallic sound as an announcement was made. A rook of Rias Gremory has been eliminated. Yang and Music Man were looking at the others, who had defeated their enemy. They all wondered how the others were doing. Scene change. The audience were surprised by Jade's Welsh dagger, as they were intrigued by what they were witnessing. Surzex frowned, seeing how most of her pieces were acting towards Issei, and was angry at how little they know of him despite their cold actions towards him. Mari gritted her teeth in anger, seeing how much they see him as nothing short of a pervert except Kiba and Gasper, both of whom remained quiet. Earlier Surzex had returned with the Phoenix Tears, knowing that he would be needing it. They were also amazed by Music Man's power to use sound to completely disrupt a yokai's super-sensitive hearing, making it harder for Kaneko to use her powers. As Surzex spoke, so this is the power of Issei's team. I am amazed. Surzex spoke with intrigue as Azazel looked at the Welsh dagger with interest. He remembered her asking for blueprints for the sacred gear research, which made her create a sacred gear. However, he did notice a lot of changes can be made to the gear to improve its efficiency. He did notice a lot of openings in her scale mail, which needed to be worked on. Indeed, and these are not even the strongest members of the team. I have a feeling that we will be seeing the stronger ones fight soon enough, including Issei. Azazel spoke with intrigue, since he still has Ruby, John, Issei and Ingvild's fight left against their opponents. As Surzex spoke with a sigh, if only she learned from her mistake, she would be with Issei right now. Mari shook her head and responded, I understand, but this is her choice. Let's see if she learns or she remains the same or changes. I have to agree, And I hate the fact that Asia has become like them. Goro spoke with sadness as Mickey added her own words. She looks up to Rias. And this is how she became the way she is. I wonder what Issei will ask the girls though, although I have a feeling on what he may ask, since they see him as a pervert. Mari added with a sigh as she continued. Worse, 2 of her pawns were the ones that beat Issei daily in Ko. Goro and Mickey angrily glared at Kates and Murayama for that. They either complained to the principal or even the teachers. The only reason the student council and the others come to know is because of the actions of the perverted trio were well known at the academy. Not to mention, what they did was verbal assault, and sometimes Issei was even beaten to near death. But only a few helped him. Why? 'Cause he is a pervert. I am honestly glad his teacher put those 2 girls in his place, 'cause if I get my hands on them, they would think twice before messing with my brother. Mari spoke with an evil glint as her parents calmed her down. She was livid that Rias had the audacity to bring the girls here. Mari, out of anger, drove the girls out of this place, not caring for what Rias had to say, as she easily scared her without a problem, ever since she came back to her home. Meanwhile, Surzex, Azazel and Michael were nervous. An older sister's wrath is not someone you want to experience, while Graphia gave a small smile, knowing that she may have done the same if she was in her situation. Scene change. Yuto and Zenobia were in a 4-way clash against their opponents John and Ruby, with Zenobia trying her best to deal damage to John, but was always stopped by an invisible force. John was in his Ventus armor, which was a silver armor with a black helmet covering his face. She once again tried charging towards John, only for him to respond by slamming her to a nearby wall. As Yuto tried to rush towards her, he was ambushed by Ruby's scythe. They were in the first floor of the Hayate residence. But Kiba was no joke. He was the only one that was training. He was able to keep up with Ruby, as he constantly used sword birth to keep her in check. Ruby had difficulty getting close, as she had a feeling that their fight would extend for much longer. Meanwhile, John was in his Ventus armor, as 3 aura crystals charged at the center. While Zenobia watched helplessly, John then spoke. You know, Issei told some really interesting things about you and that orange pigtailed girl known as Irina. Especially when you called him a fool and a moron for not recognizing Rias's feelings, when it was made clear that Issei must call him president. Then you even tried to do the deed with Issei, just because he is the Red Dragon Emperor. Really goes to show what kind of a character you are. Zenobia gritted her teeth angrily. The boy in front of her was not even trying to fight her in any way. Shut up. John shook his head and spoke seriously. What kind of a friend are you and Irina, if you do such kinds of things? Really disappointing. No wonder Issei does not love either of you. I said shut up. Zenobia blindly charged towards John, as he internally smirked. It was all too easy to provoke her. The aura crystals charged in front of him and unleashed a shotlock beam, which was a bluish-silvery beam that was aimed at her. Zenobia looked horrified, and she had no time to dodge as she took a direct hit, completely destroying her. She fell down with a thud, as her clothing was completely destroyed. With her S and some of her flesh being seen, she was burnt completely. As John spoke coldly, you are a fool to charge at me like this. Blindly. The shotlock beam is strong enough to disintegrate partygoers and bone thieves. You are lucky to have survived the attack. John walked away as Zenobia soon glowed green as she groaned even more in pain. As Graphia announced, one knight of Rias Gremory has been eliminated. Kiba was surprised by this as Ruby unleashed a strike, causing Kiba to be grazed in his cheek. Your skill with the scythe is commendable, Kiba complimented Ruby as she twirled in response. John soon joined Kiba as he looked at him and spoke. So you must be pretty boy, someone who supported Rias without hesitation? Yeah. I do regret supporting her so blindly. John shook his head and responded, you screwed up. At least you were not that insulting as opposed to Aquino, who literally called him a brainless dildo. Looking back, I should have been more supportive. Either way, regretting won't change anything. Mine and Issei's relationship is strained. Nothing can happen. John shook his head and responded again. You shouldn't think that. You are your own person and can make your own choices. Like Issei did. You need to stand up to Rias. Even if she regrets, she fails to see what she has done wrong, and I don't think you should be with someone like her. The girls are blinded by loyalty. But you don't seem to be, considering you seem a bit regretful, and I doubt you want Issei and Rias's peerage, right? Kiba nodded in response as he spoke. No, I do not. Kiba sighs as he speaks. But I doubt I can even talk considering you know. Rias, John, and Ruby gave a frustrated sigh as Ruby spoke. Well, you can either fight or back out, the choice is yours. The duo could clearly see the conflict in the Gremory Knight's eyes. He clearly did not want to fight, but his oath prevented this. He had to fight. He puts his sword forward as Ruby speaks. Should we end this? I fear so. Let's make this quick, John spoke with a sigh, as the duo dashed at bright speeds and performed 2 quick slashes aimed at Kiba's chest, easily eliminating him from the fight. Kiba's conflict prevented him from fighting for much longer, as the duo looked at him disappearing into a green glow. Second Knight of Rias Gremory has been eliminated, Grafia announced as John depowered his armor, returning to his normal self, leaving only Ingvild and Issei's fights remaining. John restored his aura using his semblance aura amplification. Scene change. Ingvild and Aquino were fighting in the 6th floor of the meeting room of the residence, as Aquino was gritting her teeth in frustration. Ingvild had not taken a single damage from any of the attacks. Issei told me some really interesting things about you, the fact that you and Rias slept with Issei on a daily basis, teasing him, making his feelings even more complicated. But not even once you saw why he is suffering, didn't you? Ingvild spoke with anger in her voice as Aquino looked away. She saw Ingvild had commanded some more water magic at her, causing her to fly in the air. Additionally, Ingvild was limiting her chances of movement, as she was a capable fighter underwater, while Aquino was not. She could shock Aquino, but Ingvild was not giving her time to do so. She released her 8 wings into the air, shocking Aquino, as she asked, Who even are you? Are you also a devil? Indeed, a half-devil to be precise. My name is Ingvild Leviathan, the descendant of Satan Leviathan. It is not a pleasure to meet you. Aquino became wide-eyed upon this revelation. As she looked at Ingvild out of fear, she is one of Issei's allies. That means she is done for. It was no wonder Ingvild was able to keep up with her, as she was able to block so many of her attacks like it was nothing. It's time to end this. I am going to make you regret calling Issei a brainless dildo and having the audacity to make him apologize for your mistake, Ingvild declared angrily as she shouted, Sea Serpent of the End. Ingvild unleashed a snake-shaped dragon composed of water aimed at Aquino. She tried to defend herself with her magic circle. Additionally, her body also glowed with a bright lavender aura, as she started to sing, which was her using her semblance siren's song to strengthen her own abilities. Each of Issei's group has a semblance of their own, with Ingvild, Yang and John displaying theirs. The dragon became even more stronger and ferocious. Ingvild commanded the dragon to attack Aquino, at the cost of almost shattering her aura. Her semblance was quite aura-draining. The dragon completely engulfed Aquino. She tried to protect herself with the barriers, however it was too late, and sadly the dragon defeated the last of Aquino's strength as she was out cold, falling into the water present in the flooded room. Ingvild looked at her coldly and spoke, You are no different than Rainier. Queen of the Gremory peerage has been eliminated. Grafia announced as only one member was left. Ingvild soon decided to teleport beside her Issei. She knew the others must have finished their battles as she heard their announcement beforehand, meaning only one fight was left. Scene change. There is a clear power difference between Issei's group and Rias's peerage, Michael commented as he noticed that none of Issei's group members have been eliminated. The backrooms have made them much stronger. Indeed, and worse, Rias and her peerage are barely training. Thanks to Guild 10, I don't even think that they will win against Seorg later on with a progress like this. Let alone Issei. Surzex commented as Azazel spoke. So what should we do about the match? I doubt we can postpone it any longer. And does Seorg know about this? Surzex responds yes, and he seemed disappointed, but he hopes that Issei could have a match later on. The match will go on regardless. I wonder how strong Issei's semblance dragon force will be against Rias Gremory. Surzex spoke with curiosity as Azazel responded. It is pretty strong. From what I heard, it was one of the things instrumental in the Watcher's defeat. Surzex nodded in understanding as the Haida family were also excited for the final fight as well. They watched the scene with great interest. Scene change. Seriously, Rias, is that the best you can come up with? I am disappointed. Issei spoke with a mocking tone. As Rias clenched her fists in anger and frustration, she looked at Issei. The two were fighting in the first basement floor. Issei was able to ambush them and take her all the way down where they were fighting. Earlier they had heard of all her pieces being defeated, with Issei shaking his head and speaking, "Oh Rias, Rias, Rias." Issei remembered on how he was easily evading the power of destruction like it was nothing. She threw it constantly as Issei kept dodging it so easily. "I haven't even used Balance Breaker or my semblance, but I am bored of playing with you." Issei transforms into a dragon in form, using his semblance Dragon Force as he looks at his boosted gear, which now upgrades into its .0 version, with Issei speaking to two of his partners, Drake and Bell. "You ready for this?" Drake spoke with happiness. "You needn't tell me twice. Especially with what has happened, I would love to see you pummel her." "I totally agree with you, Drake. I see. Show her what you have got and what you are capable of." This was Bell as Rias was confused. Before she could mouth her complaints, Issei gave a punch aimed at her stomach, making her cough up. Rias fell behind, as Issei followed up with the draconic fire breath. As she screams in pain, she was unable to keep up with Issei. She looked up to see Issei unleashing two air slashes which she barely evaded. She struggled to keep up with Issei as she responded with a power of destruction lighting, as Issei easily evaded them with ease. Ambushing her from behind, Issei stomped his ground as the wings grew brighter in color. This was Dragon Force stage, an evolved form of the original Dragon Force. Issei's semblance evolved during his fight against a certain knight. Since he lost his pawn pieces, he can't use his promotions. As a result, he had to focus on his semblance and a new armor, which he was able to achieve success in, as his semblance evolved times due to his intense training. Stage Dragon Force allowed him to manipulate earth, or the ground, which also meant he could combine fire and wind with ground to use lava and sand manipulation. He immediately created a ground wall, sending her flying, as he released a lava breath onto her, making her scream in pain due to lava burning her face. "It's time to end this." Issei entered into his base Balance Breaker, which changed due to his semblance, almost looking similar to the Juggernaut Drive. This was Balance Breaker, Living Weapon Mode, which allowed him to merge his boosted gear with any weapon he has stored in his pocket. It was in gold armband with an fire opal on it. He opened his chest cavity as it started to glow with energy. Boost! 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 Drake boosted several times as a light red beam was formed at the center. Rias was getting rid of the lava, as her face was badly damaged. However, Issei released the beam as Drake announced, "Manual Blast." Issei used his signature move Manual Blast, which was a weaker version of the Longinus Smasher, but much stronger than a Dragon Shot. This move was strong enough to defeat Satanos, one of the Redacted Watcher's creations. Rias took a direct hit. As she was sent flying, she screamed in pain due to the energy blast as she was forcefully retreated so that the blast does not end up killing her. Issei depowered his armor as Graphia made her final announcement. Rias Gremory has been defeated. Issei Hayadu and his peerage have won the raiding game. Soon enough, Ingvild also joined in as she spoke with a smile. "It seems like you did it, so what will you ask her to do?" "Something I should have done a long time ago." Issei was about to speak as they were all teleported back to their real dimension, as they were greeted by the leaders, with Surzex speaking. "Well, that match was really something. That means she must honor anything you ask, right?" Issei nodded as his group wondered what he is going to ask. However, what he spoke did not surprise anyone. "I want her and the girls that were living here out of my place. Had they not fought against me or talked about my friends and loved ones like that, things would have been different, but I can't. She and her peerage don't deserve to live here, especially after what they think of me and my friends." Surzex did not expect anything else. He knew this was going to happen, which was something he also agreed to it as well. Even he agreed that Rias had crossed the line when she said those things during the raiding game about Issei and his group. I totally understand. I will let her know of the news and Issei. Your promotion to high-class devil will be guaranteed. Issei was surprised by this. As he spoke, how did you convince the other Satans and the Great King faction about this? The other Satans knew of you fighting a literal god-class being. Even with the help of the Dragon of Dreams, you still managed to defeat him. While Lord Baal was a bit tough to convince, but after telling him everything, he informed that he would put up a good word for the council. Issei nodded in understanding, as he was very happy about this. This meant that he can finally have a normal and peaceful life. The others were also happy by this. As John wondered who will be the queen of Issei's peerage, he decided to keep his mouth shut as he did not want to create chaos in any way. Anyways, John, Jade, I have some news for you too, as well. Azazel spoke, garnering everyone's attention. As he spoke, I did the task you had asked me to do a few weeks ago, and just recently I managed to make first contact with a man named Osbin. Do you know him? Those from Remnant were surprised by this, as John responded, why yes, he is the headmaster of Beacon Academy. You should speak to him. Azazel nodded as he spoke. I see. Well, I will keep in touch with him and let you know. Now I will go and let Rias know of this. Serzex spoke as the group nodded in understanding. He and Grafia soon headed to the infirmary located in the 5th floor. Azazel then spoke along with Michael. Well, I will be taking my leave. I have some work to do, and some gears to research. See ya. Azazel soon teleported, followed by Michael. As Issei then asked while stretching, so what do you guys want to do? We could roam around your hometown. Would you show us Ko-town? Jade suggested as Issei nodded. Sure, come around. I will show you the place and where all you need to go. The group nodded in agreement. As they decided to roam around for a while, they did go through months of survival in the backrooms, and now was the time to rest. Haida Residence, 00 p.m. The Gremory peerage were in the infirmary room. They remembered the agonizing defeat at the hands of Issei and his new group. Rias clenched the sheets in anger, as she exclaimed, after all I have done for him, is this how he treats me? I should have never reincarnated him. You're right, Rias. Not only are him and his friends much stronger, but also they are more ruthless. Aquino spoke with equal anger, as Zenobia could be seen clenching her bed sheets even more angrily, remembering the brutal defeat at the hands of John, his shotlock beam as well as his sword skills. The other members present minus Kiba and Gasper agreed to this. You are right, President. After everything you did for him, he still does not see that you regret your actions. Kaneko spoke emotionlessly, but there was anger in her voice, only for Kiba to speak up in anger. Do you girls not see on how Issei has become? He has found girls that helped him with his troubles which you had a hand in causing? Kiba looked at the girls as Rias angrily retorted. Those whores have taken and manipulated our Issei from us, and Kiba cuts Rias off and speaks with anger. Do you hear yourself talk? Be glad Issei was not here to put you in your place. That blonde was right about you, you really are spoiled. Rias glared at Kiba in response. However, before she was able to retort, someone else came in and spoke with a tone of seriousness. Kiba is right. The group turned around to see Serzex, Grafia and Mari in the room, all of whom were having looks of anger in their eyes. The girls looked at the trio with fear in their eyes as Serzex exclaimed, Issei has already told me what he wants. He wants all of you to pack your stuff and leave, no exceptions. Serzex spoke seriously as Grafia came forward with the phoenix tears, as Rias and the other girls looked at him with dread, and Rias spoke with horror. Why you can't do this? Issei, where is he? Let me talk to him. Asia added, I agree with Winnie-sama. Issei can't kick us out of this house. This house belongs to President. He has no right to kick her out of this house. Aquino added with equal anger and sadness, he couldn't kick her out of this house or any of them from this house. Zenobia also spoke her words. President is right. Let us talk to him. He has no right to do this. Serzex and Mari were getting frustrated by these complaints, with Grafia also being close to getting even more angry. He could hear Kates, Murayama and the other girls also complaining. He finally snapped. Enough. Serzek's scream was enough to silence all the girls. They all looked at him with fear, as he continued, Don't forget you made this deal. You will do anything what he asks, and he has asked this. I want you all to pack your stuff and leave. Otherwise I will personally forcefully transport your stuff back to the Gremory mansion. Serzek spoke very coldly, causing the girls to cry in sadness. He really meant it, and they have to go through with their deal. they have no choice. Surzex then spoke, I have brought some phoenix tears, Graphia will apply them to you. Once you are ready to walk you will start packing your stuff and head to the underworld. I will send some maids to help you as well. Surzex spoke seriously as the girls nodded in understanding. There was nothing they could do. Kiba and Gasper looked at the scene in disappointment. As Graphia walked forward to apply the phoenix tears to the girls, she remembered Issei's parents and Mari stating that it was his choice to let the girls stay, thus they couldn't blame him. Not to mention, seeing only minimal change in the girls meant that they were still almost the same. She knew that they have not changed. It pains me to do this to you girls, but you have brought this on yourselves. If you had shown respect to Issei or any of the girls, none of this would have happened. I mean, did you girls even apologize for what you said? Surzex looked at the girls as none of them answered, as he shook his head and spoke, no, right? Let this be a learning lesson to you. You have lost him and learn this well, Rias and the rest of you girls. Surzex spoke as the girls could do nothing but cry at this. As soon as they were able to walk, they went into their rooms to pack their stuff. There was nothing they could do now. Scene change. Time skip brought to you by Chibi RageRevan dropping a special something into the Chibi version of this world, while chuckling with happiness. Hayata residence, 9 p.m. Issei and his group returned back to home as Issei asked, so what do you think of the town? It is pretty calm as opposed to Vale, with no Grim hunting us at the borders or any forestry area, John commented in response, as Yang added, yep, and I even like Ko Academy. This is where we will be studying, right? If you wish, it won't be like Grim studies or any of the subjects you would normally study back at Remnant. So if you are fine with that, then it's alright. Issei responded to Yang's question, as Jade asked, which subjects are you talking about? The usual English, Japanese or in your world Australian, maths, computer coding, civics, physics, biology and chemistry, that is all. Jade seemed alright with the subjects while the others were a bit concerned on the subjects since majority of them seemed new to this field. Judging by age, I need to be a teacher, right? Summer spoke in response as Issei nodded. She wondered what faculty role she could take. While she was thinking, someone came into Issei's house. He recognized the magic circle. It was Surzex, Lucifer and Graphia, both of whom has worried looks on their faces. I see, I have some bad news. Issei walked towards him and asked with worry, what is the issue? Did Rias do something? No, not her. She won't be troubling you at home. That is first thing. Issei sighed in relief, as the others also seemed happy. Surzex then spoke with a sigh. It is the Great King faction, Issei. What happened? Why would they be a problem? John asked, as Surzex took a deep breath and explained to Issei, it is actually several devils in the Devil Society look down upon lower-ranked devils. It is primarily due to their pride that they have in them. This results in some devils hating and viewing humanity as inferior species. I see. Many frowned at this side of the Devil Society, as Summer then asked, so what is the issue? I am getting to that, Mrs. Rose. You see, Lord Baal had to tell everything as a reason to why Issei needs to become a high-class devil, including informing about Ingviled Leviathan to them. Let's just say Lord Baal and many of the Great King faction members are against Issei becoming a high-class devil. Even after Issei defeated a god-class being with Great Red's help, of course, and even defeating many of the entities in the backrooms, with threats like Shang Tsung and Quan Chi, that are as strong as high-class devils, potentially even higher. Yet, it was not enough. Surzex spoke with a sigh as Issei looked at Surzex and responded, that is fine, but why were you so worried? When Zekrom said everything, I mean everything, and this includes the other girls as well. They now desire the engagement of Ingviled with a high-class devil. They also want to engage the other girls to the same high-class devil. Lord Baal is spearheading this decision. Surzex spoke with a deep sigh, making many angry. Issei and John held their girls with worry, while gritting their teeth with anger. There was no way they are letting the girls go to someone they don't know. Yang, Jade and Ingviled were livid by the decision made by those men. They have no right to their lives. Ruby and Ravel were angered by this. Summer was beyond livid by this. Her daughters are not their pawns. Issei then angrily spoke. I would love to talk with them. Surzex understood why Issei would be angry as he spoke with a smile. He knew Issei was protective of his friends and family. This was the Issei they knew. No matter what he becomes, he will always protect his loved ones, no matter what. Thought you'd never ask. Scene change. Great King Faction Headquarters, 0:0 p.m. Great King Faction, also known as Great Royal Faction, is a political faction formed by the Baal clan to increase their influence, as they empathize with underworld politics based on traditional devil aristocracy such as devil blood purity, and the continuation of the devil noble society. Their current leaders were Lord Baal and Zekrom Baal. Lord Baal. Zekrom Baal was a middle-aged looking man with black hair and peaceful violet eyes, wearing a nobleman's attire. He has an aura of strong dignity that exudes from him, while Lord Baal looked like an older version of Seorg Baal, with black hair and violet eyes. He wore nobleman's attire just like Zekrom Baal did. In terms of personality, Zekrom Baal was described to be extremely prideful in his clan status as the highest ranking amongst the 7 pillars, as well as their trademark ability. However, he is also wise and open-minded enough to acknowledge people of exceptional ability. Additionally, he also respected Issei after hearing his adventure in the dreaded backrooms and made it out alive, defeating anyone that stood in his way and protecting and leading his allies. While Lord Baal is extremely prideful even for a Baal, and never showed any sort of fatherly love towards his sons, as he was greatly angered with his elder son Seorg for not born with the clan's power of destruction. Lord Baal is also a very jealous man since, aside from Seorg, he also has a strong hatred towards Issei as he is the strongest among the young devils and the rising star as a pay dragon in the underworld, garnering popularity and fame despite him being a reincarnated devil. Additionally, Issei's actions also made him slightly fear his power, causing him to fear him. He wanted him out of the Devil Society, especially after he left the Gremory peerage. Just as they were about to leave for their house, the doors of the place suddenly explode, causing them to be startled, as Lord Baal exclaimed, "Who dares to break in the Great King Faction buildings?" A voice exclaimed in response, "It is me, Father of the Year." The voice was revealed himself to be Issei, as the Great King Faction to be startled while some of the members were angry at this. Zekrom shook his head in disappointment, while Lord Baal gritted his teeth recognizing who it was in front of him. "You damned low-class devil! You dare attack our building! You will regret this!" Lord Baal ordered the devils present, "Destroy him." The devils rushed towards Issei. As Issei transformed into his dragonan form, using his semblance, he entered into his stage form, as he manipulated the earth, sending them flying up, before they could even react. "I will make you regret trying to go after my peerage members, Lord Baal." Lord Baal glared towards Issei with hatred. As he fired his power of destruction towards him, he dodged the ball with relative ease as he flew towards him and grabbed him by his shoulder. "Let go of me, you filthy low-class." Issei then spoke with a grin, "Sure, why not?" Issei threw him up in the air and used air slash towards Lord Baal as he responded with a magic circle of his own. Issei was then surrounded by several magic spells of elemental magic. However, Issei flew up in the air quicker than how they could unleash them. Even ultimate-class devils would struggle against Issei at this point. He soon transformed into Stage Dragon Force, which was the semblance's third evolution, caused during his fight against the Dark Metro and the Dark Priest while they were returning back to their worlds. Dragon Force Stage increases Issei's horn size as well as wingspan. It looked bigger than how it should be looking normally. Additionally, Issei can use water manipulation in this form. This also includes steam manipulation, which is a combination of water and fire manipulation, sludge manipulation, which is a combination of water and ground manipulation, and finally storm manipulation, which is a combination of water and wind manipulation. In addition, it increases Issei's powers and strength even more than Stage or Stage Dragon Force. Issei flew in the air, constantly boosting towards Lord Baal, as he tried to use power of destruction, but Issei easily evaded them with ease. He started to breathe fire at him, which Lord Baal tried to defend, but it was too much for him. The barrier broke, causing him to scream in pain. He started to breathe fire at him, which Lord Baal tried to defend, but it was too much for him. The barrier broke, causing him to scream in pain. A/N. I don't own this GIF or fairy tale. Lord Baal was partially burned, as Issei socked him in the face before he could react. Those of the political members that sided with Lord Baal tried to defend their leader, as they tried to use magic, as Issei grabbed Lord Baal, using him as a shield to take the hits, preventing them from attacking. They gritted their teeth in anger. Zekrom and his supporters did not try and stop Issei. His anger was justified to every extent. He knew how much Issei cared for his friends, especially from what Surzex told about him. He respected Issei a lot, and was surprised when Lord Baal refused his decision at first, since he always used to consult him. Lord Baal was sent flying towards the ground, making him cough up. Issei looked at the other members, and looked at Zekrom and his followers. Leave things will be intense from now on. They nodded in understanding and teleported out of there. Issei then looked up in the air and released lava from his mouth as it downpoured all over the field, causing the members to try and defend themselves. But Issei did not let them. He attacked them with his flames, as he moved around in circles, causing them to either defend from the flames or from the lava. Some chose the latter while the others chose the former. Either way they screamed in pain due to being burned alive. Scene change. Baal territory shocked. Pim. Zekrom and his followers managed to teleport to the Baal territory as they were greeted by Surzex and Seorg. The latter was described to be a handsome young man with black hair and violet eyes. He is very tall and has a muscular build due to the extreme training he has done. He wore a black t-shirt with red markings and gray jeans. Our Lord Zekrom. Our Lord Zekrom, Surzex spoke while bowing with respect, as Seorg looked at Surzex and asked, "So just how strong Issei's semblance is?" Seorg asked, in response to which Surzex spoke, "He was able to beat Rias without using it to its full power. I theorize that it can even go higher from what Issei has shown while he was in the backrooms. He told me that he has unlocked stages the last time I had asked him. I don't know if he has unlocked an additional stage or need to ask him." Seorg nodded in understanding. When he heard Issei had left the Gremory peerage, him being shocked would be an understatement. He wanted answers. He decided to talk to Surzex when the time was right, and he told him to keep this a secret. Only then he would be talking to him. Eventually he came to know what happened and where Issei was. Seorg looked at Surzex with surprise. But he also knew that if he manages to survive he would come back stronger. However, he was saddened that Issei won't fight him during the raiding game tournament. "I wonder how will he deal with my father?" Seorg spoke with a sigh. His father intentionally provoked Issei's wrath, and as a result, Issei is fighting against his father and his followers. Not that Seorg held love for his father, especially after he abandoned him and his mother. "And this John you speak of, he also has a terrible father and mother?" Surzex nodded as he responded, "Indeed, he was shunned and outright disowned for faking his way into Beacon. From his account, no one trained him in any way. They deemed him worthless." Seorg could relate to this John. His father was no different from John's parents. He was lucky to have a mother that loved and believed in him, even when his father or his clan did not. "I feel bad for him. They abandoned him to his doing. And yet they claim to prioritize family bonds." Seorg spoke with sadness. He could see why John hates his own family. Surzex shook his head and spoke, "I have a feeling that he will want vengeance against them. Even his own team and Issei are going to help them. I wonder what he will do to them." Surzex spoke as he looked at the Great King faction building, as he knew the fight will be over. Scene change. Great King faction headquarters, 00 AM. Most of the politicians were beaten and defeated, along with those devils that had supported Lord Baal. They were burned, with some of their skin being as burnt as a piece of charcoal. They were all passed out. Lord Baal had it worse. He had his stomach torn off, blood releasing from the area. His face was partially burnt, with him struggling for air, while he had a look of fear and horror etched on his face. He feared Issei even more now, and regretted provoking him now. Issei held him by the throat as he spoke. "Will you ever get in my way again?" Issei spoke coldly as Lord Baal shook his head with fear, as Issei continued. "I heard what you did to Lady Misla Baal and Seorg Baal. You abandoned him when he possessed no power, right? I will do something similar to you. You will no longer wield the power of destruction." Lord Baal was dropped as Issei activated his boosted gear in his .0 form. He started to absorb the power of destruction, while Lord Baal looked in horror. He was unable to do anything. Once Issei had done, he looked at his hand and imagined the power of destruction in his hand. He smiled knowing that he was able to snatch it successfully. This was one of Boosted Gear .0's unique ability being Absorb, which allows Issei to absorb anyone's powers if he or she is weaker than him. This meant that Issei was capable of absorbing the magical ability that allowed the usage of power of destruction. "No." Lord Baal spoke with horror and fear, as he looked at Issei, who spoke, "Now experience the suffering your son once did. Goodbye, Lord Baal." Issei walked away, leaving Lord Baal defeated. His pride took the better of him as he cursed with all his might, as he got up to ambush Issei. "Honor! Dragon!" Lord Baal shouted as Issei ducked him and gave him a punch right between his legs, towards his crotch. Lord Baal held his crotch in pain, as Issei muttered with a smile, "This one's for you, Johnny Cage." Scene change. Meanwhile, in the back rooms, level aim. Meanwhile, both Johnny Cage and Sonya Blade were on the bed in Sonya's apartment. He stopped in the middle of watching a movie as Sonya asked, "Is something wrong?" "No, I just feel proud for some reason." Sonya shook her head and sighed. "Come on, Johnny, we haven't got all day, let's carry on." They continued doing what they were doing, as they had the night alone to them. Sonya slept on Johnny's shoulder as they continued to watch, knowing they could live their lives normally. Scene change. Meanwhile, in DxD world, Baal Mansion AM, Issei managed to head towards the Baal Mansion. As he spoke to Zekrom, "He is alive, but not in the right shape." Zekrom nodded as he headed to that place. He hoped that Lord Baal does not do anything to provoke him in any way. "Hi to Issei." Issei turned around to see the one who called him, as he gave a smile in response. "It's been a while, Seorg." Seorg smiled in response as he continued, "Well, I am glad you don't hate Mado. You still remember our promise?" "I do, and I will fulfill it, Seorg, and this time I will be bringing my team with me." Issei responded with a fist bump as Seorg did the same, as he spoke with an excited tone. "I'll be waiting for that day." Issei smiled in response, as Serzek's coughed, gathering their attention. "I will be sending you your evil piece as be the way. Have you considered who will become your queen among Jade, Ingvild, or Revel? I would advise you to not open that can, Serzek and I don't want to deal with three angry girls." Issei spoke with dread as Serzek, Zekrom, and Seorg could relate. They at least had someone whose anger they did not want to provoke. Scene change. Time skip brought to you by Chibi. Issei meeting Chibi Rick. Issei and going on adventures with him in the multiverse. A few days later, Ko Academy, shocked. John and Issei were heading towards Azazel's laboratory. All of Issei's group have joined his peerage, with Ruby and John being knight pieces, John's being a mutated knight piece because of his power. Summer became a pawn piece where she took up 4 pawn pieces, while Yang took up a rook piece. Now one must be wondering, who was Issei's queen? It was Ingvild Leviathan. She became his queen after she beat Revel and Jade in a series of contests, and became the queen, while Revel and Jade reluctantly became bishops. Issei still had an empty rook and 4 empty pawns. "Anyways, John, you ready to meet the folks from the other world?" Issei asked. Earlier they had managed to get a call from Azazel that the portal to the other world is ready. John sighed as he spoke. "I am not sure, Issei. I wonder they will still care for me." Issei shook his head and responded, "From what I hear, this Saffron cares for you along with her family. Then we have the professors, headmaster, and some students in Beacon, as well as this Yuri and her family also care for you, right?" John nodded as he responded, "Yes, I guess you are right." Issei nodded as he soon reached Azazel's office, as they could see his current peerage, and Valerie Lucifer present, who was described to be a silver-haired girl with blue eyes as she spoke. "Took you too long enough. Sorry, convincing Rosweiss-sensei was a bit hard." Issei spoke with a sigh. Their relationship was not the best, since she was still a bit skeptical of his perversion. As John spoke, "You sure about not telling her about Remnant Teach?" "Not yet. We are not sure about the others from Remnant, since those from Beacon may be problematic, the students to be precise. We will only tell her once we are sure." John knew Rosweiss was the only one in the ORC that was not present in insulting Issei, and was also the only one that did not fight against Issei during their raiding game a few days ago. They both nodded in understanding, as Azazel continued, "Only the leaders and you guys along with Seorg and Riser know about Remnant, no one else does." John understood what this meant, as Azazel soon teleported everyone present to the underworld. In Ajuka's lab, Issei noticed Valerie's team not being present, as he asked, "So where is your team, Valerie?" They are still spying for the brigade, making sure they do not know about Remnant." Valerie joined the Hayadu residence after sensing his presence 3 days later, and this caused a fight to break out, where Issei, Drake, and Bell all compounded themselves onto her, beating and defeating her. However, she had already developed feelings for him, and confessed to Issei, much to his girl's jealousy. Needless to say, calming them down was a lot harder. She had officially joined the Haida residence. As soon as they came, they were greeted by Ajuka Beelzebub as well as Sirzex Lucifer that was waiting for him. "Oh, you came? The others are waiting for you," Ajuka spoke with a smile as he greeted the people present. When they went inside, they were greeted by Yasaka, Kunu, Odin, Seraphal, Falbium and Michael waiting for them. "Issei Ni-san." Kunu rushed towards him. As she reached him, she was described to be a young girl, of years old. She had golden, blonde hair tied in a ponytail and matching eyes like her mother. "It's been a while," Kunu Issei spoke while rubbing her hair as she smiled in response. As Ingvild spoke, "Aren't you going to greet the rest of us?" "Yes." Ingvild, "Nay." Kunu greeted the rest of the peerage. She got along with almost everyone, with Jan noting that she has an attitude similar to Ruby, while Ruby became good friends with her. The other leaders soon walked forward. "Well, it's been a while, hasn't it?" Yasaka spoke with a smile as she looked towards the group that she survived alongside with, as Issei nodded. "Yep, indeed. So Johnny-chan, you ready for meeting those from Remnant?" John gave a nod as he spoke. "Indeed, I am Lady Leviathan. Mao, how many times have I told you call me Levi-tan or Sarah-chan?" Seraphal spoke with a pout. She was described to be a black-haired girl with blue eyes. As everyone's sweat dropped at this, then Odin spoke. "I hope those people are friendly. Well, Ajuka, let's get started." Ajuka nodded as he started the machine. A portal was soon opened up, revealing several figures, including Headmaster Ajban, members of Team CFEY, Carden Winchester, Blake Belladonna, along with Saffron and the Terracotta, along with Crow Branwen and Taiyang Xiaolong, and finally someone who was excited to meet John now. This was Yuri Winterflake. Ruby, Yang and John were ecstatic to see them again, with Summer having tears seeing her teammate Crow and her husband Taiyang once again. Ruby and Yang also had tears, while Jade, who was behind Issei, wanted to meet, but she was not sure whether Saffron would remember her. "Ruby, Yang, John, is that you?" Blake spoke with tears in her eyes, as she immediately rushed to embrace her two teammates. John watched with a smile, while Crow spoke with surprise in his voice. "Short Stack?" "Yes, you dusty old crow. It is me." Summer spoke with a smile, as Taiyang hugged his wife after a very long time. Crow also greeted her after a very long time, as Taiyang hugged his daughters after a very long time. "John?" John was called out by Saffron, Tara and Yuri, all of whom were happy to see him. "John!" Yuri shouted in happiness as she immediately dashed towards him, and embraced him while crying endlessly. John also returned the hug as well. Soon enough Saffron and Tara along with Adrian also walked towards him, as after a while John and Yuri split up as Saffron spoke. "Aren't you going to greet your older sister?" John smiled in response as he spoke. "I would never forget." Saffron. John embraced Saffron as well, along with Tara and Adrian, as she spoke. "It is good to see you again, John. We all feared the worst when you went missing." "I know, Saffron. Come sit down. We have all a lot to catch up to." John spoke with a smile, as they nodded with happiness. None of those from Earth speak, as they all smile in happiness from them reuniting with their loved ones. Jade seemed to be nervous upon meeting them. However, Issei looked at her and responded, "Come on, go meet your older sister." "I am not sure, Issei. I doubt they would even." Issei cuts her off and speaks. "You needn't worry. You told me that your sister will love and remember you when I had doubts about Marine. Go and meet her." Jade nods as she walks forward. John then looks at her and speaks. Saffron Saphorn looks at him and looks towards the directions, and was surprised to see who was in front of her. "Jade? Is that you?" "Why yes. Did you remember?" Jade was cut off by Saffron immediately embracing her. As Jade was remained speechless, she gave him a bear hug as she spoke. "Of course I do. It's been so long since I have seen you. 6 years. Welcome back, Jade." Jade teared up upon this and returned her embrace. Issei and his peerage were happy to see this, as they soon decided to settle down and have a talk with each other. The two groups mingled with each other very well, as they got along very well. Saffron and Tai were interrogating Issei and John respectively due to them dating their loved ones. For Saffron, it is her younger sister, while Tai, it was her 2 daughters, but upon seeing them to be nice men, they did not mind. Although they were a bit worried on the fact that they have harems, however they were told by the leaders that it was legal in their world. Speaking of harems, Yuri was jealous that John had 2 other girlfriends. but she eventually relented by this and accepted Ruby and Yang as his sisters, while Blake was writing her fanfiction of John having a harem. Saffron soon met up with Mari and the two hit it off immediately. They had a lot in common and loved talking about their little brothers, much to their embarrassment. They became fast friends, and Mari even got along with Tara and Adrian. Carden was having a conversation with Issei and John, along with Yatsuhashi and Fox, as they were discussing on what John and Issei planned to do, with neither of them being interested in being huntsmen. Additionally, evening viled Ruby, Yang, Jade, Valerie, Coco, Yuri, Blake and Velvet. The ones from Remnant were surprised by this, however they understood why John no longer wanted to be a huntsman, with Ruby and Yang also staying back in Earth, much to Blake and Yuri's sadness. However, they wondered if they could join Ko, for which Issei decided to talk to the headmaster about it, much to their happiness. The others decided to finish their huntsman studies instead of joining Ko, but they promised to stay in touch. Additionally, Ashbin and Summer were discussing on what should be happening next. Summer refused to come back to Remnant because of her lack of trust in Ashbin, as the former understood he had no intention of forcing her since Azazel suggested that her staying here would be safe. Summer came to know the reason of Ashbin hiding the fact that Salem was immortal along with Crow and Tai. Crow was ready to sock him, but he was stopped by Tai, who calmed him down, as he also understood why Ashbin hid the truth. "Hey John, there is something I need to tell you," Yuri spoke with sadness in her voice, as everyone near her seemed worried. John then asked, "What happened? You remember your cousin Jackson Ark, right?" John had a frown upon hearing his name as he responded, "Yeah, what of that arrogant prick?" Jade had a bad feeling about what will happen, as Yuri speaks with worry. "Your clan wants me to engage with him, of course. I and my parents were against this. But your clan," Yuri trailed off as she started to tear up, as John became concerned as he asked with worry, "Are Yuki and Isbert alright?" Yuri shook their heads as she responded, and no tears fell from her eyes. As John and the others became concerned, Jade then asked, "What did they do?" They killed them. B. Balder and K. Krantz killed them when they defied the Sea Clans. Will Yuri spoke with a croak. She was crying as there was nothing but silence when they heard of this, as Jade exclaimed, how could they do this? They were friends of my grandparents." Jade also had tears in her eyes. She couldn't believe the clan has gotten this far, as someone spoke from a distance. "No, Jade, they did the deed. We couldn't get them arrested because of lack of evidence. Plus the Ark clan sabotaged every attempt of arresting them by controlling the courts. So we couldn't do anything. That and lack of evidence are the reason why they were safe. Additionally, we came to know of this recently. The ones that spoke were Saffron and Ashbin, as they both had saddened looks on their faces. Jade was crying when she heard of this. The clan has fallen too far. As Issei calmed her down and consoled him, while John was beyond livid at this. He already hated Balder and Krantz, but now he despised them. As John spoke, "I do not want to head back to Remnant. But today I will make an exception. I have a plan to expose Balder and Krantz, not only to the whole of Remnant." John's voice had anger in it. Everyone understood why. As Ashbin spoke, "Mr. John, what are you planning to do?" John only smiled. He looked at Issei, who was calming a crying Jade. He understood what this means. This was John's revenge. Scene change. In Remnant, Beacon Academy, 7 p.m. Beacon Academy was in complete destruction as Grimm were wiping out several students and destroying the buildings. The students were either running away in fear and escaping or fighting against Grimm. While John and Issei were watching the scene, he closed his eyes and tried to sense magic towards the lower levels of the CCTS. He looked at John and spoke. "I will head towards the CCTS and protect Amber, while you make sure to stop Pyrrha." John responded with a smile. "It would be my pleasure." Speaking of which, are Ingvild and the other girls in position. Yep, and Jade couldn't come. She is still recovering with what happened. Issei ended with anger in her voice. He remembered Mari, Yang and Ruby looking after her while the others including Valerie joined him in the fight. "Well then, let's get to work." Issei and John entered into their armor forms as they headed to the CCTS. They saw a red-haired woman in a Spartan armor heading to the area, as John immediately used Shadlock Beam as she was sent flying from a distance, as she managed to recover her stance. "Issei, go ahead and protect her. I will handle Pyrrha." Pyrrha widened her eyes when she recognized the voice. It was John's own voice. She paled when she heard this as she spoke. "John. Hello, Australian clown. It's been a while?" Pyrrha gritted her teeth in anger. As she spoke, "You have some nerve of showing back when John was not having any of it," as he slammed her to the ground with a single punch. Pyrrha coughed up upon response as she glared angrily and shouted, "You have some nerve of doing this to your own partner? Former partner. I have no traitor like you as my partner, you red-haired champion." Pyrrha got even more angry as she tried to use her semblance polarity, but was unable to do so, as John responded with telekinesis blocking her attempt to use as he twisted her hand snapping it. "Ayaha!" John knew that her aura will heal her up, as she asked, "How did a faker like you get this power?" "Easy, you that's how." John flew in the air and generated a strong shotlock beam towards her, as she took a direct hit causing her to scream in agony and pain. She was sent flying with her body bouncing on the ground. John was not done yet. He glided towards her and slammed on her stomach making her cough up, as she coughed up blood. Pyrrha tried to use Milo using the free hand that she had since her aura was still working on the damaged arm, as John blocked it with Caliban. As he deflected it with his superior strength, he stabbed her in the chest making her cough up. This shattered the last of her aura. She looked towards John with fear and hatred, as John spoke with a smile, seeing her helpless and fearful state. "How pathetic!" John grabbed Pyrrha by her hair and spoke, "I am going to make an example out of you." Meanwhile, Issei was fighting against a fair-skinned young woman with ashen black hair that covers her left eye. She has bright amber eyes. This was Cinderfall, as he spoke mockingly. He was in his balance breaker armor. "Seriously, is that all you have got? You disappoint me." Cinder gritted her teeth in anger. She was so close to getting her fall maiden powers, but she was interrupted by the man in front of him. She constantly tried to fight against him, but she was unable to do anything. Any attack she threw at him was easily dealt with. She was powerless to stop him in any way. To Cinder, it felt like she was facing someone much more stronger than Cinder herself. "Don't be angry, it's nothing personal. I was asked to stop you, and let's end this." Issei looked at the false maiden with apathy. He was no secret to the maiden powers thanks to Summer, and has taken on her as well. The woman in front of him was barely a challenge and was much weaker than Summer. "You! I was so close to gaining the maiden powers. But you dare intervene me. You even defeated Mercury and Emerald like they were nothing. You will regret this." Cinder unleashed her scimitars as she rushed towards Issei with the intent to kill him, as Issei brought out Ascalon as he blocked them with ease. His sword skills are really something as he sliced off one of her arms, making her scream in pain. "Ayaha!" Cinder lost her left hand as she looked at it in horror and fear. Her chances of fighting against this monster as he spoke, "Last chance, stand down." "Never! I will never surrender." Issei sighed and spoke, "Don't say I did not warn you." "Living weapon mode." The boosted gear chanted as Issei had his gauge had merged with his boosted gear. This is one of the alternative armors he had gained when he had lost his promotions and Cardinal Crimson promotion, after being well trained off course. Issei blitzed towards her and aimed his shotgun at her. He fired a single shot as Cinder backflipped to avoid the attack, but some pellets were struck at her. She gritted her teeth in pain, but before she could get this far, Issei fired another shot at her legs. As it destroyed her legs, she staggered, immediately losing one arm and one leg. She was powerless against him. Cinder had fear in her eyes. She was powerless against him. As Issei looked at her and spoke with a serious tone, "Don't look at me with those eyes. You brought this on yourself. You should have surrendered when you got the chance." Issei fired a final shot that immediately killed her. Her upper torso was sent flying. Issei looked at her coldly. As her corpse soon slumped down, he knew that she was dangerous to be kept alive, since she would only cause more trouble for everyone involved. He knew she tried to kill him multiple times, and it was by instinct to take her down. He also saw her trying to escape, but Issei did not let that happen. The reason Issei killed her was because he gave her 3 chances to leave and walk out, but she refused every time, and tried to kill him. In the backrooms, it was kill or be killed. He remembered that he had to kill his opponents if he and his allies had to survive, while making sure no one was harmed from his group. He knew many entities, humans and even supernatural creatures had tried to kill him. This included even his ex-girlfriend and her allies, who the team made sure to kill, not just once, but 2 times. Issei decided to head back. Unbeknownst to him, that a orb came out of Cinder's corpse and went straight into Amber, who was still in comatose. Issei returned to his regular balance breaker, as he saw John looking at him, and responded, "So you are done with yours?" "Yep, it's time we head outside with our prize," John spoke while raising the fearful Pyrrha by the hair as he spoke. "So what now?" "We will use her to lure Alex out. Using her we will force the Arcs to surrender Balder and Krantz to us. This can end either in two outcomes, either Balder and Krantz come to us, thinking me as a weakling, or they end up sacrificing Alexandria for their clan's sake. Either way, it will destroy the clan's reputation." John spoke with a sinister grin, making Issei sigh. His hatred for his clan was well known even to him. "Why, you monster! She is your sister. How can you do this to her?" Pyrrha spoke with fear, as John brought her closer to him, his blank helmet revealing a more mature version of the John she last saw. "Alexandria is no sister of mine, and the Arc clan of Remnant is no family of mine. I will make sure to make an example of you. Come, Pyrrha." John dragged Pyrrha by her hair while she screamed in pain. Issei followed suit, as he looked at Pyrrha in a disappointed manner. Once they were out, they saw Nora, Lai, Alex and Weiss approaching them. As Weiss asked, "Pyrrha, are you dash?" Weiss was unable to complete when she saw the horrifying fate of Pyrrha Nikos, held by none other than John Arc and an armored man, who was Issei in his balance breaker form. "Hello, old friends." The reactions were shock and horror at first, as Pyrrha shouted, "Run away, Alex, he has come for his vengeance, he wants to dash." Pyrrha was stomped on the ground as John stepped on her stomach, making her groan in pain. "Pyrrha!" Nora rushed towards John, ready to break his legs with her weapon Manghild, as Alex shouted, "Nora, wait!" However, before she could reach John, Issei intercepted her and grabbed her by the throat. He started to choke her, causing her to drop her hammer. Alex, Ren and Weiss tried to charge at him, but Issei spoke coldly. "Make one move, and I'll snap her neck." Nora tried to release herself from Issei's grip, but it was too powerful. John soon kicked Pyrrha towards a wall, knocking her out cold, as he told, "Can handle Nora, and prevent Alex escaping?" Issei nodded as he looked at Nora. John went towards Lai and Weiss, dealing with them as well. Issei then spoke, "So Nora, from what I heard from John, you like breaking legs, right?" Nora struggled even more as she tried to escape. Issei looked at the nearby Manghild and picked it up. He proceeded to slam Nora over and over again. However, as he did, he felt a fireball to his face, which he ignored. Alex looked in horror as her fireballs did barely anything to him. She was looking at a monster that her former brother had befriended. She looked at Issei as he slammed her one final time, shattering her aura. Nora groaned in pain. Issei brought out Manghild and struck both of her legs multiple times, causing her to scream in pain. Nora looked at her legs. It was completely mangled. She looked at Issei and spoke with fear. "Why are you doing this? Is it not obvious? You hurt my friend past his aura. You deserve every bit of pain coming to you. However, I am not interested in punishing you in any way. It is her that we want." Issei spoke the last part while looking at Alex. He walked away from Alex, as she tried to flee but was too late. Issei quickly pinned her down and slammed her, preventing her from escaping. He soon decided to activate a barrage of dragon shots at her, causing her to scream in pain. "Aha!" He made sure to quickly shatter her aura so that she does not become a problem. Issei looked at her and spoke. "You aren't going nowhere. I heard some interesting things about you as well, on how you sabotaged your twin's attempt at training, and worry not. Tonight, that same twin is going to ruin any and all reputation of the Arc clan." Issei spoke, looking at Alexandria coldly, while Alex gritted her teeth and looked away with anger. There was nothing she could do, as her twin and this friend of his are going to ruin the clan completely. Meanwhile, John was easily countering Ren's hand-to-hand combat. With ease, he looked at his former friend coldly, as he slammed him with his telekinesis, causing him to flinch. Lai looked at John with fear as he stomped on him and landed a curb stomp on him. His aura managed to heal him, but he felt the pain. "So Rennie, how does it feel? You tried to attack me past my aura when I was defenseless, and if it was not for Goodwitch, you would have continued your torture, right, Rennie?" John kept kicking him at every step, causing him to grit his teeth, which changed to screams. Weiss tried to assist him, but John used telekinesis to bind her. Upon sensing this, he then sent her flying, crashing to a nearby wall. He decided to deal with her after dealing with Lai. John generated 3 different aura crystals. As he jumped up in the air, he generated a lightish silvery beam towards Lai, who looked in horror and fear. John then shouted, "Shotlock beam." The beam immediately struck Lyran, who screamed in pain. He soon passed out. His clothes were torn and he was bleeding from his arms, legs and face. John looked at him apathetically as he turned his attention to Weiss, as she looked at him with fear. "What's the matter, Weiss? Scared? Good, cause you will also meet the same fate as Rennie." John dashed towards her as she used her glyphs to block, but John easily cuts them off with Caliban with ease. Weiss tried to escape, but John grabbed her by the throat and slammed her with his free hand. Weiss was speechless. In her thoughts she couldn't believe the dolt that once loved her can become so strong and so cruel, even to his own family. She was now fearful on what John plans to do with her. He has already tortured Pyrrha and Lai, and now she was next on the list. Now suffer. John grabbed Weiss by the hand and crushed it, causing her to drop the Murdenaster. Weiss screamed in pain as John crushed it with a stomp, causing Weiss to look at her hand and her weapon in disbelief. Nothing could save any of it. John followed it with a kick to her face, as he spoke. "I feel ashamed of myself that I once had feelings for you. But now I have already found 3 people that loved me for who I am. 2 of them are Ruby and Yang." John spoke with a smile, while Weiss glared at him with anger, fear and hatred. "Oh, and that reminds me, Ruby, Blake and Yang have already planned to remove you from your team. Now you will know how it feels like to have no one to be with, you dash." Weiss was unable to complete as John followed up with a kick to her face, almost cracking her jaw, as she held her jaw in pain. Her aura was flickering with a shade of light blue. John followed up with a pulse bomb towards her, which was another of his aura abilities. A barrage of explosions which followed suit, as it resulted in massive explosions. From the explosion, Weiss's body was sent flying. Her clothes were tattered and like Lai she was bleeding. She was groaning in pain as the last of her aura was shattered. John looked away as he walked towards Alex as Issei prevented her from escaping. He looked at Issei and spoke. "Seems like Nora is been dealt with." "Yep, and I even got Manghild as my trophy." Issei matched the wavelength of Nora's weapon to his as he used to simulate on Manghild as he absorbed it into his boosted gear. "It seems like you got another, haven't you?" Drake asked to Issei as he responded, "Yep, so now you can use hammer abilities and a grenade launcher. That belonged to Manghild, right?" Issei mentally nodded to Belle's words as they looked at Alexandria. John had carried Alexandria on his back like a sack of potatoes. They decided to head towards the main location where the Wyvern was as the 4 others along with them. Soon enough they reached to where Valerie, Ingvild, Summer, Rex, Music Man in his DJ form and Yuri, as they all managed to defeat the Wyvern and other Grimm with ease. "So that is her?" Valerie asked with surprise as she looked at Alex, who looked at them with fear, as Ingvild spoke. "Let's take her away and bring those 2 here." Alex gritted her teeth recognizing Yuri. She was not only a traitor for supporting her former brother but also is now going to be responsible for the fall of the clan's reputation. John looked at Issei as he brought out Alex's scroll from her left pocket, making her wonder what they plan on doing with it. Scene change. Forest Remnant. 9 p.m. John and the rest of the group managed to reach the location where they had tied up Alex and crucified her so that she does not escape. She looked at the 2 boys with anger in her eyes, as she hated them even more. "So is everything set?" John gave a nod in response as he spoke. "Yes, hey Issei, can you pass me her scroll?" Issei nodded as Alex shouted with anger in her voice, "You disgraceful bastard! It was not enough for you to disgrace the family name, but also you perform such heinous acts. You should be ashamed dash." John cuts her off with a hard slap to the face. While Issei looks apathetically at her, he soon removes the scrolls so that he could give it to John later on. "Shut your mouth, Alexandria. I know what your clan did. They are the reason why my in-laws are dead, but worry not, I will destroy your clan's reputation as well as make those that harmed and killed them dead." John shouted with equal anger in his voice. His former twin's anger was appalling even to him as he continued, "I would have never come back to this bloody place. But your actions made me come back. I will make sure the clan pays for its actions." Alex gritted her teeth in anger and crying with pain from the hard slap John gave her. She hated him even more now. As Issei spoke, Your clan is nothing but a bunch of morons at this point. You should have trained John properly, especially with your enemies and Grim of this world. And you, whatever your name is, you will pay for messing with the clan. Kronos will destroy you no matter how strong you are. You armored freak. John socked her up again as Alexandria grunted in pain. John spoke angrily. You dare disrespect my friend Dash. Issei stops him and speaks. I got this. Issei looks at Alexandria and speaks seriously. You refuse to listen to reason, that is why I called your clan a bunch of morons. And if you want to know my name is Issei Hayaду, and I will show that your clan is nothing but a bunch of weak, narcissistic, prideful, power-hungry, callous, pompous and self-centered morons, except for Saffron and her family. Alexandria gritted her teeth as she shouted in response, as she started to shout again. You dare disrespect my family. I will dash. John used telekinesis to make her shut up as he stated, one more word, and I'll snap your neck, right here and right now. Alex gulped in fear when she heard that John won't hesitate to kill her. She remained silent as soon enough. The other four also came inside, with Issei speaking. So is everything prepared? Yes, everything is done. Have you called that sperm donor? Valerie asked while eyeing Alexandria with anger. She could relate to John given she had an abusive father herself, unlike John's father who abandoned him without a second thought. Listening to old men of the clan. Not yet. And are the listening and viewing devices done? John asked, to which Ingvild responded, yes, it's placed in several locations except this one. I will begin. The live stream will begin when you end the call to the sperm donor. Then let's get this show on the road. John spoke when Issei had an idea, although he decided to wait once the call is over. John soon dialed up Nicholas's number. Soon enough he picked up the call. Oh Alex, you finally picked up. I saw the beacons. Nicholas was cut off by John's voice, shocking him to no end. As John spoke, hello father, you. Where is Alex, and what are you doing with her scroll? John only laughed as he spoke. Take a look for yourself. John activated the video call where he could see Alex beaten up and chained. Nicholas looked at Alex and angrily shouted on the phone, you damned disgrace. You dare do this to your own sister. I will make you pay. John laughed in response as he cuts off the video call and responds, listen to what I have to say then. If you Nicholas cuts him off and screams, you will regret doing this. I will make sure to hunt Dash. John cuts him off and retorts, one more scream and I will make sure to send her your corpse. Nicholas remained silent after that. As Hans spoke, good boy, now listen and listen well. Tell those old farts you call elders to send in Balder and Krantz alone, with no assistance, or the rest of your clan. Let me make this very clear. Oh, and one more thing, you only have 3 hours. If you can't send them to the coordinates I am giving you with from this device, then the next thing you will find is Alexandria's corpse. Nicholas got even more angry as he screamed, you disgrace, I will dash. John disconnects the call as Summer comments, geez, your father loves to yell. John sighs in response as Yuri speaks with a tone of gratitude, thank you John, for helping me to provide justice to my family. No worries, Yuki and Isbert are like family to me. If anything, the fact that they went against grandparents' desires even more, shows how far this family has fallen. It's time for them to suffer. Yuri smiled in response as she also thanked Issei in response, you too Issei, for not only saving and helping John, but also for making sure my family receives justice. And no biggie, a friend of John is a friend of mine, although, I never thought he would have a fiancée. Issei smacked John's back, making the duo blush, while the others were smiling happily in response. The only one watching the scene with hatred was Alexandria, since Yuri was supposed to be engaged to Jackson, her cousin and not her disgraceful brother. Hours later, Issei and John had depowered their armors, as they yawned in boredom, waiting for their 2 victims to arrive. Even Ingvild did not start the live stream since she did not want to waste any time right now. She sat beside Issei, who was preparing for the fight. They made sure to not let Alex recover her aura by constantly attacking her with other elemental attacks. Oh hey Ingvild looked at Issei and spoke with concern. Do you think that Jadash? Issei cuts her off by keeping his hand on her mouth, startling her as he points out to Alex, who was sniffling in sadness. John suggested them to keep Jade's identity and existence a secret. Not here, Issei spoke with a hushed tone as Ingvild nodded in understanding as they soon walk out to an area far away from Alex. as Issei looks at his scroll. Just got a text from Marine. She told me that she was alright and is not crying. Still she is devastated for what the Arcs have done to Mr. and Mrs. Winterflake. Ingvild nodded in understanding. Despite being rivals for Issei's affection, she cared for Jade a lot. However, just as Issei sensed something, he looked at Ingvild and spoke. Prepare the live stream. They are here, and like John figured, they did not come alone. An whole army is coming with them. Ingvild nodded with a serious tone, as she used her scroll and set it up in a position where Alex is. Issei looked at Ingvild and spoke. We also need to hide Alex in a different location. Balder and Krantz won't talk if they see Alex. Ingvild nodded as she teleported Alexandria to a different location far away from where Balder and Krantz could view or anyone could see. Alexandria tried to protest, but a glare from Ingvild and Issei silenced her completely. Out of fear, she was kept under a special location hidden inside of the forest. A tape was tied to her mouth so that she could not speak or shout, and Rex kept an eye on her so that she could not escape. There is a huge bullhead fleet coming our way, Summer spoke as she was joined by Music Man in his regular form. As John came forward and spoke, it seems like the Arcs didn't honor our request, typical of them. Well, Valerie, Ingvild, Summer, can handle them, right? Leave it to me. Valerie spoke with a battle maniac grin. Balance break. Vanishing dragon balance breaker. Albion roared as Valerie flew to the location. Issei then spoke. Take Rex and Music Man with you. The other two girls nodded as Rex climbed on Summer's shoulder, while Ingvild carried Music Man in her arms. They soon headed to the location to deal with the armada. After a while, 2 fighter jets came in, which John recognized them to be Mach 8 Arc aircraft. An extremely speedy jet belonging to Mason or Drasso and Kronos, or anyone you want to give it to, whose speeds travel as fast as the speed of sound. It is very loud as opposed to a regular aircraft. However, it can move slowly at no sound. The aircraft is fitted with laser blasters that can even destroy a Mega Goliath without a problem. They fired laser blasters as John used telekinesis to stop them with ease, shocking their attackers. John then looked at Issei, who entered into his own balance breaker. As 2 giant cannons came out, he fired at them, while John prevented from escaping, forcing them to eject from their ships. The 2 attackers were revealed to be Balder and Krantz, just like John had expected. Yuri was seething in rage seeing them. While Issei fell down removing his cannons, Balder and Krantz glared at Issei, who destroyed their crafts, while John sent the lasers to different sections of the forest, causing explosions. Issei then asked, Are they the ones you want to take down? Indeed. John looks at Balder and Krantz and speaks. Hello, uncles. You damned disgrace. Where is your sister? Balder asked angrily. As John spoke, she is in this forest somewhere. But before you go, tell me, were you the ones that attacked Yuri's parents? Balder could see Yuri's and John's anger. While the armored man was neutral, he did not seem to be having any emotions that they could gather. They assumed that the armored man, being Issei, must be the weakest amongst the trio. Unbeknownst to them, he is the amongst the 3, and this will be the first mistake they would be doing. Indeed, but what's it to you? Besides, there is nothing you can do that will change what will happen next, cause you are nothing but a weakling. Balder spoke with a mocking tone, as Yuri gritted her teeth in anger, but John stopped her from doing anything reckless. She looked at John and nodded. He cared for her, and that was all she wanted to hear. I have to agree, the 2 of you are a match made in heaven, a disgrace to the Arcs, and someone who defied the clan and betrayed them over this disgrace. There is no telling on how far the 2 of you will succeed, without the clan's support. You 2 disgrace the memory of your grandparents. Issei was also getting angry now. How dare they insult his best friend? While Drake and Bell were also getting angry at this attitude of theirs. Yuri and John were seething with anger, as John angrily retorted, Do not disrespect my grandparents with your garbage, Balder. They loved me for who I am, and they wouldn't have betrayed me. John remembered his conversation with his deceased grandparents' souls, which were captured and stored by Shang Tsung, after Issei and his friends defeated the Deadly Alliance. The fact that Shang Tsung was able to take on John's grandparents showed what he is capable of. Issei noted that if he wanted to, he could take the whole Arc clan down, and use their souls for his own well-being. They told him that he will always be loved, and they were angered by what they had heard. Deeming the elders irredeemable, They also told something that would surprise him to no bounds. They wished for John to lead the clan, since they saw no one to be worthy of leading the clan, especially not those elders. Krantz angrily retorted, "You have no right to speak their names, you disgrace." John shook his head and responded, "If anyone is the disgrace, it is you, Krantz. No, the whole clan has become like this thanks to the elders. But don't worry, I will make sure none of you ever harm my loved ones ever again." John entered into his Ventus armor and dashed towards Balder, as he used to throw Heimdall towards John, who used telekinesis to block it mid-flight, as Yuri landed a ice shard towards the frozen Balder, sending him flying. "Balder!" Krantz shouted, trying to assist him, but was ambushed by Issei. "Your fight is with me, toilet head!" Krantz gritted his teeth with fury as he had to deal with Issei. Using his weapon Mars, he tried to stab Issei in his armor, only for it to be blocked by Issei's hand, as he grabbed it and twisted it, making Krantz scream in pain. Meanwhile, Balder was being hounded by both Yuri and John. Yuri kept flinging her ice spikes at John, while John constantly used telekinesis to block his movements, making him unable to do anything. Yuri did not let up and froze his legs, which was soon followed up by a punch to the face courtesy of John. Balder felt like spitting as John spoke. "You know the best part about aura." John socked him again and again, as Balder tried to use Heimdall again to defend himself, but John's free hand prevented him from using the telekinesis. Balder gritted his teeth in pain. He used Aura Burst to push the two away as he spoke with outright fury. "I will kill you too. If it is the last thing I do." Balder dashed towards John with anger, intending to kill Yuri first. He was going to take her down first and then John. As Balder was ready to kill Yuri, he used Heimdall to send John flying. With him distracted, he went after Yuri. She created an ice wall to defend herself, as she used ice spikes to block Balder. But driven by mad rage, he easily destroyed the ice. She had a look of fear, as Balder slammed her with the mace, sending her flying. The blow was strong enough for her to puke. He kept slamming her while John tried to stabilize himself. Yuri's aura was on the verge of shattering, just as she looked up to see Balder ready to kill her. "Die like your parents, Winterflake." Yuri had a look of horror, as she had an ice wall to protect herself which she generated. She made the strongest ice wall to defend herself, which exhausted the last of her aura. Just as Balder was ready to eliminate her, Balder froze. His whole body lost control, as he turned his eyeballs around. He looked at a very angry John, who slammed him to the nearby tree with his telekinesis. John dashed towards Balder, who tried to quickly grab Heimdall. However, John stomped on his left hand, completely breaking it. H. Shotlock beam! John sent a beam towards him as Balder was sent flying, as he had his clothes tattered and blood coming from his body. John did not stop there. Before he could react, John kicked him in the guts so hard that he felt like puked up. Balder looked at John, as he had aura, and unleashed several aura blasts at him, making a lot of explosions. "Die!" John shouted in pure anger, as Yuri watched in worry, with Issei kicking Krantz and also watching in concern. However, he turned back to deal with Krantz. Balder screamed in pain throughout the entire confrontation. When the dust settled, Balder was in pain. As he groaned, Yuri soon walked towards him as she spoke in concern. "John." John turned around to Yuri and asked, "Are you alright?" Yuri nodded as he responded, "I am fine, John. Just concerned." "I am fine. Seeing you almost killed made something in me. Snap." "I am sorry." Yuri shook her head and responded, "I am glad you are alright. I was almost close to getting seriously injured though." John nodded as he looked at his fiancée and responded, "Very well. Shall we end this?" Yuri looked at Balder coldly and responded, "Let's shall." "Balder!" Krantz shouted. He tried to help Balder, seeing his state, but Issei was not going to let him happen. He removed his helmet and tried to freeze Issei with his semblance, as a purple light glowed on him. But Issei dashed towards him. "How?" Krantz spoke in horror as Issei spoke. "My travels made me a strong person physically and mentally. Your semblance frozen gaze has no effect on me." Issei remembered him even resisting Emerald's semblance due to him surviving level S illusions, which were real and false illusions both. He dealt with surviving the backrooms. He can deal with this member of the Kronos as well. "I thought the Kronos were your clan's top dogs. But to me, you are nothing short of a weakling, and I did not even use my semblance against any of you." Issei spoke with a mocking tone, as Krantz gritted his teeth, as he kicked Krantz in the stomach, making them cough up. He kept slamming him to the ground over and over again, as he shattered the last of his aura, as he looked at him coldly. I'll let John will decide your fate. Issei grabbed him by his chest and threw towards Balder. John and Yuri turns towards the one who threw it as Issei walked towards them as John spoke with a smile. It was barely anything, right? Issei depowered himself as he responded. Indeed, it was easy, they were hardly a problem. Balder looked at the three with fear, as he spoke. Why, you three will regret messing with the clan. The elders will make sure you regret it. Balder soon smiled as he continued. Why, you will never receive the justice you wanted. Funny you mention it, Balder. John spoke as he walked behind towards the hidden scroll that was present in there. As he spoke with a smile, the video is already live streamed across all of Remnant, and now the whole clan has been disgraced completely. Everyone is watching this video. Balder and Krantz became pale, as Issei transformed into his armor, to prevent any more ambushes as he turned around to see the girls from his group. As Issei asked, I take the armada has been dealt with? Yes, we made sure to deal with every last one of them. But a certain Emilio Lo managed to escape. Is he going to be a problem? Valerie asked John, to which he responded, none whatsoever. Anyways, let's end this show. There are a few more people I also want to deal with before we went home. Issei, can you pass me a bottle of liquid pain? I want to make him suffer. Everyone minus Yuri and John became surprised as Issei asked, you sure of this, John? Yes, I want to make these two men suffer, and I want to send a message to the Arcs as well. Issei nodded as he passed 2 bottles of liquid pain, which were red bottles of concentrated liquid. Yuri, freeze their bodies, make sure they only can move their jawbones. Yuri, freeze their bodies, make sure they only can move their jawbones. Yuri looked at the bottles and asked, what are they? Let's just say we are going to give them agonizing deaths for their crimes. Balder and Krantz looked at John with fear. As Yuri nodded, they tried to beg, but Yuri froze their entire bodies, excluding their jawbones. They were only able to mouth their words, to which Yuri spoke. Don't beg for mercy, you 2 bastards have brought this on yourselves. John gave 1 bottle to her and asked, you want to do the honors? All you have to do, feed and then watch the show, that is all. Yuri nodded. She took the bottle. She looked at Balder and opened the bottle. She then moved his jaw mouth and emptied the contents of the bottle and made Balder drink it. John did the same to Krantz as well. Just as they started to drink the bottle's contents, they started to feel an itching pain. They couldn't even scream, as they looked at Yuri and John or anyone begging for mercy. The first felt burning sensation at point of contact, which was at their throats, which was followed by intense irritation and itchiness of the epidermis. Then it was a gradual rise in internal body temperature, and as the liquid reached the stomach they felt intense stabbing pain within the stomach, which was resulting from acidic corrosion of stomach lining and intestines, and then it was further stabbing pain spread throughout the entire body, followed up by boiling of blood, rupture of veins/arteries, and internal bleeding. The whole situation lasted for. The others looked at the 2 without empathy or mercy as they tried to escape their fate, but were unable to. They tried to beg for mercy, but soon enough, they couldn't handle it and died, tragically. Balder and Krantz were dead. It's finally over. Yuri spoke with a breather. As John calmed her down, she gave him a smile in response, as her parents were finally avenged. What now? I still have some things left to do. You all should head back to home. I and Issei have some people to deal with. Yuri shook her head and spoke. No, I have an idea who you want to deal with. Let us all end this debacle with them once and for all. And you girls? Ingvild, Valerie and Summer nodded in agreement, as John and Issei looked at each other and smiled. Sure, let us all go home and end this once and for all. John stopped the live stream and Ingvild flew off to grab Alexandria, who was shocked by what she witnessed and what John and his friends did to her uncles, as well as on how they ruined their clan's reputation completely. Issei teleported everyone to a compound Jade talked about, where he would be present. Scene change. Our compound 0000 AM. The elders were petrified and fearful, as they had an emergency meeting, but just as they were about to do so, there was a massive explosion that had taken place. A greenish-red beam was the last thing they could see before some of them passed out due to the power. One of them, being Mason, asked, "What the? Don't tell me that disgrace dash." Mason was unable to complete this sentence as all the elders were being choked, including Belize, who knew it was John's doing. He looked at his former nephew in his Ventus armor along with Issei and Valerie. He threw Alexandria on the ground as Belize rushed towards her. He looked at her and spoke. She is alive. Belize was silent, as he spoke, looking at John. John, what are you going to do? John looked at Belize as he responded. One of the elders in this room is going to be eliminated tonight. This was on request of my grandparents. They wanted him eliminated. Belize was quiet. He did not see John lying, meaning that his grandparents were alive somewhere. Mason then spoke. You lie. Just like you had done in Beacon, and now your actions have tarnished our reputation and dash? Mason was once again unable to complete as he looked at Belize and spoke angrily. This is what your parents intended for the clan to become, Belize? Answer me. Belize looked down, knowing he was right. Safiria warned him about John retaliating, and this is what happened. As John scanned someone else amongst the group, he could see him trying to escape. This was none other than Wilzark, as John grabbed him by his head and slammed him in the nearby table. Please have mercy. John looked at him coldly as he used his hand to keep slamming him. Belize did not stop him, while the other elders tried to stop, especially Mason, who used his semblance, but suddenly. Divide! 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 The elders felt their strength losing, with Mason losing his armor and looking helplessly at the duo. Sorry, I have no mercy for scum like you. John started to choke him and easily snapped his neck, killing him instantly. John looked at Belize and spoke. I had no intention of killing him. My grandparents wanted him dead. Belize understood this, as he did not sense John lying in any way this time, meaning he somehow met his grandparents, and they told him the truth. Just as they entered, the doors burst in, revealing Jackson, who was captured by Ingvild, Summer and Yuri, as John walked towards him and spoke. Hello, Jackson. Why you disgrace? I will not dash. Yuri slammed him in the gut and responded. You will not disrespect my John like that. You need to come up with some creative, cousin, but surely, you won't learn. You were always the annoying one whenever you came to us for visiting. You don't respect anyone but yourself. John slapped him hard on the cheek. As Jackson responded with spitting on his face, the others were about to react when John used telekinesis to block it, and it fell to the ground. John proceeded with a kick, slamming Jackson to the ground. Pathetic, really pathetic. I would enjoy killing you, but I want to make this a warning. John grabbed Jackson by the throat and started to choke him as he spoke. Stay away from my girl, Yuri, or I will make sure you meet the same fate as Balder and Krantz. John's words made Jackson nod with fear over and over again. John threw him away as he soon spoke. Goodbye. You won't see me again. Issei and Valerie walked towards him and teleported away. He was not interested in dealing with anyone. Mason went on to help Jackson, as he gritted his teeth in anger. They have lost their reputation completely. Belize helps Alexandria out of her constraints. As she cried on to her uncle, she was partially responsible for what John had did. Soon enough, the rest of her family had come in. As Nicholas exclaimed, Alex? Alex looked at her father as Nicholas and Juniper along with the rest of their family embraced her. Nicholas and Juniper were livid at what John did, while the sisters being equally angry at John's actions. Jean was the angriest as she despised her former brother even more, vowing to one day kill him, no matter the cost. However, that was not going to happen, since all of Remnant knows what they did, and they have lost any and all respect there. They will now suffer discrimination as John's actions caused the reputation to plummet to nothingness. There was nothing they could do for now, but suffer. There was no way to fix their reputation for now. Scene change. Time skip brought to you by Chibi Issei trying to find a way out of the infinite curve. 2 days later, Co Park, 0:0 p.m. 2 days have passed since the events that transpired in Remnant, due to which Jade was taken care of by Issei and his friends. As she was still in grief, Issei even stayed with her for much longer as well. Thanks to that, Jade has been getting a little better. Right now, Issei and Jade were on a walk as Issei spoke. So how you are doing? Better than ever. Thanks. Issei. Jade spoke with a smile. Issei would go through any lengths for his comrades, friends and loved ones. Issei had a small smile in response as he looked away, with Jade chuckling at his blushing nature. Anyways, what is your plan for the upcoming raiding game? Jade asked Issei as he responded, well, I have none for now, since it would be weeks when our raiding game matchups would even begin. Issei spoke with a sigh as he thought for a moment. Our main challenge would be Seorg. He is pretty much a one-man wrecking crew. Then we have to deal with Sona Citri. Sure, her firepower is bad in her team, but Sona knows how to make tactical decisions. I have faced her and her major win point was to eliminate me, since I was one of Rias's strongest pieces. But despite this she lost. Jade nodded in understanding, as she asked in response, remembering a move that Issei had talked about when he was still a pervert. That is when you used palingual, right? Yep, as a result it got banned, but I am pretty sure it was for embarrassing reasons from what my former master told me. A lot of complaints were from the female members of the Citri peerage. That is why my former master banned me from using it. After that, Jade sighed in response as she spoke. She seemed to be a lot controlling. Now that you speak about it, looking back, she actually was controlling and I actually did little to prevent her control. Then again, a lot of high-class devils are known to be like that. They have a lot of pride in them as well. Jade, Issei continued with a sigh. As he continued, one things lead to another, and then everything she had built for went crumbling down. Issei spoke, remembering the brutal defeat Rias had experienced along with her peerage when Issei was not there, during the raiding game finals. Jade then added her own words. Yeah, it did, and Seorg became the raiding game champion. In the aftermath, no wonder she was so desperate to win you back. I'd say that her loss even made her act like that in front of you, remember? Issei shrugged it off and spoke, well, it matters not, and she lost it even when I warned them to not fight. They chose this route, and now they are living in the Gremory mansion. Jade nodded in agreement, as she looked around seeing the park as she spoke. This park brings bad memories, doesn't it? Not anymore. Rainier was never meant to be my girlfriend, or anyone's. As a matter of fact, Jade sighed as she spoke. I know, and that woman is the reason why many of my men died. If anything from what our last encounter was, she died a horrible death. When Shang Tsung made us fight against Rainier and his group, who were much stronger than when we fought them at level 8. True, and we made sure to deal with the sorcerer after that, Issei added as the couple continued to walk. As she did, her eye turned to something as Issei asked, what's the matter? I sensed something weird. Me semblance acted upon something. Jade rushed to the direction, and saw an object lying on the ground. She picked it up as she spoke. These seemed like some glasses. Jade used her semblance as she could see that these very advanced glasses, something that she was even struggling to manipulate. Jade, are you okay? Why, yeah, I am fine. Jade calmed down as she continued. These glasses, I have never seen them before. Maybe I should take them back to lab for research. Are you sure? It could be something dangerous, Issei warned her as Jade nodded. I know, but if I am able to crack this with my semblance, we can find out where it came from and what it could do. Alright, but if it is dangerous, we may have to get rid of it. Jade nodded in understanding as he spoke. Let's let Lord Beelzebub and Azazel-sensei know about this. Jade nodded in agreement as the duo headed back to their home. They knew that they can find out about it the next day. Unbeknownst to them, the device they had taken them would change their lives forever. They have taken their first step to open Pandora's box. Here is the information of all the characters that were in the backrooms as well as their pasts. Non-entity characters. Issei Hayadu, the youngest child of the Hayadu family, the Red Dragon Emperor, and the younger brother of Mari Hayadu. The leader of Issei's group and peerage. He is the former member of the Gremory peerage and the Occult Research Club. He had left due to Rias not letting him confess properly, and everyone else minus Revel double downing on a bad situation. Despite this, they never learned to apologize even after his return. Issei ran away and was present in the park where he fell into the backrooms alongside Revel, who was present to calm him down. He eventually found new companionship in the form of Revel Phoenix, John Arc, Ruby Rose, Yan Xiaolong, Naofumi Iwatani, Raphtalia, Ingvile Leviathan, Jade Arc, Summer Rose, Yasaka and Heinz Bernadotte. Issei and his group, led by Issei, was able to maneuver through the backrooms, keeping his team and allies alive while being able to leave successfully even when the Redacted Watcher and his allies tried their best to stop them and drive them insane. One of the most quality traits of Issei is quickly able to plan, intuition and persistence, that was able to keep his friends and allies alive and well. Additionally, his kindness, compassion, and good-natured attributes was also able to get the admiration of his friends, and the love of his lovers. Even those that are from MEG remember and cherish him a lot, which includes other members of his alliance. However, he is ruthless and cold to those that harm his friends and those that hurt him, or his friends even in the past. But despite this, he can still be reasonable towards others, which was true when he tried to reason with Alexandria, only for her to not even hear him. Semblance, Dragon Force. Dragon Force is Issei's semblance. This semblance of his allows him to transform into a dragonid being, which allows him to increase his strength, agility, stamina, durability, magical potency, magical ability, and tenacity. There are different stages to this semblance, and with each stage he unlocks a new elemental manipulation and further increases his stats. Known stages are: Stage allows only fire and wind manipulation. Stage allows earth manipulation and better fire and wind manipulation. The user can also use lava and sand manipulation. Stage allows water manipulation and way better fire, wind and earth manipulation than stage manipulation. The user can also combine the elements to use sludge manipulation, steam manipulation, and storm manipulation. Stage allows electric manipulation and best fire and wind manipulation and way better water and earth manipulation. The user has not yet discovered any combination to unlocking combination elements. There is an unknown final stage that allowed Issei to use its power with the gear to defeat the Watcher. Additionally, Issei is not the only one that can use this semblance. Drake also can due to their souls being interconnected. One major weakness of this semblance is its berserker mode, which makes the user lose complete control of themselves and their sanity. They become into mindless beasts that will rampage and destroy everything if they lose control. The only way is to exhaust the user's aura to stop this. Issei also has a weakness: he lets his emotions get the better of him, sometimes preventing to properly and rationally think at times. As a result, he is prone to making mistakes, and as a result he and everyone around him suffers. Ravel Phoenix, the youngest daughter of the Phoenix clan and the former bishop of Riser Phoenix's peerage. Ravel started off as a spoiled, arrogant and snobbish during her debut, but is later revealed to be a well-mannered, modest, elegant, and polite young girl, but shown to be initially harsh towards those whom she dislikes. She partially blamed herself for the misunderstanding that had happened between Issei and the Gremory peerage, but Issei assured her it was Rias's fault for jumping to conclusions. She was the first to fall for Issei amongst the girls, not including the co-academy students. However, on surface she often depicts mannerisms akin to the famous stereotyped tsundere. However, she is strategically capable and is skilled in management, and is known to be quite ruthless and cunning. One of Ravel's most well-known traits is her absolute loyalty to those she cares for, which was first attributed towards her former master Riser and eventually her current master Issei. This is also extended to Issei's allies and friends as well. Semblance, Rebirth. Ravel's semblance allows her to instantaneously regenerate her aura back to 0% if it is depleted, basically a sort of revival in case her aura reaches below %. It is one of the few semblances that is not aura-dependent. Additionally, it also allows her to use aura techniques at less aura cost as opposed to what normal semblance users can perform. One major weakness of this semblance is that it has a sort of cooldown timer to when the semblance reactivates. During this cooldown timer, Ravel is vulnerable to injuries which would normally be healed by aura. Ravel's weakness is that she is fragile-hearted and she will lose faith if her stronger allies get defeated. Additionally, she is also snobby and childish during certain scenarios. John Arc, the youngest of the Arc siblings, and the youngest child of Juniper and Nicholas Arc. At least that was what he was before he was disowned for faking his way into Beacon. The Arc clan, which was a clan that prioritized family over reputation, had become the very thing they had despised. Except for a few, he had no one that loved him. In Beacon, almost everyone made his life a living hell: torture, bullying, harassment, and even almost murder. This was all present, except for a select few. No one cared for him. This caused him to become bitter. The only few were the professors, the headmaster, General Ironwood, Yuri Winterflake, Ruby, Yang, Carden, Team CFEY and Blake, along with Saffron and the Terracotta Arcs. However, just as he was trying his best to explain to his family, 2 arcs Balder and Krantz personally decided to teach him a lesson and leave him on death's door before he, along with Ruby, Rose, and Yang, were taken to the backrooms to meet with the rest of the group. John's major traits are his strategical and tactical prowess and potency to learn, making him a capable warrior. He was initially kind, compassionate, and helpful to everyone, but after the exposure, that was limited to only a certain few people. He also had an added figment of ruthlessness due to the backrooms, as he killed anyone that would harm him or his allies and friends. Semblance, aura amplification. John's semblance allows him to amplify his own aura and that of others. It also allows him to amplify someone's aura and semblance, effectively increasing the effects of aura. When amplifying his own aura, he can also boost his own aura. John can use his semblance to accelerate the healing effects of aura and intensify another person's semblance. The amplification accelerates the healing ability of the recipient's aura, allowing it to heal extremely serious wounds, such as a broken arm or a stab wound in the stomach. His semblance can also amplify the effects of another person's semblance. However, one major weakness is that once John's aura is shattered, he cannot use his semblance to restore it. Similar to Issei, John also has a similar weakness. He lets his emotions get the better of him, sometimes preventing to properly and rationally think at times. As a result, he is prone to making mistakes, and as a result he and everyone around him suffers. Ruby Rose, the daughter of Taiyang Xiaolong and Summer Rose, and the younger sister of Yang Xiaolong. She was initially dreaming to be a hero, like her mother Summer Rose had done. As a result, she wanted to join the Huntsman Academy, that being Beacon. Due to being a prodigy, she was considered to be taken in at a very early age, due to the headmaster being Ajban. When John's transcripts were revealed, she did not abandon him like most of his friends. While Yang was a bit weary, Ruby was not, and she trusted him. She cared for him like she was still his friend, and they eventually became close. When they fell into the backrooms, along with Yang, their relationship only strengthened. Additionally, Ruby started to stop seeing Weiss as a friend when she was acting more cold and aggressive towards John, and later even her as well. She is not a fan of violence or killing, but she wouldn't mind doing it if necessary. When she was in the backrooms, she had a hard reality check when she was nearly killed by an wretch for sparing it, due to being a human, and Issei, Yang, and John had to save her from it. Ever since that day, she changed herself for the better, becoming more ruthless, and killing those if it meant she and her allies would have to survive. She knew that she must make it out alive so that she can see the world one day. Semblance, Petal Burst. Ruby's semblance, Petal Burst, also called Speed, allows her to dash with an inhuman speed in whatever direction she chooses, often leaving trails of rose petals in her wake. Ruby is shown to be capable of creating powerful tailwinds with her semblance. If she gathers enough momentum, the resulting turbulence is capable of lifting people and objects off the ground. Ruby can also grab hold of other people or objects and carry them off at high speeds with her semblance. Thanks to further training under her mother's best friend Sonia Blade, she came to know her semblance is even more stronger, as she can disassemble herself on a molecular level and go through tiny crevices and obstacles. There are 2 weaknesses to this semblance. Ruby struggles with heavy loads, and she needs full concentration to perform the semblance. Otherwise she may falter and lose control. One general weakness Ruby had before coming into the backrooms was that she was predictable, which allowed enemies to outsmart and deal with her efficiently. Yang Xiaolong, the daughter of Raven Branwen and Taiyang Xiaolong. Yang Xiaolong is a simple-minded person, often known to be a loving older sister to Ruby and a caring friend to all those that she cares for. She is often supportive of Ruby Rose and cares for her, as well as being overprotective of her. She is also very straightforward and confident. Yang is also described as being a cheerful, energetic, and bright young lady. She is arguably the most flippant, carefree, and adventurous member of her team, frequently making sarcastic comments and jokes even in the heat of battle and often taking combat and hostile situations lightly. Yang is very sociable and extroverted, even in unfamiliar situations. Yang's love of adventure is the main reason that she decided to become a huntress. Blake considers Yang the personification of the word strength, due to being familiar with the criminal underworld from a young age. As a result, she is weary of those that are even affiliated with them. This was true for John, as she was weary of him for a while. But due to him proving himself to be better than what she saw, she eventually started to care for him, and even went against Weiss to protect him. She along with Ruby saved him from death when Balder and Krantz nearly killed him. They were horrified that their own family wants them dead. When she fell into the backrooms, she learned a few things. One of them was to keep her anger in check. Semblance burn. Yang's semblance lets her absorb kinetic energy from every blow she takes, and use it to make herself more powerful. This is a form of kinetic energy absorption, with Yang subsequently redirecting said energy against her opponent. Yang has the ability to absorb energy from the damage she has taken, and redirect it twice as hard at her opponent, effectively making her stronger with each hit she takes. She can save up the energy to use later for an even more devastating attack. Her semblance does not make her invincible, as she still loses aura when she is hit, and can still take damage when her semblance and aura are active if hit by a strong enough attack. This was true when a partygoer was able to bite into her right arm, causing Issei to sever it. Additionally, she can absorb kinetic energy even from non-blows as well, like ice or fire, and use it to make herself more powerful. As long as she has her semblance active, she would be able to keep absorbing kinetic energy. One major weakness, as mentioned earlier, is that she is not invincible, and she can still lose aura when she is hit. Additionally, another major weakness is that her frustration and anger can be exploited by skilled opponents. She is also very protective of her hair, becoming enraged when someone touches or rips or cuts even a small portion of her hair, causing her to attack with straight, blunt force the one who did it. However, this has been significantly reduced due to her training under Sonia and Kuai Liang, Sub-Zero, Ingvild Leviathan, the half-devil daughter of Lucius Leviathan and Ariel Leviathan, the latter being a female high-class mage. Ingvild grew on the seashores of Italy, with her parents for several years until she contracted the sleeping disease, which made her sleep for 0 years. When she woke up, only Lucius was alive. Since Ariel was a female human high-class mage, she passed away without seeing Ingvild wake up. She was devastated when her mother passed away, but she still had her father. However, that did not remain for so long, as the Chaos Brigade attacked her in order to kidnap her, and during the attack she fell into the backrooms while watching her father perish. She eventually met Issei and his group and decided to join them, after which she became good friends with each and every one of them, and had a close bond with Issei. She was the second girl to fall in love with Issei, right after Revel. Not including the girls from the ORC, Ingvild is a kind and friendly person and enjoys singing, as is shown when she sings at the fountain. Ingvild is also shown to love seeing the ocean and going on beaches with her friends. Unlike her fellow members of the Leviathan clan or any other descendants of the original Satans, doesn't have any fanatic arrogance in her heritage as a Satan's descendant, nor does she desire world domination, like Kateria and the other descendants. A trait which Lucius also shared. She also appears to be quiet, shy and soft-hearted. She can be very observant, remembering what Meredith said to Issei before she attacked him when the other characters were preoccupied with discussing Issei's condition. Issei notes that once the two had gotten to know one another, despite Ingvild's exceptional talent, she still works hard for the sake of her friends, putting others before herself. Semblance, Siren's song. Similar to how her singing via the Nereid Kyrie increases or weakens a dragon, or a dragon-based sacred gear. Siren's song does the same, but it is not limited to anyone like just only dragons. She can also enhance herself, or she can increase her allies' powers and abilities or weakening the abilities and powers of her enemies. However, one major flaw of Ingvild's semblance is that it consumes massive amounts of aura. She can't use it for longer periods of time before losing her entire aura. And if she has to, she would need someone else to transfer aura to sustain herself. As a result, Ingvild only uses her semblance little by little and waits for the right moment to use her semblance. According to Issei, Ingvild's tendency of putting others over herself tends to exhaust her, which can pose a problem to her duties. However, with others taking care of her, she is able to handle herself. Jade Arc, the fourth oldest of the Arc children, and the older sister of John Arc. She is the smartest technologically amongst Issei's group, with her IQ being over 00. She was a child prodigy that had gained many technological degrees even before reaching the age of 8. She is one of the reasons why the Arc clan also has really good technology as well. However, underneath the achievements, she always prioritized family over everything else and tends to become overprotective, hence she did not think about taking consideration for John's dream. and refused to let him be trained. That was until years ago, when she mysteriously disappeared from this world. In reality, she fell from into the backrooms, where she was unable to find a way out, and unlike most people, she fell into level. She decided to work for MEG, since she had no other option. She could not escape without those from the redacted Watcher's side. Eventually 6 years had passed, and she bonded with another from Remnant, and that was the legendary Summer Rose. She eventually ran into her brother and her group 6 years later, and was saddened to see John remaining distant. She was shocked when she heard from Issei and group that John was disowned for faking his way in. She begged Issei for helping to make amends with her brother, which he agreed to do so. They were eventually able to make up with him, and she was grateful to Issei. Jade was the third to fall for Issei. This was due to him saving her twice and him playing an active role in saving her relationship with her brother. She is forever grateful to Issei and will always be by his side. When she heard how he was treated by the Gremory girls, she was disgusted and angered by them. In terms of personality, Jade is similar to her brother in some cases. She is stubborn like John, as she is often known to finish her work not caring if anyone dissuades her from saying anything. She also is kind and compassionate to those that deserved it and ruthless to those that don't. Aside from that, she is obsessed with technology, and can be engrossed in it until she is forcefully removed. Semblance. Technology manipulation. Jade's semblance allows her to manipulate technology on a physical level and technological level. Anything that is designed by technology, she can learn and gain information from it. She is also able to manipulate the components of technology with ease, and once she understands it, she gains control over it. One major weakness is that her semblance is easily mistaken for some sort of metal manipulation, which is something she cannot do. Additionally, if she cannot understand the technology, she will be unable to use her semblance. One major flaw in terms of personality when it comes to Jade is that she is often known to be vengeful, especially to those that harm someone that is dear to her. This was true when she became vengeful when Rainier harmed and killed her squad, as well as Issei, and like mentioned before, she becomes engrossed in technology so much that she needs to be forcefully removed. These two flaws can also endanger her life as well. Summer Rose, the mother of Ruby and the stepmother of Yang Xiaolong, former local scientist of MEG Base Beta. She is a caring and compassionate mother that used to tell stories about her and her past as a huntress, thus garnering her the title of Supermom from Yang. She was revered and looked up to by her daughters, and she was loved by many. Her tragic death haunted her two children, who were devastated after that. This includes the rest of her family and friends as well. However, she was transported to the backrooms moments before death, where MEG saved her life. She was forever grateful and worked for them till her daughters came to this place years later. When they did, she understood what she had to do. It was time for her to head back. They did so along with Issei, who led them out of there, eventually coming face to face with the redacted Watcher, and with Issei beating him. She said goodbyes to her old friends with the promise of meeting them again. She was an attentive mother to both her and Ruby. Summer cared deeply for Ruby and Yang, regardless of the latter being her stepdaughter, stating that she loved both of them just the way they were. However, Summer is known to lie if need be, which was true in her failure of a mission to make peace with the Grim Queen Salem. But despite her powers, that ended in a disaster, she was about to die when she was saved. Semblance, Petal Dance, an enhanced version of Ruby's Petal Burst. Summer can not only move, allows her to dash with an inhuman speed in whatever direction she chooses, often leaving trails of rose petals in her wake, and be capable of creating powerful tailwinds with her semblance, if she gathers enough momentum, but also she can weaponize those said petals to do some serious damage to her enemies if she wants to. Additionally, any petals she generates will remain as long as her aura remains, and she can weaponize them to hurt her foes, while protecting her friends. She can also use it to manipulate the surrounding objects if need be, as long as the petals remain touched. One major weakness of this semblance is that it is the second most aura-draining semblance after Siren's Song, but Summer's mastery of the semblance prevents her from falling into that area, and she can limit her aura usage as well. Summer, in terms of personality, has a weakness as well. She is known to sometimes play the hero when in times of crises. As a result, she can often put herself and her people under danger. This was one of her huge problems during her earlier days of MEG, and it still remains, although it is much less than before. Yasaka, the leader of the West Kyoto faction that is comprised of yokai. She is a nine-tailed fox yokai. She is known to be a beautiful-looking voluptuous woman with blonde hair. Her personality is known to be very humble and polite, as well as a loving mother and a dedicated leader. However, she also has a teasing and flirtatious side. Yasaka cares about those in her faction and her team, especially those that were with her during the survival of the backrooms, as she took Issei's lead when they were trapped there. They navigated through the entire location and eventually managed to escape. Her primary motivation is to reunite with her daughter and stabilize her faction, but she also made sure that everyone else escaped successfully. However, despite this, she is unfamiliar with affection, which was when she received a pocket, a spatial storage item that was present in the backrooms, that was gained by Issei risking his life in level 9, which caused her to blush. Additionally, she is the fourth girl to have fallen for Issei, minus excluding the ones in Ko Academy. This was due to her saving her from the infamous level and protecting her from Satanos, while she was helpless and powerless there. Furthermore, he cared for her when no one did, and did show kindness and vowed to reunite her with her daughter. Semblance, none. Yasaka is the only non-entity being to possess no semblance since she refused to have one when offered by Issei and John. She relied on her sage magic and her other arts to assist her team and defeat her foes. However, Yasaka possesses a massive weakness. She is vulnerable if certain materials are used against her that can disable or silence her momentarily, making her a sitting duck. Additionally, her daughter, while can be seen as a strength, can also be treated as a weakness due to being a vulnerability. In terms of personality, she can be easily deceived. However, due to a betrayal she suffered from Kuna's father, this side of hers is gone. Entity characters. Rex, a dollface that is known to be friendly and kind once tamed. Rex is Issei's first companion and first familiar in this world. Rex is ferocious to his enemies and anyone who Issei deems to be an annoyance. However, he is vulnerable to heavy bursts of damage, and can be struck or killed by a higher entity. Rex possesses giant claws that can break steel. This was when he joined Issei's familiar and gained some draconic abilities. Additionally, due to his familiar body, he is highly resistant to fire damage and can survive burnt even in the strongest of flames. One of Rex's major traits is his immense loyalty towards Issei. He will do anything for him and will stop at nothing to do for him. However, he possesses one weakness. It is that he is a sugar addict. He loves having sugary products, and it is his only sustenance. Without it, he is vulnerable. Music Man, the giant mechanical entity that possessed the malls of level. It was deactivated, however the meddling of Shang Tsung reactivated the giant being and completely disabling the safety protocols, which was releasing heavy music to distort his or her enemies. It can also disrupt and damage an enemy using heavy sound waves that would even potentially kill people if at the right amounts. When Issei and company were forced to fight against this being, they managed to subdue it by enabling the security protocols that Shang Tsung had disabled. Eventually they decided to spare it, and Issei offered it to take him under his wing. Jade agreed as she found a way to deactivate the binding protocols present, allowing it to choose whether it wants to come. It agreed and it became Issei's second familiar before reverting into a more travel-size variant of itself. It soon joined the rest of the cast. Despite being capable of producing music, it can talk. However, due to his shy nature, it often roars and shows emotions by its body language. It is more reclusive in nature and often does not interact with those unfamiliar with. However, like Rex, it possesses a massive sense of loyalty and kindness towards others, which was influenced by their master Issei. Like Rex, Music Man possesses a small weakness. It is dependent on Issei's own magic reserves to sustain himself, as when Issei runs out of mana, Music Man shuts down, due to it being a mechanical entity. Months later, Ko Academy, 9 a.m. Issei and his new peerage minus Summer and Jade were already heading for their classes at Ko Academy. The former being the math teacher, she was able to adjust to her new job relatively well, while the latter had a big event. As a result, she could not attend school. Additionally, Yuri also joined Ko Academy, as John believed she would be safe in the DxD world. The students were as follows: John, Issei, Yuri Ingvild, Jade and Yang were second-year students. Since even with time being passed for this long, they still had a few more months before they become third-year students. Jade was supposed to be the third student since she was older than John, but she and Issei both refused, knowing how much of an annoyance Rias and Aquino would become. According to Surzex, Rias and Aquino still held a grudge towards Jade, Ingvild and Revel for stealing their Issei, and Issei did not want to risk Jade falling into trouble because of them. As for Revel and Ruby, they were first-year students, with Ruby accompanying her. But they were having problems, as Kaneko often irritated Revel while Ruby tried her best to calm down. Once Issei was informed, he stepped in, and Kaneko did not dare to irritate them. He made it clear he did not love her anymore, which made her cry. "Say, are there any way we can get a sneak peek of what will happen to the event?" Yang asked Issei, to which he shook his head and spoke. "Nope, I was asked by her to keep this a secret." "Yang, sorry." Yang only sighed in response as Ruby pouted, with her asking, "Why can't you tell us?" "You already told some other people. Jade made me promise to keep it a secret. I was requested to not reveal it to anyone. She wants to surprise you guys, and trust me. She promised that it will be good," Issei explained to Ruby. To him, Ruby was almost like a little sister to Issei, and he did not like seeing her sad. But if there is one thing that he learned from John, is that he must never break a promise. "I have even not said to Revel, John, or even Ingvild. Only I know about it," Issei explained to Ruby. She could see Ingvild, Revel and John agreeing with Issei's words, making her nod in understanding. She was saddened that Issei nor Jade were going to reveal the secret. However, pressing her king was going to get her nowhere, and they did promise her it was going to be good. As Yuri asked, "I wonder what device that brainiac of your sister is going to create." John responded with a shrug. "I have no clue. Issei and Jade both have kept it under wraps." John understood why Issei was asked to keep it a secret. It has to be really good if it was kept a secret. Speaking of which, how is Rias and her peerage now? She has been keeping track of Issei. If anything, she just doesn't get the memo that Issei is no longer interested right now, especially in her peerage. Ingvild spoke with a frustrated tone. As Issei nodded in agreement, "Yep, she has been a headache. Worse, Kaneko has been irritating Revel when I am in class. It is really hard to keep her in check," Ruby added, to which Issei asked, surprised. "Wait, she did not back off?" "Nope, unfortunately no. She did for the first few days after your threatening, but soon she recently started." Revel nodded in agreement as she spoke. "Yes, Issei-sama, she is really getting on my nerves. I have been ignoring her. Worse, nobody is stopping her due to her being the school's mascot. I should have figured this would happen. I will speak to Sona about changing your classrooms." Issei spoke with a frustrated sigh as the girls nodded in understanding. John was getting annoyed by the Gremory girl annoying his girlfriend. He knew that Issei would do something about it, cause even his girlfriend was getting annoyed. "Anyways, how are those from Remnant?" John and Issei looked at Yuri, who asked for it, and the duo smiled as Issei spoke with a grin. "When word got out of what we did in Beacon and took down Balder and Krantz, the Beacon students believed that I faked the incident. Despite Alex confirming the deaths to be true, being the idiots they were, they compelled the headmaster to bring us in. We both accepted the fact and we annihilated every last one of those people. We made sure to make an example out of those students so that no one in Vale thinks of provoking us ever again." John added as Ingvild asked, "Did you kill any of them?" "Nope. But we made sure they never became huntsmen or huntresses ever again. Thanks to researching on aura, Azazel made his own aura sealing device that we used on the students. They will never be able to access their aura or semblances. Additionally, they all hated us for ruining their lives, but they could do nothing but weep at what has happened to them. Not to mention, the headmaster thanked us, since a lot of them had a high chance of being rogues in the future." Issei responded with a shrug as Ingvild nodded. She knew about the bullying and beat-downs he had faced in the future. Yuri then recollected something as she asked, "Did any of the Arcs come to encounter you?" "Oh, they did." Yuri John spoke with a sigh, as he remembered his sperm and egg donor along with ex-sister Jean, who demanded him to pay for his actions of killing Wilzark, since with Balder and Krantz, they couldn't punish them due to John and Issei exposing them. They had tried to ambush John and Issei when they were out of Beacon borders, but it did not end well. So how did it go? "Did you kick their asses?" Yang exclaimed with an excited tone, to which John responded, "Yep, Nicholas, Juniper and Jean tried to ambush me, and it did not end well. Issei made quick work of Juniper shattering her aura before she could use her semblance. She was unable to stop Issei in any way. He made her watch as I personally dealt with Nicholas and Jean. First I broke Nicholas's aura, followed by breaking his leg and stabbing him in the stomach, leaving him for dead. I followed it dealing with Jean, who actually wanted me dead. Hold up. She actually wanted you dead? Yang clenched her fists with her getting angry at how his own sister wanted her dead, as Issei added, yeah, she did want him dead. What king of her sister is she? Yang growled with anger, as Ruby calmed her sister down with her speaking. Yang, please calm down. Yang took a deep breath. She remembered her promise to Lu Kang and Kuai Liang to keep her anger in check, as she spoke. Sorry, Ruby. It's alright, Yang, I understand why you are angry. Even I am. Ruby spoke with a sad smile, as Yuri was equally angered by this revelation. As John spoke, in return, I made sure to cripple her permanently. I did not stop until I saw the fear in her eyes. I knew she and the Arcs may be a problem to my parents in the future. So I tormented her and even broke her back. I am not going to lie, seeing the despair in Nicholas and Juniper's eyes was pretty satisfying, along with the fear in them. Issei nodded in agreement. As Yuri nodded in understanding, even the others understood why John did what he had to do. John started to see Goro and Miki Hayato as his own parents, as well as Mari as his older sister. Like Saffron and Jade and like Issei, he did not tolerate anyone that threatened or was a potential threat to them, so he decided to make an example out of them. Additionally, even the Hayatos saw John as one of their own. So there was no way John was going to let his former clan harm his parents and his new family in any way. So will they be a problem? Ingvild asked with concern, as Issei spoke with a smile. Well, as long as they don't head towards here, we should be fine. Anyways, how was Jade like working on this event? Issei spoke with a deep sigh as he remembered her often tending to have lack of sleep or even miss classes. She often lost track of time, to say the least. She had lack of sleep and her sleep schedule was messed up. I often made sure she was alright, whenever she could, looked after her and took care of her. But even then, she still had some mess-ups. That is why I don't want anyone ruining her event, especially not Rias and her peerage. Issei continued with a worried tone. Even the others seemed to be worried about her well-being. As John responded, they won't. Hopefully I can talk to Rosweiss, and maybe she can stop them. I would advise you do that anyhow. We should probably get going to school. The others nodded as they soon reached Ko Academy, their new academy. Some of the members knew that this was better than Beacon, especially John. Ko Academy, shocked. Issei was having a bored expression looking outside of the window. Just now Summer was done with her math class, and he was not a fan of math, even in the backrooms, and he hated some of the levels that were designed to annoy the hell out of him, like level 970877807. Ah man, this is the worst. Issei spoke with an annoyed tone, as John looked at him and spoke. There is nothing we can do. No, angering Summer is not a good idea. John and Issei shuddered at the thought of an angry Summer. Despite being the king, Summer is not someone you want to anger. They all knew this. She was the mother of the group, despite her being the pawn. Soon enough, Ingvild and Yang also joined in, with Ingvild speaking. Hey guys. Hey Ingvild, what's up? Ingvild spoke with a sigh. Nothing much, just ran away from the kendo duo and my fans that just came in one night. They are annoying me. They think that you don't deserve to be with Ingvild, especially the kendo duo that has been reinforcing this opinion. Yang spoke with a frustrated tone. As Issei gave a sigh, he looked from the corner of his eye, the kendo duo glaring at them. Issei then spoke to his friends. Leave this to me. I will make sure to make them not bother you. Issei got up and walked towards the two of them. As soon as Issei reached, Kates exclaimed with anger, What do you want, Hayato? I want you to stay away from Ingvild. She does not deserve to be with a pervert. Kates was unable to complete as Issei cuts her off and speaks angrily. Who are you to question who I date, or who she dates? You have some nerve of interfering in my life and that of my friends. This is your only last warning. If I see the two of you near them, neither me nor my friends will show you any mercy. Is that clear? The girls started to lose their anger and became fearful as Issei spoke with a louder tone. Is that clear? The girls rapidly nodded. They heard from Rias on how he was able to take them down. He was not the same pervert that they knew him to be. They remembered on how they tried to force him to leave the girls, only for them to be taught a lesson as he overwhelmed them in their own domain, which was kendo. However, Issei used Summer's lessons in sword fighting to beat them. He decided to give them a taste of their own medicine by beating them at their game, and almost bringing them immense pain. Fortunately, Issei held back, otherwise they would have been dead. Why yes, we won't. Murayama spoke with fear as Issei spoke with a smile. Good. Issei was about to walk back, before someone else had called him. Issei, what are you doing? Issei looked at the one who called him. It was Rosweiss. As Issei spoke with a sigh, nothing much, just gave a stern warning to these girls. Rosweiss. Rosweiss gave a sigh of her own. She was shocked and horrified by Issei's change in personality. She heard on how her peerage minus Rosweiss were in a fight against Issei's current team, and how they were completely defeated by his hands. Fine, but please restrain yourself. Rosweiss spoke with a serious tone, making Issei nod as she continued. Can we have a conversation? I want to talk about Miss Ark. Issei nodded as he knew that Rosweiss was not first-name basis with anyone from Issei's peerage. He also knew that Irina was still living there, like her luggage is still there, although she often avoids due to dealing with Issei or Mari. She did not know how they would react, especially after what Rias and her peerage minus Rosweiss tried to do. Meanwhile, the church trio were watching the scene with sadness. As Asia spoke, Issei has changed, hasn't he? Yehe had become more ruthless and trigger-happy, Zenobia added as Asia spoke. So what should we do then? Let's leave him alone. He clearly is happy with them, and why can't Rias just leave him alone? Irina spoke with a frustrated sigh as Asia added. From what I know, Rias and Aquino are still trying to get his love and attention. This is not going to end well. No, if anything it is going to become worse. There is no telling what Issei will do to us if we provoke him again. Zenobia spoke with a shudder. Even Kiba and Gasper have been keeping their distance from Rias, not getting involved in their madness. Back outside the class, Rosweiss and Issei were having a conversation as Issei asked, so how's the situation going on back at that peerage? Anything but good. Rosweiss spoke with a deep sigh, as she continued, Rias has been hounding me for how are things at your place, and what kind of relationship you have with the 4 girls. Along with Lady Yasaka. Wait, how did she know about Yasaka? Issei asked, surprised, to which Rosweiss spoke. Earlier she had sent her familiar to spy on your house. Sure, you kicked her out. However, she stated that her familiar was not forbidden from entering your place. She saw her entering your place to visit you and your peerage. I should have seriously dealt with that familiar. I felt an annoying presence back when I was talking with Yasaka and couldn't. Seriously, can't she just stay out of my place? Issei spoke with an annoyed tone, as Rosweiss added with a sigh, she is a headache. Issei. And considering your change, she does not dare to confront you head-on. I figured. Rosweiss looked at Issei and wanted to ask, speaking of the event with Miss Ark, you don't mind if I come? I wouldn't, but someone needs to stop Rias and her peerage, plus Irina. I don't want them to ruin the event. Jade had worked so hard to prepare. Rosweiss understood what this meant, as she nodded. She knew Issei cared for Jade a lot, and he did not want to see her saddened. She took a deep breath and spoke. You know she has been trying to see what event the 2 of you are planning, but with me keeping her in check, along with Lord Lucifer, she is unable to do much. If she tries anything, I will definitely make a worse example out of her. Issei growled with anger as Rosweiss gulped. She was definitely concerned on how things will be playing out. She could only hope Rias does not try anything stupid. Truth be told, I was never against you coming, plus many from Gregory will also be coming, along with my peerage and my family, so it is going to be something big, but someone needs to keep tabs on Rias and her peerage plus Irina. Issei spoke with a deep thought, as Rosweiss continued, maybe we can amplify the security, and make sure to prevent teleportation circles to the events. That is actually not a bad idea. I will tell Surzix and I about this. From what I can say, all the faction leaders will be coming for this function, so with them around, I think the chances of Rias and co coming are slim, but nevertheless present. Issei spoke his thoughts as Rosweiss added, but don't forget about the Cows Brigade. Issei, ever since you defeated the Redacted Watcher, they have been silent. It's been 0 months since the attack on Kyoto, and with you defeating the Watcher, I doubt they'd be silent for much longer. Issei widened his eyes. How could he not realize the Cows Brigade would potentially attack? They have been silent, and that alone should have made him realize that. You're right, I should have realized that. Those heirs just know how to create trouble, not getting along with other races and having a damned superiority complex. Worse, according to Kuroka and Arthur, they even planned to betray Office. Issei spoke with an annoyed tone. He really hated the Cows Brigade, as Rosweiss agreed to Issei's words, as he continued, that is why she has started to stay with us. It was on Azazel-sensei's request, and let's just say with my body being now composed of Great Red's flesh, Ophis was wary of me. Thankfully Great Red threatened to intervene if Ophis tried anything, which she did not intend to do. That is correct. Well, you should talk to Lord Lucifer about this. Chow Chow and the hero faction defeated all of us 0 months ago. And did you not unlock your old armor illegal move Triana, we would have been killed. Not even that was enough for you to take him down, and you along with first generation Sun Wukong had to intervene, and you could only permanently hurt him by that shot you aimed at his eye, Rosweiss added, to which Issei could only clench his fists in anger. He remembered on how Chow Chow ragdolled him. He was unable to do anything against him. I understand, and I will work on it. I doubt Chow Chow will be able to take on Nii-san. And even I have become stronger since our last encounter regardless. Chow Chow was not even at his full power, and I doubt he even tried to fight against me in our last encounter. That is not even mentioning Leonardo and George, both possessing Longinus Terror sacred gears. I know. But you have Mari, your older sister, who herself possesses 2 Longinus sacred gears herself, that being Telos Karma and Innovate Clearwe, having Viled, who possesses Nereid Kyrie, a newly found high-tier Longinus, Valerie with the Divine Dividing, and from what our match against Seorg, even he has Regulus Nemia. Hopefully that would be enough. Rosweiss added her own points, to which Issei stated, and 2 from Azazel's/Dog team, that also have Longinus. Issei added as Rosweiss nodded in agreement. They could only hope that it would be enough. I think we should probably head inside for our next class. Rosweiss spoke as she saw the time at the clock, signaling that their break time is over. Scene change. Time skip brought to you by Rick. Issei visiting this universe and messing with it. Event Hall, Lilith, Underworld, midnight. Issei and his friends and family minus Jade all managed to reach the venue on time. They all had worn formal wear or party clothing for the event. The men wore formal clothing with proper shoes, and the women wore sleeveless party wear, or neck dress that were designed for a good occasion. So I hope you guys are ready for the big event? Issei asked with happiness, to which Yang responded, hell yeah, I am excited. We all are, Yang, but I would say to keep yourself under check. Summer added, to which Yang nodded in understanding, as Valerie asked, so this device that Jade created? What is going to be like? That will be revealed soon enough. Valerie pouted in response as Issei asked, speaking of which, where they are? Are you talking about Team/Dog? Valerie asked, to which he responded, they have already told me that they have reached, they should be around here somewhere. Valerie looked around to locate where they are, as they could see a familiar young man with short black hair and pale gray eyes. He seemed to be looking for someone amongst the audience, as Valerie called out while waving, Tobio. Over here. He seemed to be looking for someone amongst the audience, as Valerie called out while waving, Tobio. Over here. Tobio turned around to see his Valerie and recognizing her. He smiled in response and walked towards him and spoke, hey guys. You are finally here. Tobio looked at Mickey, Goru and Mari and greeted them respectfully. And good evening, Mr. Hayadu, Mrs. Hayadu. It is an honor to meet you, the infamous Mari, Miss Hayadu. The 3 mentioned smiled in response. As Goru spoke, no need to be formal with us. Tobio-san, we are friends here. Agreed, and a friend of my little brother is a friend of mine. Mari responded with a smile. As Tobio nodded, Issei then asked, say where are the others? They have already taken their seats. We have been waiting for you. Tobio responded with a smile of his own. As he spoke, now that only leaves Seorg and his family, Yasaka and Kunu, and finally Riser and his family. Yep, it's been a while since I have met them. I wonder what they are doing. Ravel added her own words. They were also invited to this function. As Tobio added, Yasaka and Kunu are already inside. They are talking with the leaders that have also arrived. Let's head there. Alright, and I do want to talk to Surzek and I about some important stuff. Issei spoke as the others understood what was happening. He knew that he had to make sure the event is all in top form, as he needed to protect the guests, especially his parents. Let's head inside. I am excited to see what Jade has planned for us, Ruby exclaimed with happiness as they all headed inside. With Ingvild speaking, I wonder where those girls are? From what Issei told me, Surzek and Rosweiss have already managed to stop them from even coming here. Although he did not tell me what they did. John spoke with a shrug as they all headed towards the inner halls of the ceremony. Scene change. Inside the event halls, 0:0 p.m., Issei was talking to Surzex. As he spoke to the former Gremory heir, he understood what the security needed for this event. The reason was that Jade was designing something that if falls into the wrong hands would bring about chaos. The only ones that do know much about it are Ajuka Beelzebub and Azazel, who is guiding here through this project. I understand. I had a feeling that there is a chance the terrorist attack may happen at this place. It is not the first time it has happened. Surzex spoke in an understanding tone, as he added, ever since you have come from the backrooms, you have changed a lot, Issei. I guess a heavy humiliation from the Gremory peerage, coupled with literally protecting the lives of yourself and your friends and families from every danger, and a god-level being that wanted me dead can do wonders. Issei spoke with a shrug as Surzex only chuckled at this. As he spoke, it is true, I guess, although I wanted to know where are your other friends. They are back in their own worlds, doing their business, and clearing with the issues in their worlds. Surzex nodded as he spoke. Well, for starters, the teleportation inside the event halls have been disabled. Only a very strong spell of teleportation can perform that level of teleportation. Additionally, this was the only spell we could come up with on a short notice after you told us about any possible threats. I understand, it is not your fault. If anything, with you and Lord Beelzebub around, we should be fine. Surzex nodded in understanding, and if you are wondering where Rias and her girls minus Rosweiss are, they won't be coming, since Mother put a sleeping spell and put a seal in their rooms till the event ends. So they are not going to be bothering you or your event. Surzex spoke with a smile, as Issei nodded and thanked his older brother figure, as Surzex then spoke with a sigh, although there is someone that wanted to talk to you. I never thought he would wish to contact you. He wanted to tell you about something. Who is that? Surzex and I-san. Surzex took a breather as a teleportation circle opened up, revealing it to be dark blue color. It had a Sanskrit letter. Surzex had a look of concern knowing who exactly it is. He is here. The person that revealed himself was a tall, muscular man shown to have 4 arms and 5 golden eyes, with only 3 of them open when he's calm. He has indigo skin and black hair. He wears a golden bandana and baggy golden trousers equipped with a blue sash. Also, he has blue tattoos on his wrists' fingers. Hello, Hayada Issei. It is finally nice to meet you. My name is Shiva, one of the 3 pillar gods. I feel that we will be meeting more frequently due to something I foresaw, so I wanted to give you my greetings. The being spoke respectfully. As Issei shuddered by the presence he was emitting, Drake then warned him, Partner, whatever you do, do not provoke him in any way. He is the Hindu god Shiva, one of the Trimurti, and the god of destruction. He is far stronger than even me at my prime. Drake mentally spoke, to which Bell responded with fear. Be careful, Issei. You need not fear me, young man. I am just here to talk. Issei looked at Surzex with fear. As he nodded, he knew that Surzex would not let Shiva meet him unless it was not important. Oh, okay, please speak, Lord Shiva. Issei spoke with fear and concern. As Shiva took a deep sigh and spoke with a smile, I know your intentions. Shiva approached Issei. As Issei closed his eyes in fear, he was not sure if his semblance would help him in any way. Even if he had to use that form, maybe he could stand a chance. Relax, young man, you have nothing to fear me. If anything, I respect you for stopping that madman Azrael. To defy and stop a god to protect your friends and loved ones, you are a noble and kind man, that would do anything for his family. I respect and if anything have high hopes for you and your team. To achieve great things. Shiva kept his hand on Issei, speaking with a smile. As the latter slowly opened his eyes, Issei knew that Shiva was not intending to harm him, or his allies in any way. Thank you, Lord Shiva. Shiva soon kept his hand down as he spoke with a more concerned tone. Before I tell you about what I foresaw, know this: I am not against you and your team's achievements. Issei nodded as Shiva continued. He put his hands backwards as he spoke. This vision I saw recently, almost few hours ago. I normally would never step in, but what I saw made me concerned for the future of not only the supernatural world, but also the whole universe. What is it, Lord Shiva? Issei asked with concern. Even Surzex had a look of worry as Shiva spoke. Young man, what your friend Jade, Teacher Azazel and Satan Ajuka are doing. They are opening what I can best describe as Pandora's box, threading into the unknown realms of the universe, and beyond that is something I would warn against. I saw a vision, young man, a vision where several beings that far eclipsed that of even Great Red were being shown. along with their allies and friends. They all had gathered for one final fight against an unknown threat. I was unable to see their faces in any way, but I am here to warn you, young man. From here on out, your life will be difficult after today. But if you are able to pass the trials that has been set for you, you and your friends will achieve something far greater. Shiva spoke with a concerned yet serious tone. However, he ended with a smile. Issei took his words very seriously as he nodded. I understand. I will look after Jade and make sure she remains alright along with my other friends. Shiva nodded in understanding as he spoke. Very well then, I shall take my leave. Are you not going to stay here for the event? Shiva shook his head and responded, as much as I would love to, I am needed elsewhere where we'll meet again. Issei, that is something I can assure. Shiva teleported away from the scene, leaving Surzex to take a deep breath as he asked, Are you alright, Issei? Yeah. I am. I will probably clean up and settle down at the seat. I will tell Jade once the events end. I don't want to ruin it for her. Surzex nodded in understanding as he was trying to decipher who are the beings stronger than Great Red that Shiva mentioned, and what exactly is going to happen next. However, he decided to keep those thoughts for another time. Scene change. The audience had settled in their seats. The Gremory family minus Rias and her peerage were all excited. There was a curtain that had covered something. Issei soon settled next to Ingvild and John, as Ingvild asked, Why did you take so much long? I had some business. Once the event is done, I will let you know on what happened soon. Once this is done, Ingvild nodded as she knew things were going to be interesting. Someone then called out to him, I couldn't. Issei turned around to see Lavinia Rennie, who called out to him. She was a beautiful, buxom young woman with long flowing blonde hair and sapphire blue eyes. Oh hey Lavinia, it's been a while. Lavinia gave a smile of her own, as someone else had called out to him, You are not going to meet me, Issei. The person that had called him was Cookie Sanejima, who was a handsome man with the appearance of a delinquent, and with a white cat sitting atop his shoulder. Well Cookie, how are you doing? Cookie responded with a cheeky grin of his own. I am fine, Haidu. Are you excited for your bishop's achievements? I couldn't be any more proud of her. Cookie gave a smile in response. The two often talked about their stuff in the teams. So are you not going to greet Suzaku and Issei? Issei looked at the two. Suzaku Himejima looks similar to Akino, a beautiful, young buxom woman who has long, flowing black hair. However, she had red eyes like her aunt Shuri Himejima, while Issei was described to be a young girl that had brown hair and green eyes. Issei greeted them as well, along with Natsum, who was a beautiful young woman with light brown hair that is normally tied up. She has a slim and voluptuous figure. And finally, Shigyun, who was a beautiful biracial young woman of a Japanese and European descent, making her Eurasian. She has long blonde hair that is tied using ribbons and tied in a braid looking a lot like a crown. Her eyes are heterochromic with a blue right eye and a black left eye. Once the event started, Shigyun spoke to her friends. Guys, everyone, the event is beginning, we can chat later. Everyone looked excited at the screen as Jade soon walked up to the scene. She did not have her usual appearance. She had her hair well made, with a rose attached to her head along with a crown. She wore a blue and white dress skirt, which was well embroidered along with a flowing pattern on her skirt. She wore heels, which were blue in color. She also wore a hand coverings that would till her wrists. Jade took to the stage and spoke while taking the microphone. Good evening everyone. I am glad you all could make it for the big event. I am so happy that you all are here for the big presentation, Jade exclaimed with happiness as many clapped for her. With her speaking, before we begin, there are some people I would like to. That is my king and someone that supported me throughout this project, Issei Hayato. Everyone looked at him and clapped for him as Jade motioned him to come to the stage. Both John and Ingvild told him to head to the stage as he walked towards him, as he jumped to the top of the stage. With Jade asking, You have some words to say, Issei? Well, I am not going to say much, but I can say that I am proud of what you have developed. Your creation has not only bridged the gap between dimensions and worlds, but you have discovered something else beyond this world. If there is anyone that needs to enjoy this event, it is you, Jade, Issei announced as Jade gave a genuine smile, with him speaking while raising his finger. Although there is someone that would also wish to talk to you, our folks from the backrooms also have some words to say you. This is a recorded message. Before I begin, Issei brought out his boosted gear .0 and a projection was being played. Those that were present and journeyed in the backrooms recognized the person who was speaking. It was Sonya Blade, their old friend, companion and mentor. Hello Jade. Although we can't talk, this is a message. Issei told me about this project you are making and words can't describe how proud I am. You always exceeded my expectations. When you developed for MEG, the others also were proud of what you were doing, especially your mentor Heinz Bernadotte. I would have loved to talk to you and the others, and my thoughts are shared across everyone from MEG. As well, they all wish you the best of luck for your future endeavors. And once proper technology is ready, we will one day come and visit you, and that includes all of you as well. Jade smiled in response as she mused. I will be waiting. The projection fell off and Issei spoke. Well, I think we should begin. Jade nodded as she spoke, taking the microphone. Indeed, and there is someone else I want to thank. It is my mentors Ajuka Beelzebub and Azazel Sensei. Jade looked at the audience as she noticed the two men handling the technicalities of the project who both gave a smile on their own, giving her the signal to begin with the project. Without further ado, let us begin. Jade looked at the two and nodded. Azazel pressed a button, as the curtains went off, revealing a portal-like device. It seemed to be in a circular shape that had a hollow hole inside of it. Everyone clapped when they could see this as Jade spoke. This is the Super Collider. When I and Issei were on a walk 2 months ago, we encountered a futuristic device that did not belong to this world, or the world where I come from. The world of Remnant. Using that device as a base, I was able to develop a device that would connect to the two worlds. Jade explained as Issei sat back at a chair that he had brought out using his pocket as she continued. The Super Collider is a particle accelerator to bridge the gap between dimensions and worlds. To put it simply, it can allow us to possibly travel to different worlds and dimensions far beyond this world or universe. The main idea of this project is to pull people or things from other worlds into our world, and we are going to do just that. Jade activated a switch on her scroll which was in the form of an icon. The machine starts to light up. She has the control of the collider, but the master control is with Ajuka, so as to prevent any malfunction in an event it does happen. Everyone was excited to see what the collider had in store for them. They are eager to know how this machine will work. Jade then continued to speak. Our first test would be to bring an object from whatever world we can find and to see if the machine allowed said object to come without a side effect. Now you must be wondering what side effects have happened. You see, during the initial stages of the object's introduction to this world, the atoms and molecules of that object didn't match. This caused a glitching effect to take place when they landed on the floor. Worst case scenarios, there have been outright explosions that have taken place due to this. The audience seemed to be concerned about this, as Jade announced in an assuring tone, but worry not. With the right funding and support, I was able to reduce this from happening with enough trial and error. I can only hope that it does not take place. The audience were captivated to see the machine working as suddenly something burst out of the collider and landed in the middle of the stage. Jade went up to it and began scanning the object of interest to see if the side effects will take effect, and to her surprise it did not. Issei went towards it and noticed that it felt different, like it was something that did not belong to this world. It seemed to be sort of a device that had looked similar to the hilt of a sword. Jade herself was unable to see what kind of device it was. She was unable to figure out how to operate it, and did not want to risk anything by activating the device in any way. Due to her not knowing what it was, she gave the device to Issei and announced while once again adjusting the ear microphone. So as you can see, the collider was able to bring an object that did not exist in our world. Now you must be wondering, how does an object like this come from another world? Well, by the way this is designed, says it all. There is no such device I have seen in my life before. The audience clapped and cheered for this, as Issei kept the device on the table, with Jade soon speaking. Alright, it's time for another run. Jade once again taps the icon as suddenly a pair of futuristic metal wings come out from the screen. The leaders and other beings could sense the power coming from it. Before Jade could touch them, Azazel asked, Jade, can you please let us examine them? Jade nodded. As Azazel headed up to the stage and tried to examine them, he noticed that this is a sacred gear, which he has never seen before. Miss Jade, this thing is an unknown sacred gear that does not exist in my research. Jade looked surprised by this. As she touched the device, she could feel the power coming from her. Thankfully, it is safe. Azazel gave the sacred gear to Jade. As she kept it below, she could sense the power coming from it. He gave a look towards the 4 great seraphs who understood what it is. This was something that they had to identify. Regardless, Jade, I have to say, I am impressed and amazed by the machine you developed or primarily developed properly. To be able to send people and objects to our world or even travel to said world, this is really amazing. Surzex spoke with a cheerful tone as Odin added, I never would have known other worlds existed if it was not for this device. Truly incredible. Jade gave a genuine smile as she spoke. Thank you, Lord Surzex and Lord Odin. Maybe with this, we can finally interact and talk with other worlds and find a way to deal with the Chaos Brigade. Gabriel added her own words. However, just as she mentioned the Chaos Brigade, the whole auditorium was taken into a different dimension. Many of the audience were caught off guard. However, they knew which sacred gear is responsible for this. This is dimension lost. Azazel spoke as Issei immediately knew who is responsible for this, as the mist appeared and revealed two people that Issei and those from the Kyoto trip recognized. They were the hero faction. The first was described to be a handsome young man with short black hair and blue eyes. He wears a combination of a Japanese school uniform and ancient Chinese Hanfu attire. He also lost his right eye while escaping from the Kyoto incident but later gained one of Medusa's eyes, restoring his sight. The second was described to be a young man with black hair and spectacles. Like Chow Chow, he wears a combination of a Japanese school uniform and wears a mage-style robe over his uniform with a feathered cape. Chow Chow? George. Issei spoke with a surprised tone, recognizing the two from Kyoto. He could see Yasaka holding her daughter and glaring at the two. All the leaders were on guard as well, while Odin was dealing with the barrier so that he could destroy the dimension created by George, along with Graphia, who was trying to figure out any breaches. Issei's team was also ready for combat along with the other guests. Summer and Ruby stayed by Mickey and Gora's side to protect them. Chow Chow? The same person you had fought in Kyoto? Issei nodded. Chow Chow had a condescending smirk as he spoke with a grin. It's been a while, Security. And it seems like you have found new guests. Why are you here, Chow Chow? Azazel spoke angrily, as Chow Chow only chuckled and responded. We were here for Ophis initially so that we could take away her power, but we have decided on performing something else. We will be taking the Collider with us as well, the power to enter different worlds. That is something the Chaos Brigade would love to experiment on, the power that will make humanity more powerful than ever. Ophis glared at Chow Chow with anger, as everyone knew a brawl is about to break out. Issei immediately got on the defensive to protect Jade as he asked angrily, and what makes you think that we will let you take the Collider? You can't take us all down, Chow Chow? I can, I will, and there is nothing you can do about it. Chow Chow looked at George, who only summoned more mist from his dimension lost as he tried to take it from them. However, Jade completely used her semblance to forcefully shut down the Collider, as she disabled the machine, making it not operable for the time being. As she spoke, you will never get them. George and Chow Chow clicked their tongue in frustration as George spoke angrily. We will find a way. The building must have some information about the Collider. We will just have to find it. Like I'll let you do anything. Issei activated his balance breaker, with John and the rest of his team minus Summer and Ruby joining the fight. However, Chow Chow was not deterred as suddenly the whole area was surrounded with mist, with Yan commenting, "What the hell is going on? He is bringing in more reinforcements." Azazel spoke with his guard up as suddenly they were ambushed by the rest of the hero faction members, which included Jean, who took on John, as he activated his Ventus armor to block the attack. Yan was forced to take on Hercules, and finally several people of the hero faction were fighting against Ingvild and Revel. There were also several Grim Reapers that had ambushed this place, making the leaders realize that Hades is also involved with this. Azazel and Surzex gritted their teeth in anger, as another being showed up. It was described to be a large ominous creature with bizarre features such as the upper body of a fallen angel, albeit with fangs in his mouth, and the lower body of an Asian dragon. He was crucified on a large cross with nails driven into various parts of his body, arms, tail, wings, etc., as well as several other restraints that had ancient letters written on them. His eyes were also covered with a blindfold that had tears of blood dripping from underneath it. The angels were pale seeing this. This included the fallen angels as well, as they recognized the being to be Samuel. Issei and Valerie felt a great repulse and restlessness to get out of the locations. Their instincts were telling them to flee. What is that being? Issei spoke while sensing many emotions from that being, such as pain, jealousy, suffering, and resentment from Samuel. Partner, you need to get out of here, As soon as possible, if that being's blood gets in your system, you will die a horrible death. Drake warned Issei, knowing full well on what Samuel is capable of. As Albion added, you too, Valerie. And how in the hell did they get Samuel? You can thank Hades-sama for lending us to him. With him, we can fight against 2 of the Longinus's users. Chow Chow spoke with a cackle, as the ones that cared for Issei and Valerie were fearful of what is going to happen. That skeleton bastard Azazel growled as Serzex decided to join the fight. There was no way he was going to let a device so powerful get in the hands of the Chaos Brigade, and he could care less about the politics at this point. But before going he spoke. Odin Dano, try to get the civilians out of here. Odin nodded in understanding as he commanded Summer and Ruby, protect Mr. and Mrs. Hayato from the Grim Reapers. Hades has a lot to explain to. Leave it to us, Lord Lucifer. Summer spoke with an assuring tone, as Team /Dog, Seorg, Riser and their peerages all got ready to fight. This included even the other supernatural beings that were fighting against the Grim Reaper army. Meanwhile, John was holding off against Jean, as the woman was surprisingly good at dueling, while Jan was forced to deal with Heracles, who was able to hold his own against Jan, while their fight was going on. Chow Chow decided to activate his balance breaker, while commanding, balance breaker. Polar Night Longinus Chakravartin. Several orbs started to form around Chow Chow, as they all looked the same, while he commanded George, go and find the data that belongs to the collider. I will handle the office part. George nodded as he rushed out of the battlefield, with Jade speaking, we need to stop him from getting the collider blueprints. Some of the information is present in the building itself. If the Chaos Brigade gets it, then. Understood, leave that to me. Issei entered into his balance breaker, as Chow Chow tried to intervene, exclaiming, I won't let you. Chow Chow used one of his orbs to fire an energy blast at Issei, which was blocked by Serzex. As he spoke, go Issei. I will handle things here. Chow Chow gritted his teeth in anger, as in his last-ditch effort he tried to use his Medusa's eye to immobilize Issei, only for Serzex to fire bullets of power of destruction to make him lose his concentration. Issei took this opportunity to stop George, as he rushed out with Chow Chow gritting his teeth in fury. Your fight is with me, Chow Chow. Chow Chow was even more livid. He had no choice but to use that if he had to even damage the monster known as Serzex Lucifer, who turned to Issei's peerage and spoke with a smirk, you guys don't mind me leading you? Of course not. John spoke as he pushed Jean off with a kick, as the other peerage members nodded in agreement, with Serzex speaking with a grin, then let's stop them. Scene change. Issei was dashing towards the upper levels of the auditorium, as he saw George trying his best to counter Ajuka. As Issei spoke, Lord Beelzebub. Issei? The others? Issei looked at him and spoke, they are dealing with Chow Chow. Serzex is personally dealing with the situation up there. George gritted his teeth in anger. He knew the chances of him facing off against Issei and Ajuka both at the same time will be disastrous, as George generated several magic circles. He constantly fired at them with Ajuka using his signature ability, which allowed him to control any magical attack as long as he was able to control it. It was a specialized magic circle. Ajuka used the magic to redirect it at George, who looked in horror. He blocked it with a defensive magic circle, only for Issei to ambush from the left side, as he gave a punch aimed at the gut, making him cough up. In response, George fired a Dragon Slayer magic at Issei, which was easily blocked by Ajuka as he redirected the magic blast towards George, as he looked at Issei angrily before Issei gives him a smack at the head, knocking him out cold. That should do it. Issei looked at Ajuka and asked, but even then, how were you able to redirect the attacks back at him? Ajuka explained with a smile, the ability I used was Kankara formula. To best explain it, all the phenomena and abilities in the world have both rules and laws to them, which he was able to get an answer to by filling in the equations. In the past, he said that earlier on his life, he had an interest in calculations as a child, and so his demonic powers became specialized in those areas. It allowed him to take complete control over the demonic powers of devils from the old Satan faction, redirected, and defeated them. During the Devil Civil War. I have heard of that incident. That was how you managed to win against the satanic descendants 0 years back, right? Ajuka nodded as he spoke. Indeed, as long as I am able to my demonic powers to fill in the calculations of the natural phenomena, by using a specialized magic circle, I am capable of affecting the outside world in various ways. As long as I am able to understand the magic, I can use calculations to control the magic and redirect it back at my enemies. I have been researching magic spells of other races and trying to find loopholes where I can apply my equations and formulas. I see. Issei spoke in understanding as Ajuka spoke. We need to delete all the data that Jade has stored here about the Super Collider. Wait, but this is something Jade worked so hard for. We aren't going to delete it or anything. Issei spoke with an annoyed tone, as Jade contacted Issei as he picked it up. As he spoke, yes? Did you get to the Collider data? Issei responded with a serious tone, yes, both me and Satan Beelzebub are present. Issei, listen, delete that data. We don't want the Cows Brigade or anyone getting access to the Collider in any way. Only you and I have access to delete function of the internal data I have stored, and I want you to destroy any access they can possibly have. Ajuka looked at Issei with a told you so look as he asked, are you sure you worked so hard for it? I don't to ruin anything you worked so hard. Oh Issei, did you really think I would not have precautions prepared? You should have faith in me. The backup data is safe in a location only I know of, so you needn't worry. Issei looked at her and spoke, very well, I shall do that. Issei took one final look at George who was passed out. He sighed in relief, as it was a good thing that only Jade knew about the place. Issei cuts off the scroll connection saying, let's head inside. Ajuka nodded as the two entered into the console that was connected to it. Ajuka navigated through the console heading towards the Collider data. It took him a few minutes to do so. He then clicked on delete data as a pop-up of, are you sure? Shut up, as Ajuka tapped on the yes section. A password showed up as Ajuka spoke. I would have already deleted the data, if it was not for the password section, and I was about to hack when he showed up. I will type the password and delete the data. Issei was the only Jade trusted the most with the project, and he followed up by typing the password. Red Dragon 080 Issei followed up with the enter button as the data started to get deleted. I never thought the password would be this easy, Ajuka mused, to which Issei responded, yeah, it was something she could remember with. Anyways, the others are still fighting. We should probably get going. Issei looked at George, but he was gone. He looked in surprise as he exclaimed, how did he? Now is not the time, we need to head there fast. Ajuka spoke seriously as Issei nodded. They both rushed outside to stop George at all costs. Scene change. Minutes earlier, George managed to reach Chow Chow's side, who was struggling against the combined forces of Surzek's and Issei's peerage, Ingvild, who had already defeated her 3 opponents. As Chow Chow spoke, did you get the data? No, Ajuka and Issei deleted the data. We can't gain access to the data. As of now, Chow Chow gritted his teeth in anger. Once again he has failed to gain his objectives. He could neither get access to Office due to Team/Dog and the Seraphs preventing him, nor he could gain any information on the Super Collider. Everyone! We have to retreat. This mission has failed. Chow Chow called out to his teammates, who all rushed to Chow Chow's side, as George was using the mist to get everyone out of there. Surzek tried to intervene, but Chow Chow used one of his orbs to fire at the Collider, causing it to malfunction, which caused the distraction. Using it, he already escaped. Damn it, Surzek gritted his teeth in anger. He was unable to capture Chow Chow. He already had his hands full protecting Issei's team from Sammo while dealing with the Grim Reapers and Chow Chow at the same time. Additionally, he had no intention of killing him. He wanted to bring him in for questioning, as well as he was being a Longinus wielder. He wanted to know who is the one behind the attack, since he was aware of Office being with Issei and company. Odin and Graphia managed to get most of the information on Dimension Lost, so the next time they attack, they will be ready to counter them. The Collider was on the starting to become even more unstable, and the dimension returned to normal. Issei and Ajuka managed to come, with Surzek speaking, what is going on? Jade and Ajuka took one look at the Super Collider and became pale, as Jade exclaimed, we need to get out of here. Everyone immediately teleported out of the theater using teleportation circles created by the leaders and strong magic users amongst the group. They were also able to get the stuff that the Collider summoned. Once they were outside, they looked at the theater. There was a massive explosion that took place, with Surzek and the leaders applying barriers to prevent any explosion or debris from hitting them. They saw 8 brightly colored beams being released from the explosion. Is everyone all right? Everyone gave a nod, As Issei looked at the audience, everyone had made it out alive. His own family, his peerage, the Gremory family minus Rias and her peerage, Rasweiss, the faction leaders, the 4 great Satans, the Phoenix family, Lord Baal and his mother, Riser's peerage, Seorg's peerage, Azazel, Shemhazai, Teams/Dog, Valerie Lucifer, the 4 great Seraphs, Yuri Winterflake and Kunu. At least we all made it in one piece. Never thought the Cows Brigade would manage to know about Remnant and other worlds. Azazel spoke with a sigh, knowing what would happen next, as everyone pondered on how things will be taking place next. Scene change. Unknown location. Shocked. A man was smirking seeing what was happening. He has the appearance of a middle-aged man in his zeros with dark silver hair and hazel eyes. He looked like Valerie, albeit with shorter hair and a beard. He possessed a bottomless and creepy aura around his body. He wore the same Mao Lucifer attire as Serzex, although colored in silver. He was surprised by what he witnessed, and it intrigued him, from the spy magic circles he had installed. The world of Remnant, different worlds, just imagine the amount of despair and chaos he could bring about in those worlds. Forget bringing chaos in one world, he now wants to bring it across different worlds. Now how he was able to get spy magic circles into the event hall? That answer will be revealed soon enough. Euclid, come here. The man called for one of his allies. As soon enough a man teleported into his room. He was a young handsome-looking man appearing in his early 20s with silver hair that is tied in a braided hairstyle. He wears a silver robe with detailed accessories. He was the reason on how he was able to infiltrate the event and apply spy circles, so that he could hear and come to know everything. Is something the matter, Lord RageRevan? RageRevan spoke with a gleeful smile. Take Shalba with you and capture that boy Leonardo. Make sure to bring an army with you. Capture this Jade Arc and bring her to me. Her plans of the Collider and her intelligence will be valuable to us. As you wish, Lord RageRevan. RageRevan then nods as he continued. And if her king gets in the way, then you know what you need to do, right? Euclid nodded as he soon teleported out of there, with RageRevan gleefully smiling, as he knew that if he captures Jade, then he will succeed in his plans. He may even be able to release Trihexa quicker than before. Unbeknownst to either of them, several beings have got up from their very painful fall or crash. They all looked around as they realized they are not where they supposed to be. As they all said one thing, where am I? Issei looked at his friends and family and asked, is everyone okay? Serzex looked around as he spoke. Well, no one's harmed, so that's a good thing. But I have a feeling that it is far from over. The Cows Brigade knows about the Collider, and they would want anything in their power to obtain it. Odin spoke with a worried tone, as Jade spoke with a tone of assurance. Don't worry, Lord Odin, the data is with me, and only I and Issei know about this. Ajuka nodded in agreement, as he spoke. The less people know about this, the better. Many nodded in agreement, as Mari speaks. I will take Mom and Dad home. It would be wise that they don't get involved, in case an attack does happen. Goro and Mickey weren't happy with this, as they protested. No, Mari, we aren't going to leave our son here, Goro angrily responded as Mickey nodded in agreement, as Mari spoke with a tone of assurance. We don't need to worry about Issei. He has got his team and the leaders to back him up. He will come back fine. Mari's words did not sit well with his parents as Serzex walked up to them and spoke with a tone of understanding. I understand your concern, but know this, I will make sure he and his team survives, plus they have each other's back, don't they? John walked ahead and spoke. You can count on us, Mom. Nothing will happen to Issei while we are around. Issei's peerage nodded in agreement, as Mickey sighed in relief as she spoke. Take care, all of you. Mari and the rest of the hiatus teleported away, leaving Issei alone as he muttered, at least they are all right. So what now? Azazel spoke with a sigh as he continued. This project was worked for months and it exploded with the Cows Brigade wanting to create something similar. This is bad with terrorists knowing about this weapon. Sooner or later they will attack the underworld again, so what do we do now? Jade asked Issei and the 4 Satans, as Serzex was about to make a decision, when suddenly Grafia got a message gaining everyone's attention. What? I will let him know. Grafia closed off the communication, as Serzex asked with concern. What's the matter, Grafia? Grafia shook her head and spoke. No, it is not. Thousands of devils, fallen angels and other supernatural beings have attacked the Agar's territory. This includes magicians along with vampires. Grafia spoke with worried tone. with the leaders becoming surprised by this. The vampires have not been involved at all, and now they are attacking them. Surely the Cows Brigade has been actively recruiting other races to join them. However, before they could even do anything, magic circles opened up. Soon enough, a whole horde of devils and other supernatural beings also come to this location. Grafia becomes wide-eyed into seeing who was in front of her. It was none other than her younger brother Euclid, with even Serzex was surprised at who they were facing. Meanwhile, Issei was also being surprised, looking at a handsome man dressed in black armor with a cape. He had long brown hair that goes to his hips with many bangs covering his right eye. Shalba, Shalba. Issei muttered with surprise, as those that knew who he was were genuinely surprised, as John asked, Shalba? But didn't you kill him when you went berserk on that nun's presumed death? Issei nodded as the Euclid soon walked forward and spoke. Greetings, people of the factions and those from the world of Remnant. I am Euclid Lucifuge. It is finally nice to meet all of you, including the one that slayed the redacted watcher. Euclid spoke, looking at Issei as he glared at Euclid, wondering what he wanted. Euclid then continued, if you are thinking, yes, Grafia is nothing but my treacherous older sister, Euclid declared as several looked at Grafia, who was silent. Serzex gave them a look that he will explain later, as he turned to Euclid and spoke. What do you want, Euclid? Euclid pointed towards Jade, as she became wide-eyed, with Issei and John becoming defensive, along with the rest of his peerage. Her. That is who I want. She will be vital to RageRevan's plans of recreating the Super Collider. Once we see her memories, we will know everything. Jade angrily retorted as she spoke. And what makes you think I will want to work with you? Euclid wags his finger and responds arrogantly. You don't have a choice, girl. Everyone attack. The supernatural beings affiliated with the Cows Brigade start to unleash a heavy magic blast, as the leaders create a barrier to protect those present in the party. Grafia was still trying to process. Her younger brother had turned to being a terrorist. Serzex took a glance at his wife before clenching his fists. However, he took a deep breath to calm himself down, as he speaks, turning to the others. This is bad. We will need to split up our forces. Who can volunteer to head to the Agar's territory? Seraphal, Falbium, Odin, the Baal Peerage, Valerie, Gabriel and Metatron and the Phoenix Peerage all agreed to head there, as they immediately teleported to that location. Now, the rest of us, we fight against Euclid and his forces. Serzex looked at Grafia, who nodded in understanding. They cannot let Jade fall into the Cows Brigade's hands, since she is the weakest link to the Super Collider. Euclid kept unleashing his assault. Capturing Jade will be much harder. However, he knew what he had to do. He looked at Shalba and gave a nod. He had to inflict a fatal blow to the pillar of the factions. When the assault stopped, Serzex spoke seriously and coldly. Surrender, Euclid. Shalba, there is no way you can win against all of us. Euclid shook his head and spoke. I know, false Lucifer, I know. And nice of you to turn against your grandfather. Valerie glared at him and spoke to him angrily. There is no way I will join any of you ever again. I know. Commence attack again, Euclid commanded as he attacked those that were in the factions. The soldiers were beginning to attack again. As Issei spoke, we have no choice. We need to take him and Shalba down, along with the rest of the Cows Brigade. Issei spoke, to which Serzex responds, yes, and Jade, stick close to me and Grafia, alright? Jade nodded in understanding. As she stayed closer, the others were ready to fight against the Cows Brigade. Even Yuri and those from Remnant decided to join the fight. Yang and Ruby headed towards some of the magicians. Thanks to their strengthened bodies with the help of the evil pieces, they gained additional power and strength, enough to rival low to middle class beings, sending several of the beings flying. Yang and Ruby were eliminating any of the Cows Brigade beings they encountered. Several beings aimed their magic at them, however they were dodging around using their wings. They were trained by Issei to do so, and on how to fly. Summer joined in taking down the higher class beings while exclaiming, promotion! Queen Summer looked at her king and her student as Issei nodded, giving the permission to promote, as her abilities increased, allowing her to move faster, have more durability, and even allowing her to use her magic even better. Her maiden powers were enhanced due to the promotion as well. John, Ingvild, Ravel and the others excluding Serzex and Grafia joined in. As they all decided to fight against the enemies of the Cows Brigade, Euclid decided to stand back, observing what Issei is capable of. as he was overconfident in dealing with Issei and capturing Jade. Speaking of Issei, he was facing off against Xiaoba at a short distance from the others, as he used magic circles towards Issei, who responded by using his semblance, as Issei asked, "Even now you think that you will win against the Satans, haven't you done enough damage already?" Issei asked angrily, to which Xiaoba cackled madly and responded, "Oh no! 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 Red Dragon, that is no longer my intention." Xiaoba then spoke with madness as he continued, "A curse. This is a curse. I shall become the poison who will devour the underworld, those devils who declined me. I have no business with such an underworld. I don't care about them anymore. I don't care about the authority and possession of the underworld anymore. Fahahaha. This Xiaoba Beelzebub shall use his last bit of power to destroy the underworld together with the monsters." Xiaoba brought out a person that was familiar with Issei as he saw a short, dark-skinned young boy with gray-blue hair and purple eyes. Like other members of the hero faction, he wears a gakurin, with a long coat on top of it. "Leonardo? You brought him?" Xiaoba grinned madly as he spoke. "Yes. And now, Leonardo, use Balance Breaker." Xiaoba used a mind-controlling spell on Leonardo, as he cried in pain. Suddenly magic waves were being surrounded as several beings were being summoned to the ground. They were Bandersnatch and Jabberwocky. This creates 12 anti-monsters measured to be 0 meters tall, named the Bandersnatch, also known as Great Demonic Beast, which can create smaller copies of itself, and one anti-monster measured to be 0 meters named the Jabberwocky, also known as Super Demonic Beast. The Jabberwocky was teleported to the other side of the underworld while the Bandersnatch was present with them. The Bandersnatch immediately started to attack the leaders. As the 4 Satans and the remaining leaders joined to fight against the armies, Surzek stayed back to protect Jade, along with Grafia, dealing with anyone that came close to them. Issei was facing off against Xiaoba. If there is any chance he can rescue Leonardo from his control, he could hopefully end the battle. The problem is, Xiaoba was not an easy foe. Xiaoba used all sorts of magic circles to deflect against Issei, as he shouted, "Take my judgment, you accursed dragon!" Xiaoba unleashed a magic circle generating a horde of bees, as he commanded the bees towards Issei, as Drake spoke mentally. "That's Beelzebub's signature ability, King of Flies. With that he can command flies to attack his opponents, mostly insects." That is, Issei nodded as he retorted, "Shame, cause bugs are weaker to fire types." Issei used his semblance, transforming into his dragonant forms as he started to breathe flames onto the flies, burning them to a crisp. Additionally, it started to even affect Xiaoba, who used his magic circle to defend himself, gritting his teeth in anger, on being on the verge of defeated a second time. Using the opportunity, Issei quickly brought out his shotgun and teleported to Xiaoba's location, as he turned around, but before he could react, bam! Issei shot Xiaoba with the shotgun, blowing up half of his left arm, making him grit his teeth in pain. He kept his distance. He responded by using a burst of elemental magic comprising of fire, water, wind, lightning, rock, earth and dark magic as he fired at Issei, who only dodged the attacks, as he made sure to not let any of his allies hit. For someone that is prideful, you have an amazing pain tolerance. Fighting with only an arm, Issei spoke with a bit of a praise, as Xiaoba shouted in response, "Shut up! You don't know a thing about me. I will destroy everything you cherish, including the children of the underworld." Xiaoba shouted madly. His pride of losing against Issei was being shown, making the latter even more desperate. Issei and many others were furious at this declaration. He wanted to take him down at all costs since he was going to even harm his lived ones. Xiaoba, on the other hand, became desperate, and having no choice, he brought a vial as Issei became on the edge. It was a vial that contained black liquid, as the latter recognized it to be Samuel's poison, as he spoke. "So you do recognize the thing that will kill you?" Xiaoba spoke with a mad grin, as he immediately teleported to Issei's location, forcing him to go on the defensive, as he brought out the syringe and connected the vial to it. The reason he did not throw it was because Issei would just easily dodge it. Some quickly ended their fights and tried to assist Issei, but he was too far away from them. Euclid made sure to prevent anyone from interrupting by blocking his peerage and others with a very strong barrier. Xiaoba had an insane grin on his face. He was ready to kill him, but when he was too close, a reddish-black blur sent the mad devil flying. He was hurled flying towards a distance. As the figure spoke, "Why don't you two pick on someone your own size?" The entity had black outer armor, with red glowing eyes and red gems. The wings were red closed pistol-like sealed wings, and had additionally black lines connecting his back. The entity turned towards Shalba as he unleashed two cannons from his back. He crushed the vial, making Shalba and Euclid horrified. A second Red Dragon Emperor was not something they expected. However, Euclid noticed something off about this version of Red Dragon Emperor. Drake and Bell themselves were surprised, as they noted that his signature belonged to the Red Dragon Emperor. They wondered on exactly who this person was. Even the factions were surprised by this, along with Issei's peerage and others that were fighting against Kao's brigade. Michael and Raphael noted that this one looked familiar. Azazel looked at him, and noted that the entity's armor looked like Issei's scale mail, but different, but way different. Soon enough, the barrier dropped as Euclid decided to escape. The second Red Dragon Emperor has thrown a wrench in his plans. The aura felt familiar to him as he decided to report this to RageRevan. Once he was out of there along with Leonardo, Issei's peerage headed to his location in worry. As Summer asked, "Are you okay?" Issei nodded as he asked, "Yeah." Issei watched in surprise as he looked at the other Red Dragon Emperor. The others also soon followed as John asked, "Why is there another Red Dragon Emperor?" Issei shook his head as he spoke. "I have no clue, not to mention, he sounds just like me." Ruby and the others were surprised as Yang spoke. "You gotta be kidding me, he could be a clone, like Faker was?" The mere mention of his name got the others nervous, as Issei shook his head and spoke. "No, if he was, that clone of mine made by the sorcerers would have joined the Kao's brigade instead of saving me from Shalba. I just hope he is on our side." Ingvild saw as that entity started to generate a reddish-black beams from his cannons. As Shalba watched in fear, he tried to escape, but he spoke. "Oh no, you don't!" A magic circle showing the number shows up, as the leaders had a feeling who this person was, with Surzex asking with worry. "Don't tell me, that's Trihexa." Azazel shook his head and spoke. "Not exactly. Not only does it look like Issei's scale mail, but it has something else merged with it. So whoever this person is, not only has the power of the Red Dragon Emperor, but also it has Trihexa's power." Jade mused in agreement. "I agree, it does like a variation of Issei's balance breaker. But who exactly is underneath the armor?" Grafia then muttered. "Let's hope he is friendly." The other entity had trapped Shalba in a tentacle courtesy of its ability, which belonged to the Beast of Apocalypse, Trihexa. It started to siphon Shalba's magic, preventing his escape. "Now begone!" The entity unleashed an energy beam that completely engulfed Shalba, as he screamed with anger. "Curse you, Hayadu! Curse you all!" Shalba was completely disintegrated, leaving no trace of him left, as the entity retracted his cannons, as he walked towards Issei and his peerage, and spoke. "Are you alright, kid?" Issei nodded, albeit he seemed a bit concerned on who this person was, as he looked at the others and was surprised to see some of them, as he spoke. "John? What are you doing here?" John was surprised as he responded with a tone full of surprise. "You know me?" Even the others were surprised that this person not only knew about John, but also was the Red Dragon Emperor. Just who exactly this person was, the entity nodded as he spoke. "Yes, and this place, this is Underworld, but different. Am I really in the Underworld?" Ingvild nodded as she spoke. "Yes, but who even are you, to be exact?" The entity was about to respond, till the others decided to show up, as Surzex asked normally. "Who are you? Are you the Red Dragon Emperor?" The entity nodded as he spoke. "Indeed I am." The entity soon dropped his armor, revealing to be none other than an older version of Issei, which made everyone's jaw drop. Even Issei himself was completely stunned by this revelation. He wore a red t-shirt, and a red jacket with 2 side pockets. He wore a black jeans and 2 black shoes. You are just like me?" Issei spoke while pointing towards Issei, who responded with an understanding yet confused tone. "I could say the same to Issei?" Pointed to Issei as everyone else was confused. How can there be 2 Isseis in the same room? Alright. What is even going on here? Am I seeing things, or are there 2 Isseis here? Azazel asked, completely confused as Surzex spoke with a frustrated tone. Alright. What is even going on here? Am I seeing things, or are there two Isseis here? Azazel asked, completely confused as Serzex spoke with a frustrated tone. We all see them, even we are confused. Just exactly how did this happen? And how is there another Red Dragon Emperor or Issei here? Both Isseis looked even more confused as Drake spoke from Issei's boosted gear. And this is the real Issei, along with him being the Red Dragon Emperor. Drake spoke as Issei's boosted gear also spoke. I could say the same for you as well, Drake also responded, as everyone was convinced this was an Issei. But who exactly was he? As Ajuka was watching the situation as he spoke. I can only come up with one explanation. Everyone turned towards Ajuka as he continued. The Issei next to his peerage is our Issei, while the other opposite to him is from a different universe. Everyone became wide-eyed at Ajuka's explanation as Jade added, I guess this is what happened when the Collider exploded, so this Issei is an alternate of the Issei we know. So what now? We first see about the other situation that is happening in a different location of the underworld, Yasaka suggested as they all decided to head there as soon as possible. Even the new Issei also joined in. Scene change. Agar's territory, 0 minutes ago. The Devils, Gabriel, Metatron, Odin and the others were facing off against their enemies. With the Jabberwocky posing the biggest threat, it was rampaging across the entire area of the Agar's territory. Lord Agars was assisting in evacuating the citizens while Sigvera along with her peerage consisting of Olivian and Bafil Furcas, as they all were fighting against the Jabberwocky but to no avail. Its regenerative properties were being a problem. Even with assistance from Metatron, Baal Peerage and Gabriel, they were still struggling to beat the Jabberwocky, while Odin, Valerie and Seraphol were dealing with the Grim Reapers along with the rogue supernatural beings. With Valerie handling against Pluto and her Imperio Juggernaut drive, she used Compression Divide to defeat him and take him out. However, they weren't able to help against the Jabberwocky for the time being. The Jabberwocky was being even more problematic. It suddenly released a storm of fireballs at the others as they dodged it. It soon followed it up with a ray of light towards Sigvera and her peerage as Seorg tried to save her, but couldn't. She couldn't dodge and there was no escape. She created a magic circle to try and protect herself. However, someone sent a powerful magic blast at the Jabberwocky, distracting it for a while, as someone came in front of her. Who are you? Sigvera looked at the entity in front of her as it had glowing orange eyes meant for sight and a covering that covered his entire face. His helmet was a mixture of brown and white, while the rest of his body was the same color except instead of being white it was red, clothing meant for a bit of comfort. You okay, Sigvera? Sigvera nodded as the entity looked at the Jabberwocky as he coldly spoke. Is that the best you can come up with, RageRevan? Pathetic as always, the entity jumped up in the air, as he knew exactly on how to deal with the Jabberwocky. He followed it up with 2 dragon shots using the boosted gear in his hand, shocking everyone that witnessed this. It was a Red Dragon Emperor. But how can this be? How is this possible? Meanwhile, the entity looked at the Baal Peerage, Agar's Peerage, Metatron and Gabriel as he spoke coldly. I won't repeat it twice. Move back unless you want to get killed. The cold voice of the entity made them shudder. As they backed away, he soon started to generate flames as he burned down the Jabberwocky. Those that were in the Great War recognized those flames. Those were Drake's flames. As he breathed onto the Jabberwocky, the flames were burning down the Jabberwocky, making it scream in pain. It tried to regenerate. However, Drake's flames will keep burning until there was nothing left. Not even their soul remained. It soon was destroyed into nothingness. The entity was surprised by how the underworld was, as he looked around surprised to see it intact, like nothing had ever happened to this place. I need answers. What is going on here? And this is the underworld, right? Sigvera walked forward and spoke. Yes, it is. Sigvera fixed herself and spoke with a tone of composure. But who even are you? Before the entity spoke, Odin and the others appeared before the entity once they were done with the supernatural beings belonging to the Cow's Brigade. As Odin asked calmly and gently, you not only have the boosted gear, but also have flames that were sealed by the biblical god. How were you able to use both of them? You are Issei Hayadu, right? The pillar of the factions. The entity became wide-eyed. How can he be the pillar of the factions? And how the hell are some of the people around are still alive? Does this mean? Dai is not the pillar, or was not the pillar? The entity asked with confusion as Odin responded with confusion. No, Issei is the pillar. And who even is this Dai you are talking about? Odin spoke, analyzing the person with the entity being confused. He was not expecting the perverted hypocrite to act like this. No, he is my brother. But are you sure? Dai does not exist in the Hyade family? Odin shook his head as he spoke. No, Issei has no brother, unless you consider John, his brother figure. The entity nodded as he asked, how can this be? The entity spoke with response, as Gabriel and Metatron analyzed him, with Gabriel trying to analyze his heart, but the entity speaks. I would advise you to not read my heart, Gabriel. The entity removed his helmet, as everyone became surprised. It was Issei Hyade that helped them, but he seemed different, as he had more brown hair. But before anyone could speak, a magic circle belonging to Lucifer opened up as they all turned around to see Serzex and his allies, along with another Issei lookalike, an older version. What is going on? How are the people that are supposed to be dead alive? And how can there be two versions of myself opposite to me? And who are even these people? The Issei in the armor looked in complete confusion as his drake spoke with a calming tone. Partner, calm down. We will get our answers soon enough. We need to play carefully, since both Isseis in front of us are also Red Dragon Emperors. The armored Issei took a deep breath to calm himself down. The others walked towards the group that was dealing with the Jabberwocky. He looked at Ajuka, who spoke, looking at this Issei as he understood that he was brought to their world by the Super Collider. From what I presume, you must be a different Issei, right? From a different universe? The armored Issei now understood everything. Someone managed to bring him here, from his universe to this universe. Everything now made sense to him. Serzex and several others that were dead in his universe are alive here, and his counterpart was the pillar of the universe. As the older Issei spoke, looking at the situation. I take it even you were summoned, from your own universe, right? The armored Issei nodded in response as he spoke. Yep, I was brought to. Isseiverse was surprised along with her peerage, different universes and a different reality. This was a lot for her to process. She was unable to understand what is going on. As Serzex looked at her and responded, he and many others that weren't aware of the Super Collider's existence don't know what had happened. Isseiverse, we will explain everything to you. You need not worry. Isseiverse and her peerage nodded in understanding as he looked at the others, and spoke. Our best course of action is to head to a secure location and discuss what is next. Isseiverse, you don't mind if we come to your place? Isseiverse shook her head and responded, no, I don't. Serzex nodded as he suggested to head inside the Agar's mansion. Unbeknownst to them, someone aside from RageRevan was watching them. Scene change. Hades' realm, shocked. Hades was present amongst the other gods. These were comprised of Nyx, Tartarus and Erebus, as they were all called by him. Since Jade's actions were informed to them by RageRevan, this was unacceptable. They did not know what lied on the other side of different worlds, and that could be a problem to their way of living. Additionally, he had borrowed them Samos, since this would eliminate the threat known as Issei Hyade. However, they had failed. But now with what they have witnessed, with two other Isseis known to be much more powerful, this would even be more problematic to them. I believe you know what you are called here for? Hades' words made Nyx nod as she spoke. After from what we saw, these alternate versions of the Red Dragon Emperor are even more problematic than the Longinus wielders, and that aura, it seems familiar, doesn't it? Nyx spoke, to which Hades responded. Indeed, the aura belonging to the Red Jacket Issei was of trihexas. This meant that the Issei of that universe managed to even get the Beast of Apocalypse to his side. He is a threat that needs to be dealt with. Tartarus then suggested. We can ambush them head on, or eliminate them right away. Hades shook his head and responded. No, we can't do it. Hades' words made the other gods startled as Erebus responded. Why not? We are primordials. We can handle them without a problem. Hades shook his head again as he continued. No, didn't you hear what I said? They are much stronger than our power. One can use Drake's flames and the other has access to Trihex's power. We need to deal with them the other way. Erebus then spoke, annoyed. So what would you suggest? Hades spoke with a sigh. We lay low, with the factions having a confrontation with the Grim Reapers and Samo. We will play it safe for now. And sooner or later, I can expect the factions to show up to my doorstep. Once that is over, we can use Samo's blood to take the Isseis down. Erebus spoke with a smile, as he responded. I don't mind this idea. Tartarus and Nyx agreed to this as Hades spoke. Well, in that case, we should adjourn the meeting. I will contact RageRevan, and see what else we can do as well." The other gods nodded in understanding as they all teleported away from the location, leaving Hades alone. He knew what was coming next, and he had to be prepared. He knew RageRevan would still be in secret releasing Trihexa or capturing Jade for his goals. He was on a list, and he wondered if RageRevan was too, since the recording showed one of the Isseis knew about RageRevan. Speaking of RageRevan, scene change. RageRevan's base, 00 AM. RageRevan grinned hearing the aftermath of the event that had happened, these two Isseis with one of them having the beast of the apocalypse's power for himself, and the other being able to use Drake's flames. He knew what he had to do. Even if he failed to get access to the collider, or its information, he still managed to know what it can do and what it is capable of. That was satisfactory enough. Even if the opportunity failed itself for the first time, he will find a way to capture these Isseis and know more about their worlds, and if that doesn't work, he will kill him. Little does he know that this will be his downfall, since the Isseis have already had a run-in with their RageRevans. Agar's territory shocked. PM. Everyone including the two Issei alternates were seated alongside them. Sigvera was explained by Surzex that the two Isseis were alternates of their Issei hailing from a different Earth. The leaders looked at their pillars' alternate selves, while the angels were on the edge because of the armored Issei's presence, due to his darkened aura unlike the older ones. However, they recognized the two to be dragon gods. Ophis also recognized her power that was present inside of their bodies. "So we would ask you some questions. Hope you don't mind?" The older Issei looked at Jade, who was shifting in nervousness as that Issei spoke. "We also have some questions. We all were brought here by a portal that came out of nowhere." The older Issei spoke as he continued. "We all were minding our own business when the portal sucked us here, and we were powerless to stop it. Yep, I was working on my latest sacred gears, and this is what happened." Many took note on what the armored Issei was speaking, which meant that the mechanical wings were his creation. However, that was not important. The Isseis were brought here, and how they were brought here was something they had to know. "Was the portal colorful and glitchy?" Jade asked, a bit nervous, as both Issei nodded in agreement, with armored Issei even speaking. "I haven't seen a portal like that in my life. It belonged to none of the supernatural magic I am familiar with." "Then that confirms our answer." Ajuka spoke seriously, as he looked at the two Isseis, with the older Issei speaking in response. "So we are really in a different universe. Now it makes sense why those from Remnant are here." The older Issei spoke with an understanding tone, with many from Remnant wondering whether this Issei has met their counterparts, or not. The armored Issei then spoke. "Yeah, you are right on that one. We all were brought from different universes. But how? The only way to do that is to break the source wall, and then enter a different universe. But..." The older Issei brought out his boosted gear and was surprised to see the wall to be never damaged. This was a spell he had created to check for any breaches in the source wall, and it seemed like it worked for different universes as well too. "It is not destroyed, which is a surprise." The ones from Issei's worlds were confused as Azazel asked, "Source wall? What is that?" The older Issei looked at him and spoke. "It is the boundary that keeps two universes from combining. Think of it as an unbreakable border of the universe. But that is a story for another time. So why did you even bring us here?" "Like for what reason?" The older Issei looked at Jade, Ajuka and Azazel as they decided to speak the truth. "It was because of the Chaos Brigade. They attacked us during the presentation of the Super Collider, a device that can bring objects from different dimensions, and I guess different timelines." Both Isseis looked at Jade. "She was the one that brought them here." As Ajuka continued, "We were planning for timeline travels, but with the Chaos Brigade attacking us and destroying the Collider was what caused the chain reaction that brought the two of you here." "I see." Lord Beelzebub, the older sister, spoke, as the other one responded. "So that is how you brought us here, Ajuka." The armored Issei's voice seemed to be a bit disrespectful as opposed to the other, making them wonder what had happened with this Issei. Azazel also noted one thing. "Plus, I did see 8 more lights coming out from the Collider and the conference hall when it exploded. That means with these two alternates of myself, there are others out there. This can be an issue." Surzex spoke worried, as Issei added. "Yeah, with many others that have the same name, sound and look like me. I don't want to fall into a trouble, or worse, be a criminal." Issei spoke with dread in his voice, as Surzex spoke in an assuring tone. "Don't worry, Issei, we will fix this. We will locate all those and send them home." Surzex looked at Jade and asked, how long will it take to create the collider? It took me a few months to create the original one, with several tests and failures. I still have the data, so it should take less time. Surzex nodded to Jade's words and gave a smile. There is no rush, you can take your time. Jade nodded in understanding, as the armored Issei looked at them and thought. They seem to be nothing like my counterparts. With my counterpart being the pillar, I doubt that they are like my Surzex or my faction leaders. The armored Issei noted Rias and her peerage being absent, which was a good thing, since she was a headache, and perhaps this was true in this universe. Perhaps I can be the one that will help you, and make your job quicker, an entity announced. The guests present felt a suffocating aura that almost brought the low-class beings to their knees, and the rest on the edge. Even the other Isseis were weary of this presence. They all rushed outside, only to see a figure that was completely red. His mere presence even made Ophis fearful of his as he could see him. He looked like a black armored with eyes and a grin, surrounded by a corona of black lightning. He had a presence of a true demonic being, which was incomprehensible. The being that they were witnessing were far stronger than anyone they knew. He towered over them, easily being 0 meters in height. So you mind, if I join your batch, faction leaders? The entity spoke with a grin. As the people present did not know who he was, Issei looked at his counterparts who were also concerned about him. Who even are you? And why have you come to this place? Surzex spoke with a serious tone, however internally he was nervous. Given the power the entity radiated, he had to protect his faction as the entity crouched to his level. I am here for a talk, and I know exactly what is going to happen. After all, the entity points towards the Isseis present. As he spoke, I am an alternate of your pillar. No way. Many mused in disbelief. The one that was in front of them was another version of Issei. He was much stronger than the Issei they knew him to be. As the entity introduced themselves, my name is Zalgo, but I was once known as Issei Hayadu, or just Issei. It is a pleasure to meet most of you present. Zalgo spoke with a grin. As he looked at them, they all knew this was the mythical Zalgo, also nicknamed the one that ends universes. He was an alternate of Issei. That was just impossible. Let me transform into a more human-like form, since you all are clearly intimidated by my presence. Zalgo soon transformed into his more human-like form. He was described to be a charming man. He has fair skin, amber eyes with yellow diamond-shaped pupils and red eyeliner on the lower lids of his eyes, and mostly short dark brown hair with a longer fringe on the right side of his face and amber tips. There is one section of his hair on the back of his head that is waist length instead of being cut short. He wore 2 earrings, and a 3-piece suit which consisted of a white shirt, a black waistcoat and a regular coat which was open. He wore black pants and black shoes. He had an graceful yet potent aura surrounding him. Greetings, faction leaders of this universe. Greetings, faction leaders of this universe. Zalgo looks towards the 2 Isseis and speaks. My counterparts. Shall we have this conversation inside, gentlemen? Zalgo spoke as Surzex walked forward and responded, As you wish, Zalgo. Scene change. The people all settled down inside the Agar's mansion, as Odin asked with a serious tone, So all 3 of you are alternates of Issei, or in Zalgo's case, once was Issei, right? Yes, all 3 Issei spoke in unison, as Odin nodded in understanding. Yosaku then asked, So can you 3 tell more about yourselves? The 3 looked at each other and nodded. All right, but this will be a long explanation. In the background, for book covers can be seen dropping altogether. The first being a poster for Reset. Issei, where it shows him in the middle, and everywhere around here are 7 soul traits and the factions including the monsters standing beside him. The second is the one that showed Issei and Yuri fighting against hate. John. The third is Concept. Issei, it's him alongside his droid factions, with his prime generals Malik and Nyx. The fourth is Zalgo, and the poster is himself on the thorn and giving off an evil and menacing smile. My name is Issei Hayada. Both Reset. Issei and Concept. Issei spoke as Zalgo then spoke. I am Zalgo. I no longer go by my former name Issei Hayadu. I was killed by Rainier, and eventually awoke being the Red Dragon Emperor. Zalgo/Reset/Concept. Issei spoke with unison as the flashbacks of Rainier throwing the light spear was thrown into their reset. Issei's Concept. Issei's and Zalgo. Issei's abdomen as he was being laid dead, with their Rias watching them. I worked for the factions and loved the girls of my harem, until I was betrayed by most of them, which consisted of Rias Gremory and most of her peerage and ORC, with Irina who cheated on me with their boyfriends reset. Issei spoke with a sigh, as flashbacks of Issei witnessing his girls cheat on him were being shown, as he continued, almost died from Dragon's Fall but found someone that had helped me recover, and was forced to reset the timeline, with my friends watching over me. Flashbacks of reset. Issei talking to his universes Trihexa and Chara, as they agreed to work together, with this Issei vowing to never be betrayed. As for me, I decided to turn my back on the factions, for you see they never treated me well. I hated being a fool because I have 2 younger siblings that were assholes to me, with my brother being Dai, who made my life as miserable as possible. Concept. Issei spoke with an annoyed tone as flashbacks showed of Dai taking credit, and many saw him as a hero, many saw Issei as a villain. He soon walks away with anger. After that, the droid faction was being built as they demanded my help. I refused to help them, and walked away much to their anger. Flashback of concept. Issei looked towards the factions and spoke coldly and mockingly, "Not my monkeys, not my circus." While during my confrontation with my Rainier, it was revealed that Rias orchestrated my death. I snapped and lost control, refusing to ever let myself be corrupted by them ever again. I went back home, and made a deal with Zalgo. After learning I was his reincarnation, I made sure to restore the demon faction. Flashbacks of Zalgo. Issei meeting his previous incarnation and accepting his deal, but not before dealing with his sister Masami and avoiding his parents. He refuses to be like his old self. "So wait a minute, all of you were killed by your Rainier?" Summer asked with a tone of surprise, to which all 3 Isseis nodded in agreement, with reset. Issei speaking, "Yep, but after the reset some events caused her to completely turn a 0 degree in terms of personality." Jade looked at reset, skeptical to believe that a monster like Rainier will become better, as she spoke, "I doubt it." Reset. Issei looked at her and spoke, "No, trust me, she does get better." These all Isseis were killed by their universe's Rainiers. I am truly surprised by how common it is. Even across several timelines, Azazel thought with interest as he knew that was how they were introduced to their universe's supernatural world and became the way they are. While some were confused on reset, Rainier actually being good, this included those that had a run-in with her in the backrooms. "Surzex, can we convince them to side with us?" Serafal asked seriously and with worry, knowing their pasts, as he responded, "I can only hope so." Surzex hoped the absolute best-case scenario where they will be helping them. Getting back to my story. Reset. Issei spoke with a smile. "Post-reset, many things change. I have an adoptive sister named Chara, and she is at least better than your siblings. I can assure you that." Concept. Issei responded, "I will see to that. Anyways, for me, I did the events that have happened in my life, but on my own terms. I found new lovers, and moved on from the ones that cheated on me, focused on my life, and made things better. I had to fight the Cows Brigade to achieve that, including a certain RageRevan Levon Lucifer who was a problem in both the timelines. I made sure to kill him permanently this time. Then I settled down with my family and had a peaceful existence with my loved ones." Reset. Issei spoke with a smile, as he remembered his family that was at home. Reset. Issei can be seen alongside Rainier and Asia, making sure they are well trained. He knew the Rainier of his world was different. He eventually beat Sona in chess, as she became his fiancée. He then reunited with Rosweiss and Kuroka, and finally Yasaka and Serafal confessed their love later on. The scene changes to him fighting against the vampires, Hero Faction, Cows Brigade, Clippeth, Gaia, and finally RageRevan himself and clone Trihexa, eventually beating them. While me, I was never interested in helping the factions. They threatened, flattered, and even tried to bargain with me. I only wanted one thing, but they chose not to, thinking me a weak and pathetic pervert. They hated me, they always hated me, so I created the droid faction and took revenge, alongside my generals, as we destroyed Gregory and eventually we attacked several other factions as well. Concept. Issei spoke with a growl, knowing how much of a pain his factions were. Concept. Issei remembered his Aquino threatening him. He retaliated back by dealing with them himself. He eventually fought back against those that were bargaining and even begging them, but he refuses to help them. They still hate him, and only leave him alone out of fear. Eventually Ingvild and Valerie come to know when Ophis and Great Red revealed to them that Issei was the creator and progenitor of the droid faction. Wait, why did you create the droid faction? Odin asked with dread in his voice, as Issei spoke. I saw the supernatural to be uncaring for humanity. My experiences with them were prime examples of that, and eventually I decided it had to go, and I gave them many chances to change their ways, but they did not. The factions were fearful of this Issei. While reset, Issei had an eye on him. He hoped that he did not wish to harm this universe's version of the faction leaders. Don't tell me, my counterpart did something stupid. Concept. Issei looked at him and spoke with a smile. You did. You all did, and you all suffered because of that. The faction leaders hated their stupidity of their counterparts, which turned them into the faction destroying being that he was. Zalgo then spoke, continuing his story. While I decided to keep my distance from my parents, they wanted to believe in me. But that did not happen, and after that my life has gotten better, but you can thank my Rias. She wanted to get back at me and ruined everything I held dear. That day I snapped and lashed out at everyone, my abusive parents, the Kendo Club, and finally most the Gremory peerage, except Kiba. Zalgo remembered on how his parents told him that they would trust him, only for that to turn to a lie as his life was ruined by Rias Gremory. He snapped and took revenge against those that harmed him, as Surzek soon imprisoned the peerage, not willing to deal with them. Don't tell just how bad your Rias was. The three Isseis looked at him and spoke. Not as bad as these two post-reset, but still a bit annoying. Reset. Issei spoke as Concept. Issei responded, I wish to crush her throat at every step. Zalgo nodded in agreement as Surzek frowned at Rias. She was not much different from her counterpart. He pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration as he asked, and I take it none of your Surzeks has stopped her? Concept. Issei shook his head and spoke. He was a Siskana thing more, nothing less. Surzek sighed as he looked at the other two, with Reset. Issei speaking. For me, he punished Rias immediately after hearing his actions. She became better but was still annoying. Zalgo responded with a serious tone. Same, albeit she did not improve, unlike his version. I see. Surzek spoke, as he and his family made the vow to fix her attitude by any means necessary. Reset. Issei then continued his story. Many of my friends unlocked their soul traits, which includes Arthur, Asia and Gasper to name a few. With their help, we managed to fight off against the Cows Brigade and eventually against the EXE invaders that wanted our planet. Thanks to RageRevan, I killed their leader, thus ending the conflict. Normally I don't kill, but when Great Red was almost killed, all bets were off. Issei explained his story. His friends are seen using the soul traits to fight off against the EXE invaders, as they give their power to Regal Ziva, where he faces off against him in space. He finally kills him for good, where he falls exhausted as he was helped up by Asriel. He was taken to the hospital where he recovered after a very long time. In the aftermath, we sent drones to outer space to prepare for any invasions. Magical drones that send us real live time footage and magic circles to show us everything in the universe. That was how I found out about Remnant. The scene changes to the faction leaders agreeing on sending on the drones, unanimously due to the EXE invasion, such that a repeat of this invasion does not happen again. They eventually go into different planets, with one heading to Remnant. Is that how you know me? John asked with a tone of surprise as Reset. Issei nodded. Yes, I do, and I also know your planet does not have space technology to do so. That is why. How are you all here? Reset. Issei spoke to John, Jade, Ruby, Yang and Yuri, all of whom belong to a different planet entirely. Which Reset? Issei recognized as Jade walked forward and spoke. We all were trapped in the backrooms except for Yuri, and then we all decided to head to Issei's world in the aftermath, since John hated his old world due to Reset. Issei cuts her off and speaks. Faking his way into a prestigious school, being bullied by his peers, disowned by the Ark clan and them screwing into his life. Yeah, I think I had a feeling this would happen. Reset. Issei spoke with a sad tone, as John was surprised. It seemed like his universe's version of John also had suffered a lot. Even the others were surprised by this as well. Concept looked at John, wondering if there is someone that existed in his world, as he thought. I wonder if I have a John just like these two have, and if he has suffered. Concept. Issei narrows his gaze as he speaks. I will gladly help him if he has suffered and make his world pay back. With John as he spoke angrily. Yeah, that is pretty accurate. My siblings never wanted me to be a huntsman, and they disowned me for a crime of faking my way in. I got revenge against them by ruining them completely. They value their reputation more than their family, so I destroyed them completely. Jade and the rest of Issei's peerage calmed him down, as reset. Issei spoke with a sigh. I see, and did they even kill Yuri's parents as well? Many were surprised by this, as Yuri asked in shock. Don't tell me, even my counterparts suffer from this? Issei nodded, making Yuri grit her teeth in anger, as reset. Issei continued, Yep, and the worst part is, from what my John told me, they hunted you down, and almost killed you as well. They were Balder and Krantz. Yuri felt dread at this, as John pulled her closer, making her blush. John was beyond livid, and what the Arcs, especially Balder and Krantz. Even those from the Haida peerage and the faction leaders were angered by this. The Arc clan was truly a bunch of monsters, under the so-called elders. After that, you went full ballistic, consumed by your hatred, killed anyone that stood in your way, and almost destroyed Remnant. John now lost his anger and became horrified at what his counterpart had done. As Yuri and John's loved ones became increasingly worried, they couldn't blame him for what had happened to him. Thankfully, I and my friends stopped him, and we managed to save John with that universe's Yuri and John resetted the timelines, restoring everything back to normal. Last I checked, he was doing fine with Yuri. Many sighed in relief, while Yuri was happy that her counterpart saved her lover's life, as she would have also done the same. John was relieved that everything went back to normal. What about us? Yang asked to reset. Issei, to which he responded, Unfortunately, you three hated John, and you made his life miserable and have suffered in the aftermath. Jade, Yang and Ruby hated their counterparts for abandoning John and making his life miserable, as his Issei assured her that everything was fine. She still felt sad for doing this to her brother. John meanwhile calmed his two girls down, with Summer also joining in as well. Ingvild and Ravel were saddened to see how much different the three were from them. Meanwhile, Concept. Issei gritted his teeth in anger, as he thought, what kind of a family is this? Even mine still had some care for me, despite the fraudulent lies spread against me. He only committed fraud, and his punishment was that, if I was in John's place, I would have brought that family to extinction. They don't deserve to see the light of day. Concept. Drake nodded in agreements. I could not agree any more. I would destroy their souls no matter what happens. He soon takes a deep breath to calm himself down, as he started to speak his past. So should I continue? The others nodded as they wondered why Concept. Issei became the faction-destroying person he was today. Getting back to my story, I exposed Dai for the fraud he was and soon walked out. Since I already unsealed Nyx and took her home, I was still unwelcomed, and even after that, the only reason they tolerated me was because I was powerful, and they did not want to anger me. They still did not want me near them. The scene changed to Nyx being released from her prison, much to the faction leaders' anger and sadness, as Concept. Issei takes charge and forces them to have a fight against Dai, which they reluctantly agree. However, despite this, he was not welcome in his own home, until he exposed Dai, where the faction leaders were filled with despair knowing that their hope was a fraud. He soon walked away, leaving the audience horrified. Even then, things just didn't change. They still wanted me to help, selling off their girls to me, not caring for what they think. I kept pushing onwards, seeing no change in their nature, crashed a party with Malik's help and eventually destroyed heaven as well, along with the sacred gear systems. I unintentionally brought down the attention of someone else, which was the god tribe. The scene changes to the girls, namely Athena, Elizabeth, Mirana, Artemis, Latia and Sigvera, all in despair or crying due to what the faction leaders did to them. They sold them away, as Concept. Issei looked in anger, with him destroying the Yukai faction, Pendragon residence, crashing a party and finally taking down the heaven as well, as a blonde-haired goddess comes to his residence, demanding him to work for him. In the aftermath, they were dealt with and killed for what they did. No one was spared and they were killed. Eventually the onslaught increased, got Ain Lucifuge and the Malbranche as my allies, and eventually fought the last of my enemies, revealing myself to everyone during the Norse onslaught. But what sped up their demises was them going after my loved ones. All was over after that. The only one that I spared was the Hindu factions, and ignored the others remained in hiding. They refused to come out, and if they did, I can deal with them. Even my birth family was not spared. Concept. Issei spearheads the assault against the god tribe, wiping them all out. He soon releases Ain and helps her with her illness. He does this with Malakota as well, and the rest of her Malbranche as well. He soon continues the invasion, wiping out the Norse gods, while revealing himself, and he continues to do so with the Olympians, the Shinto gods, vampires, and finally the remnants of the other factions and the devils. He heard of them going after Ardias and his unborn child, and that was when everything was to be dealt with. They deserved death after this. Only after that, we could remain in peace. With them being wiped out, I personally killed my Surzex. Concept. Issei faces against Concept. Surzex before ultimately killing him, thus ending the war. Only stragglers remained after that as he killed them all one by one, leaving no remnants. You killed me? Surzex spoke with horror as Concept. Issei responded, I told you, you were the worst in my reality, and I doubt he would change. He got what was coming for him, including their demises. I showed no mercy, not even to the young ones as well. Concept. Issei spoke coldly, as Grafia and Yasaka brought their children closer in worry that this Issei will kill them. They hated their counterparts for making them like that. In the meanwhile, Milikas felt dread knowing a version of his hero was evil and cruel, and so was Kunu. She hated a version of Issei acting like this, and all this happened because their counterparts believed in Dai, a fraud and a traitor. So you even killed Kunu and Issei's parents? Yasaka asked with fear as Concept. Issei nodded as he spoke. When I meant no mercy was present after what they did to me. Yasaka knew that her Issei will never turn out to be like this one, as she hated her counterpart for being the reason why her daughter and her faction is dead. I can't believe this, they changed you into a monster. Seorg spoke with anger in his voice. He wanted to punch his Concept counterpart really hard for what he had done to Issei. That is how it is. Concept. Issei spoke with a serious tone, as he continued, I just hope that none of you treat your Issei like you all did to me. No, we won't. I will never treat my little brother like your Surzex did. All the leaders agreed to Surzex who had spoken, Yasaka being the most. She will never lose someone like her lover, no matter what happens. I will see to that. Surzex. Concept. Issei spoke with a serious tone, as he looked at his counterpart who was on guard, which he couldn't blame. He was the pillar of the factions, unlike his brother. He knew that this universe was different, but how different, that was something time would tell. So basically you are a villain version of Issei? Summer asked with worry as Issei shook his head and responded, I prefer the term anti-hero. Many looked at him in surprise at first but then thought that he had decent intentions, as Zalgo then spoke. Now I will get to mine. Zalgo started to speak, gathering everyone's attention, as he continued. Very well then, after that the peace meeting happened, the very same meeting where Vala thought it was a good idea to betray the leaders and join the Cows Brigade. I snapped again and almost went on a ballistic rampage. But the leaders did not want to kill me, nor they could have killed me even if they wanted me to. However, thanks to someone special, I returned back to my normal life. The scene changes to Zalgo fighting against his allies due to his terrible past, but was restrained by Slenderman as many decided to talk it out, helping him recover. All this happened was because of the betrayal of Vala, who turned on them. He wanted to fight stronger opponents. He was almost killed, with him being imprisoned later on by the faction leaders. And then things became better for Issei. His name was cleared and it became even more better for him. So I take it your Vala is a guy? Valerie asked with surprise, as Zalgo nodded and spoke. Yep, he is. Same for me. He is also a guy. He is going to have a mental breakdown when he sees a female version of him. Hey, are you dating your Issei? Valerie immediately became flustered at this, as she looked away with a red tint, causing Issei to also look away, while Jade, Ingvild, Ravel and Isaka look at Issei with slight jealousy, something he fails to notice. I got my answer, even better. Concept. Issei looked at this and huffed away. He decided to stay quiet on this topic, as Azazel was amused. He wondered how his adoptive daughter's male counterpart would react from seeing this. While the others were sweat-dropping seeing this interaction, they noted that Reset. Issei was just like a jolly older version of the Issei they love. They had only many similarities. Aside from that, many felt sad by Zalgo's past, as they hated what their parents and sister did to Zalgo. They hoped that they never meet again. After that, I was working in my home on some of the paperwork, when a portal suddenly opened up and I was sucked into it, before traveling here reset. Issei spoke with a normal tone, as Yang asked, "So you two were also sent here as well?" The other two Isseis nodded as Concept was playing some Mario Kart 8 Deluxe before he was sucked here, and same went for Zalgo, both reset. Issei and Concept. Issei crashed onto the ground, while Zalgo hovered normally. "What should we call you?" "We can't just call you Issei, right?" Ajuka spoke with a serious tone, as Reset. Issei spoke. "Call me Reset. For me, just Concept. Issei spoke with a neutral tone. "And I told you, Zalgo. I don't go by my old name anymore." Zalgo spoke with a smile, as they all nodded in understanding, as Azazel had a grin and spoke with a mischievous smile. "So, who are you all dating?" Serzex looked at Azazel and spoke. "Are we really doing this?" "Nah, I am curious. I wonder if Issei is the harem king of the multiverse." This got even the girls of Issei's love interest intrigued by this, as Jade asked with curiosity. "I am curious too. I wonder if there is an alternate version of me dating that Issei." Jade's words made even the other girls curious, as Reset. Issei spoke with a smile. "Fine, I will tell who I am dating. For me it is Yasaka, Seraphal, Sona, Asia, Rasweiss and Kuroka, along with Rainier of my universe." The audience went silent. Yasaka became beet red when she heard her counterpart was dating that Issei, with Kuna being a little jealous, but was happy that Issei in her universe was her father. Same went for Seraphal and Rasweiss, both of whom had red tint on their cheeks. "What?" Everyone shouted minus Yasaka, Rasweiss, Seraphal and Kunu, as they were still under their trance. Jade then spoke with a tone of shock. "I don't believe this. She hates Issei so much that she would torment and torture him no matter. She did this to me and my troops. And I will never forgive her for that." Jade's tone changes into sorrow as she remembered on how Rainier tormented her, with Issei calming her down. He knew how much that event has affected her, as Reset knew what kind of a person Rainier was before pre-reset. He herself hated that Rainier, and she became worse. "His harem is really well diverse, ain't it?" Azazel commented, to which Odin responded. "Yep, the boy's counterpart is really lucky for this." Odin added his own words as well, while Serzex sighed knowing this to happen. Ingvild, Valerie and Ravel were jealous of Yasaka, as they wondered if there was anyone that the other Isseis would be dating their counterparts. As Azazel looked towards Concept and spoke. "What about you?" "Sure, I will tell. For me, it is Nyx, Artemis, Athena, Quinella Asmodeus, Charlotte Beelzebub, Mocha Akashia, Mocha Omok Akashia, Miyuki Citri, Izanami, Latia Astaroth, Sigvera Agars, Ain Lucifuge, Marana Sharatova, Elizabeth Leoness, and finally Gondo." The audience was once again silent at this. Sona and Seraphal wondered who Miyuki was, while the Gremorys were happy for Ain as well. They knew what she had gone through after the Devil Civil War. "Holy shit! Your harem is jam-packed." Concept. "Although who are half of the people? The Mocha sisters are vampires, or dampiers to be precise. Quinella and Charlotte are similar to Ingvild and Valley. They are half devils. Then Miyuki is the youngest daughter of the Citrus, while Ain is Graphia's younger sister. The others, I think you know them." Concept. Issei spoke while looking towards Sona and Seraphal, as Seraphal asked, "How was I to Miyuki? She does not exist here, so can you tell me?" Concept. Issei spoke with a sigh. "You were the polar opposite. The best way I can describe is that you were jealous of Miyuki and made her childhood miserable. Same goes for Sona." The Seraphal was horrified by this revelation, as Serzex spoke. "I hope you don't have a sister hidden, have you?" Seraphal shook her head and spoke. "No, we don't, and we would never do what your Seraphal did to Miyuki." Serzex nodded as he spoke. "Very well, I trust you." Seraphal did not say anything. She hated what her counterpart did to her sister, as Rasweiss remained in disbelief. Her student's counterpart was dating her grandmother. This is impossible in her eyes, since her grandmother refused to take on her lover after her grandfather tragically passed away in war. But even then, his harem has variety: vampires, devils, angels, gods, primordials and half-devils. Odin commented, amused by Concept's harem, as Zalgo then spoke. "All right, I will get to mine." Zalgo then spoke as he gathered everyone's attention. "The girls that loved Issei hope to be on their list. For me, it is Ravel, Claire and Asia." "So you too, huh? Nice." Reset. Issei spoke with happiness, knowing that even he is dating his Asia, as it was Ravel's turn to become a blushing mess, as Valerie, Jade, who had calmed down, and Ingvild were jealous of Revel as she exclaimed, "Yes, I got in," Revel exclaimed cheerfully as she soon reverted to her normal self while realizing that she had to compete with her older sister Claire as well. She couldn't appear at the meeting due to work. Anyways, so what should now? The Cows Brigade knows of this, and from what I know RageRevan would be behind the collider as well. Some of the people in the audience knew who the man was, as Concept then spoke. Yeah, the man, knowing how chaotic he is, wants to prove that devils are nothing but mean-spirited beings, and with him still alive here, he is going to be a problem. Wait, you mean RageRevan is the mastermind of the whole situation? Azazel asked with surprise, earning a nod from the three. As Zalgo spoke, I have been watching RageRevan of this universe for a while, so I know he will be a problem. I already know he was planning to make his move soon enough. I would advise you to eliminate that bastard, otherwise it will be a repeat telecast of what happened in my world. Concept. Issei nodded in agreement as he stopped his Hades from sending the message, as Azazel in his anger destroyed a nearby wall with just one punch. Many were startled by this, while Reset. Issei spoke. Many were startled by this, while Reset. Issei spoke. A/N. I don't own this GIF or Naruto. Was expecting that to happen. Azazel angrily spoke. That damn bastard, he did not stop making Vala's life miserable, and now he wants to destroy the multiverse. Is that why he tried to kidnap Jade? Valerie flinched upon this, as she clenched her fists in anger. As Issei knew Valerie had a rough childhood, he will never forgive this RageRevan for making her life miserable. Yes, Azazel, he did so and wants to do it. Zalgo spoke seriously as Reset. Issei spoke in a serious tone. We need to locate him and take him down. Azazel, I know you are mad, but for now, our focus is to deal with Hades. He needs to answer to the Grim Reaper and Samuel attack on us. Sirzex spoke seriously as Azazel looked at him, and calmed down. As Azazel spoke, let's go. Wait. The one who exclaimed was Concept. Issei, much to everyone's surprise, as the two looked at him and asked, Yes? I am coming too. I can talk with Hades, since I know a few things only he does, so let me talk to him. Concept. Issei spoke with an assuring tone, as the two men looked at him and spoke, Very well, you can come. Concept. It was a risk, but if it works, maybe. Concept. Issei can stop Hades' attacks, without actually forcing a fight, but if it does not, it would be bloody and aggressive, knowing Concept. Issei's aggression. The three men soon teleported to Hades' domain, leaving the others alone, as Ajuka spoke in everyone's stead and responded, I would suggest to everyone to rest. Today has been quite a day for you, so it would be wise if you all head back. Ajuka's words were agreed by everyone as many teleported back to their homes to sleep for the day, leaving only Issei and his peerage, Yuri, along with Reset. Issei and Zalgo, as Jade asked, how are we going to explain this to Mom, Dad and Marine? The Isseis looked at each other as they did not have an answer, but they had to figure something out. Even the others did not understand on how they are going to explain this to the parents of Issei. As Issei spoke, we will figure something out. Issei spoke unsure of what he is going to say. They could only hope that things don't get rough. Scene change. Hayate residence, 00 a.m. The Hayate parents and older sister were surprised by what they had been informed. Even Concept's actions were informed as they decided to not keep it a secret, with them being worried that their own son had killed them in a different reality. That made them shudder and be saddened by grief, as they vowed to never be like their Concept counterparts. They were still stunned by this revelation. Even Mari hated her parents and siblings for the sole reason of making Concept the way he is. So let me get this straight. You two are alternate versions of my brother? Mari asked with a tone of surprise as both Reset. Issei and Zalgo nodded. Yes, we are Mom, Dad, and you must be Marine. That your Issei told me about Mari. Goro and Mickey nodded as Goro spoke. Reset and Zalgo, right? Goro spoke with a tone of surprise as they nodded with Zalgo and Reset. Issei speaking. Yes, Dad? Goro spoke with a smile. You two are still alternates of my son. You need not be worried about visiting here. You can stay here for as long as you like. This is your home as well. Goro is right. You both are welcome here. And Zalgo, I apologize for what your parents and sister did to you. Zalgo shook his head and spoke. You needn't apologize for their doings. And you are a good older sister, Mari. The Hiatus gave a smile, as Mari spoke. Oh, and once I meet this Masami, can I have a talk with her? Mari spoke with a sweet smile, making John, Issei and Reset, Issei shudder. Despite only knowing her for a few moments, he knew that she was not someone to mess with. Zalgo was unaffected while the girls minus Summer were on the edge as Zalgo spoke. I will think about it. Mari nodded in understanding as Goris spoke. You all should head off to sleep. It has been a long day for you, and it is also pretty late. The others nodded in agreement as everyone soon headed to sleep in their rooms, with Issei being joined in his bed by Jade, Valerie, Ingvild and Ravel, and John, with the same with Yuri, Yang and Ruby. They all knew tomorrow is another day, as they had to search for the remaining alternates of Issei that are in this world. Realm of Hades shocked. Surzex, Azazel and Concept. Issei were looking the skeleton god with a glare as Surzex spoke calmly. It has been a while. It is I, Satan Lucifer from the underworld, Surzex at your service, the god of the realm of the dead, Lord Hades. I'm very sorry for the sudden visit. Surzex knew Concept. Issei's ruthless nature, and he knew that even he couldn't stop the faction destroyer even if he wanted to. However, he sensed Concept, Issei not in his armor, meaning he had thought of something. He could only hope that things don't go intense. Hades, on the other hand, gritted his teeth in anger seeing his opponents. Fighting against Surzex is one thing, but fighting against this variant of the Red Dragon Emperor, who took down the Jabberwocky without much effort, is really something. He couldn't even possibly imagine what else he is capable of. And since you have been watching us, then you know what this Issei here is capable of. Azazel spoke with a growl. His student and his adoptive daughter's life was in danger, and he was not going to forgive him that easily. While Concept, Issei only hoped that he could reason with his father figure of this world. He vividly remembered what kind of a person his Hades was before, and he wondered if he could reason with him. We have a few questions, hope you don't mind answering them. Surzex spoke seriously as Hades had no choice but to relent. He couldn't fight against both Surzex and Concept, Issei at the same time, the latter of whose aura gave Hades complete chills, knowing what he is capable of. Fine, I will talk, Issei. I won't deny what I did. I was the one who sent the Grim Reapers, and Samuel, they're happy. Surzex, Azazel and Concept. Issei looked at him, as Azazel responded, so why did you do it? Hades narrowed his gaze, as he pointed towards Concept. Issei, the latter having an idea on what the Greek god of underworld was going to say. Hades roared in response. It is because of beings like him. He is not meant to be here. Longinus users are the real threat to this world. He is a real threat to this world, and beings like this should be destroyed. Hades shouted angrily, as he fired a Greek magic blast as Surzex and Azazel were worried, as Concept. Issei narrowed his gaze and easily evaded the attack. Heh! It seems like he is truly a weak alternative. Hades exclaimed in an arrogant manner. However, before he could continue, he felt a very strong stabbing pain in his abdomen. He looked to see Concept, Issei in his orbalisk armor, stabbing him with the mortis blade. Are you sure I am weak? Concept. Issei spoke coldly, as Surzex and Azazel were shocked by this Issei's sheer speed. As Issei pulled out the mortis blade, he knew that the Hades from this world is not the same as the one of his world, since he could neither see his daughters Milanoe and Macaria around. But he did not want to harm him any further. If he wanted to, he would have aimed it towards the heart or the head. Additionally, he only kept for a very short time, as opposed to how he usually did. Hades's wound seared in pain. He tried to use magic to respond, but Concept. Issei coldly spoke, don't bother, it is God-slaying magic, and although I did not leave the blade inside for longer, it would still take effect. You, Hades growled in response. As he staggered to the ground, Azazel and Surzex walked towards him, stunned by this Issei's ferocity, as Azazel asked, was that really necessary? Concept. Issei looked at him and spoke. He was not going to listen to reason that easily, so had to. Anyways, what are you going to do now, Concept? Surzex asked with confusion as he looked at Hades, who was gritting his teeth in pain and anger. With Concept, Issei looking at him coldly and spoke, the effects of the poison should go away, and don't bother fighting back. I can take you down without much efforts. What do you want? Hades spoke with a growl, to which Concept. Issei responded, I know for a sure reason that is not why you want to eliminate Longinus users, after all. I know exactly why you want Longinus users dead. Xerxes and Azazel looked at this Issei wondering what he knew about Hades, while Hades could only glare at Concept. Issei, however, what he said shocked everyone. Does the name Persephone mean anything to you? Hades, Xerxes and Azazel became surprised by this, with the Greek god of the underworld being the one that was the most stunned by this revelation. The trio could see Hades having tears in his eyes. He still dearly missed his wife, as Concept. Issei spoke, however his tone was sadder remembering what had happened, while Xerxes and Azazel looked at each other. They never knew what happened to Persephone, and ever since she vanished. Hades has been that way ever since. You do, good doubt that means you are almost sort of similar to my Hades. I know she was killed by the wielder of the true Longinus, yet here you are helping the said wielder of the Longinus. What would she think about you? The husband that was once a kind man, is turning into a monster. Tell me, Hades, what would she think of you? Concept. Issei tried to reason with him, hoping that he wouldn't have to kill his adoptive father. However, Hades only glared at him, as he shouted, "How do you know about her?" Concept. Issei removed his helmet and spoke with a gentle smile. Cause in my reality, you and your wife took me in and gave me love and care. Only which real parents do that. You didn't care if I was not related by blood, that is why. It is not worth doing this. What would Persephone think of you? Hades lost his anger and looked down. He could already see Persephone looking down towards him in utter disgust, knowing what he was doing, while Azazel and Xerxes were truly surprised. From the most aggressive Issei, the last thing they expected was to see a soft side of him. He was still an Issei at the end of the day, but his soft side, they thought it to be gone due to their counterparts. But they never knew it would be still present. My own parents and siblings never cared for me. They weren't there for me at my lowest. But you know who was there? It was you and your family, and that is why I will always be grateful to you and your family. That is why. Stop this while you still can. Concept. Issei's tone was more pleading, as Hades started to realize the consequences of his actions. But before anything could happen, a magic circle suddenly opened up underneath Hades and teleported him before they could react. What the dash? Azazel exclaimed with surprise as Xerxes understood what was going on. He looked at Issei, who clenched his fists in anger. No! Concept! Issei shouted. He recognized the symbol on the magic circle and knew it was Nyx's doing, as he growled with anger. Damn it, Nyx! You just had to make this harder. So that means? Azazel spoke with a tone of worry, to which Concept. Issei spoke. Yep, Nyx is involved. This situation got a lot more ed up than it already has been. I see. I will contact Lord Zeus as soon as possible. And worry not, Concept. He is a good person, unlike your Zeus. Concept. Issei responded. I shall see for that myself. Azazel, can you arrange for a hotel room? I would rather not go into that house for the time being. I see. You still think they would be reluctant on letting you in, right? Concept. Issei nodded as he spoke. Yeah, would you help me in that? Very well, follow me. But in the morning you got to meet them there, due to what has happened here. Concept. Issei nodded as the trio left the realm of Hades to settle for the night. Scene change. Hyatt residence, 9 a.m. Issei was in the room, along with the rest of his peerage. He had informed Jade about what Shiva had told him, with Jade responded with worry in her voice. And why did you not tell me this? I was going to do so once the events ends. I didn't want to ruin it. Jade looked at him and nodded. She knew that everything went completely south when the Chaos Brigade, primarily the hero faction, decided to screw this up and destroy the Super Collider, thus causing this whole crisis to even begin with. Jade then spoke with a sigh. I see. So what happened after we slept? Yang then responded. I guess Concept went along with Teach and Lord Lucifer to deal with him. Yang spoke the last part with a bit of annoyance, as Summer responded. I know, dealing with Hades can be problematic. If Azrael made our life miserable, then we can be facing even bigger threats. Summer's words were agreed by the rest of Issei's peerage, while Issei wondered when he would be able to use that form once again, and would it even help against someone like Hades and his allies. Regardless, we should rest for a while, before we start looking for the other 5. Issei Zingvild added, to which everyone nodded in understanding, as Ravel responded. But how are we going to locate all of them? John shook his head and spoke. Maybe reset. Concept or Zalgo may have located them. They are already stated to be very powerful. One of them has the Beast of Apocalypse as an ally, other can create any sacred gear. And don't even get me started on Zalgo. That I presume is fair. Issei spoke with a sigh, as he pondered. I wonder what other Isseis are doing roaming around on Earth. That is where, I am afraid you are wrong. My younger self. The peerage turned around to see Zalgo and Reset. Issei both looking at them in a confused manner. As Issei asked, what do you mean, if they are not on Earth, where else could they be? Issei is right, where are they then? Reset. Issei and Zalgo shook their heads and Reset. Issei spoke. Zalgo did a planet-wide scan locating for anyone with the same gene type or having the boosted gear as all of us did. But there were no matches. The Haida peerage were concerned by this revelation, as Summer asked. Then where are they? Zalgo looked at Summer and spoke. They are here in this universe, that is for sure, but where exactly they are, is something we have yet to find. And the universe is big, Summer, like really big, even if it does have boundaries, so finding them will take some time, a day or two at most. Hopefully. Zalgo nodded in agreement, as many sighed in relief. They had to act quickly to locate those Isseis, otherwise this could become problematic. For now, I think our best course of action is to not rush the situation and relax. Zalgo spoke in an understanding tone, as the Haida peerage seemed to agree with the demon god's words, as they all headed out, while the dregs of all universes pondered if the other Isseis have them as well, as their partners. The group soon settled down, as Yuri Winterflake, Mari, Rossweiss and the Haida couple also joined them. Yuri had decided to stay on Earth in the aftermath of what happened to her parents in Remnant, and on how the Arcs will make her a target if she was still present. They did not trust the Arc clan and knew they were going to be a problem. So Reset, would you tell me more about your world? The monster faction and your younger sister Chara? Mari asked, to which Reset. Issei spoke. I would love to. Okay, so Chara is my adoptive younger sister. She is actually similar to me, but is actually bloodthirsty when it comes to battle. And yes, she does have the same soul trait as I did. Reset. Issei spoke with a smile, as he continued, she was once known as Chara Dreamer, but after coming to our place, she changed her last name to mine, and that is what has been going on. She is in a relationship with my universe's Yudo Kiba, and he stood up against Rias as well, before her change, that is. So was she better in the change? Summer asked, to which Reset. Issei spoke. I'd say she is better than your Rias, and I don't think that is a high standard to be set. Well, at least she is not a headache. Jade mused, to which Reset. Issei responded, yep, speaking of which, Trihexa actually wanted to have a word with you. Reset. Issei brought out the boosted gear. While some were nervous knowing it was the Beast of Apocalypse, others were curious knowing that this Trihexa was good, as a gruffy voice spoke from the gear. Greetings, my name is Buzz Lightyear, I come in peace. The voice was mimicked by the Beast of Apocalypse, as many were surprised by this. They soon sweat dropped at Trihexa's attitude, as he asked, did I do well, Issei? You did amazing, Reset. Issei cheered for Trihexa, as many pondered how did a beast whose simple-minded goal was to destroy everything became like this, as Trihexa responded. Either way, it was nice to meet you. I decided to live my life with Issei and it has been the best choice ever. Anyways, Bell, right, what happened after you joined Issei? Issei's boosted gear was the next to speak as Bell responded. Likewise, mine became better when I joined the survivor group. Usually I lived a lonely existence, but I have been better ever since. Bell responded with a smile. Many seem to be more accepting of her ever since she joined Issei and his group and traversing into the backrooms. Speaking of which, does anybody know the location of the other Isseis? Mari asked, to which Zalgo responded, not yet, although we know that they are not in the planet. They are in this universe, that is for sure. Reset. Issei spoke, to which the others seemed to nod in agreement. However, a magic circle opened up revealing Surzex, Azazel, Concept, Issei and another person. He was described to be a blonde male with light-skinned male, almost as white as snow, if not even more whiter than that. He wore traditional Norse robes, and a Valkyrie helmet. The Norse robes were white in color, with some traces of gold. This was Heimdall, one of the Norse gods. I hope I am not intruding in any way. Surzex spoke with a smile, as Issei responded, no, not at all. Well then, everyone, meet Heimdall, the Norse god of foresight and vigilance. he has decided to help us locate where the other Isseis are. Heimdall soon walked forward as he spoke. Greetings, resident of the Hyade house, the name's Heimdall, one of the Aesir, and like Lord Lucifer spoke, I am the Norse god of foresight and vigilance. It is a pleasure to meet you all in person. Heimdall greeted them as he scanned two other Isseis, as he thought. Let's hope you aren't the same as this ray of sunshine. Heimdall spoke while glancing at Concept. Issei, he was well briefed on Concept, Issei's past and actions, and knew that aside from his Issei, the others are pretty strong. The pleasure is all ours, Lord Heimdall. And Heimdall responds to Issei and speaks. Please call me Heimdall. Sekirutayan. Same goes for the rest of you as well. The others nodded as reset. Issei asked then, Heimdall, what can you tell us? Where are they? Zalgo, right. Heimdall spoke looking at the demonic dragon god, who responded, yeah? Have you tried to locate the other Isseis on Earth? Zalgo nodded and spoke, indeed Heimdall, that I did, but they are nowhere on Earth. Expand your search, try locating them in the universe. Zalgo responded with a sigh, I could, but it would take me a day or two at most. Try scanning specific locations where you have been in. Perhaps Remnant or the backrooms might help here. Let me assist you. Heimdall's words made many wide-eyed, wondering how those 5 Isseis are present in those locations, especially the backrooms, knowing that entering there is done by sheer coincidence. Heimdall transferred some of his magic to Zalgo, which added more to his never-ending arsenal. It enhanced his foresight, which allowed him to locate where the Isseis are. Found them! Zalgo exclaimed as many became surprised, as Ruby responded, Where? Where are they? I have found 3 signatures, all 2 relating to Issei Hyade, and 2 having the same as the Red Dragon Emperor. They are all in Remnant. Those from Remnant became surprised. As Azazel spoke, I will contact Ashban as soon as possible. We will start the portal location and head there. Stat. Azazel teleported out of there, leaving the others still stunned by the fact that 3 managed to head to Remnant, or 2 with what Zalgo says, and one of them being the Red Dragon Emperor. Everyone, we will leave in hours. Locating those Isseis and bringing them here is a priority. You all will need to be ready for this one. The others nodded in understanding, while those from Remnant seemed concerned, especially Jade and John, who were not sure about how to deal with this situation. Neither were interested to come back to Remnant, but they knew that they would have to bring those Isseis back to this world. However, while this was going on, the Hyade couple and Mari walked towards Concept. Issei as he spoke, what is it that you 3 want? Mari walked forward and spoke with a tone full of nervousness and concern. Is it true? Did you really kill Mom and Dad? I won't deny what I have done. I did kill them. Concept. Issei spoke with his gaze narrowed. Many were concerned on what Mari is going to do, while the Hyade couple looked down in sadness knowing that their own son ended up being the one who took their lives. As Concept, Issei spoke, I have no intention of doing the same to this universe's Hyade family, so you need not worry. I see. Little brother, I guess I can't say for certain that I am angry at what you did to my parents' counterparts. But considering what you went through, I hated the fact that you had to go this far. Concept. Issei spoke with a sigh. They weren't my parents in any way. They abused me and neglected me for so long, not even having a shred of love for me. Hades and his family showed me the love that I was denied for due to so long. Mari looked at him and spoke with a concerned tone. Is that why you wanted to go and talk to him? Concept. Issei nodded and spoke. Yes, he still misses his wife, and I can only hope he does not go down a path which will involve his death. His heart and mind is still clouded by vengeance, and I don't want to see him in that condition. Mari understood this and spoke. I see, and this Dai and Aika, they didn't care for you in any way? Concept. Issei looked at her and spoke. Not in the slightest. Dai is the reason why I became the way I am, and Aika, she is worse than Zalgo's sister. Masami. Zalgo nodded in agreement, as Goru, who was silent, spoke. I see. Concept, listen, I am not going to treat my Issei like my counterpart has done. Mickey spoke in agreement. I agree, they don't have the right to call him his parents, with their actions that they have done. We were told everything and we are not happy in the slightest. Same goes for our Zalgo counterparts. I know, your Issei being a polar opposite of mine is a notable example of that. Concept. Issei spoke while looking towards Issei, as he soon speaks. I will be taking my leave. I need to prepare for heading towards Remnant. Concept. Issei was about to teleport, when Nikki spoke. Concept. Wait. Concept. Issei turned around and asked, yeah? You are always welcome in this house, just like Zalgo and Reset. Issei concept. Issei looked at her for a moment and nodded, as he soon headed to assist Azazel in informing the situation, while others prepared to head towards Remnant. Scene change. Time skip brought to you by Chibi Concept. Issei training his counterpart on how to make sacred gears. In Remnant, Beacon Academy shocked. PM. Issei and his peerage Heimdall Concept. Issei Zalgo, Reset. Issei, Surzex, Azazel, Saffron Terracotta and Yuri Winterflake were all headed towards the academy, where they were greeted by Ozpin and Glinda. As Ozpin spoke, greetings everyone, and newcomers, I am Headmaster Ozpin of the Beacon Academy, and it is nice to meet you all. This is Glinda Goodwitch Glinda Bose. Please follow me to my office where we can discuss on what needs to be done. The others soon follow Ozpin as he takes them to his office, where many of the Beacon students start speaking. Look at that, the faker of Beacon. What is he doing here? One of the students speak, the other then shushes him. Do you know what those two did the last time to some students? Do you have a death wish? Another speaks, and another responds, and this time it was a female student. Let him try, we will send him beaten up just like before. Even his so-called allies can't stop us, some students agree, while some of the students have a sinister look on their faces. Heimdall sarcastically comments, hearing everything. The others just either have frowns, or have looks of annoyance. With Zalgo smiling at the students, these insects can't do anything to him, even if they wanted to. Overconfidence, arrogance and callousness ** chuckles * your students are really interesting, aren't they, Headmaster? Ozpin only gives a sigh as some bad apples are still causing headaches to him and the staff. As he speaks, you have no idea. Heimdall, the Norse god of vigilance, I come from the Norse pantheon of the kids' universe, and not the alternates before you ask. Ozpin nodded. He did sense the magic in his body, and he was definitely a god, someone that could easily take him down if he wanted to. He highly doubted that the Arcs will be able to stop someone like Heimdall, but they will try due to their arrogance. They eventually reached the elevator as they were about to head upstairs, when someone calls out to them, what is the meaning of this, Ozpin? They all turn around to see Alex, as Jade hides behind Issei, so that she does not get noticed. She does not want to be noticed by Alex, not yet. John groans in annoyance, knowing his sister's arrogance. However, he has a feeling that the other guests will deal with her if she becomes a handful. What do you want, Miss Ark? Ozpin spoke while trying to hide his frustration, as Alex angrily demands. What are these murderers doing in Beacon Academy? They don't deserve to step foot here. Alex points towards John, Issei, Yuri, Ingvild and Summer, all of whom have a look of annoyance. As Azazel speaks with annoyance, those murderers were providing justice to your so-called uncles and that filthy excuse of an elder, who I am pretty sure have a shit ton of crimes, hiding underneath their filthy asses. Azazel's words made Alexandria annoyed. The fallen Governor General was getting really frustrated with John's twin and Jade's younger sister. He could see that they are nothing like them. Not even Saffron is like that. He could see Saffron glaring at Alex for her attitude. As this was going on, Reset, Issei and Concept. Issei were having their own conversation, so she is the sorry excuse of John's sister. She is annoying even in my universe. Yeah, maybe we should deal with her, Concept. Issei turned to Ozpin and spoke. Should we kill her, Ozpin? The world is better off without her. No, you may not. Let me handle this, Concept. Issei cursed in response. I got this one, Concept. Headmaster Concept. Issei and Ozpin looked at him and nodded. As John spoke, Alex, haven't you and the Arcs not learnt anything go right? You won't given my last encounter with my sperm and egg donor, along with that sorry excuse of my sister. Speaking of which, how is the clan dealing with its current reputation? Alex gritted her teeth in fury when she responded angrily. You have some nerve murdering one of my family members, bastard. That can be considered a crime, you know. It won't, since their deaths shed some light and investigations on how the clan has attacked innocent families, with Wilzark being partially responsible. Isn't that right, Miss Ark? Glinda spoke seriously, to which Alex only responded, You are a threat that needs to be dealt with. Surzex then spoke with an annoyed tone. Do you really believe that you can take the Isseis and the factions down? Yes, do not underestimate me. Many rolled their eyes. The people are more than capable of wiping out her entire clan if they wanted to, as Zalgo spoke. Everyone, we have important matters to attend to than dealing with this arrogant child. Let's go. The people present nodded. As they were about to enter the elevator and move ahead, Alex then angrily shouted, "Wait! Just who the hell do you think you are?" Zalgo turned around to Alex, "Someone that can kill you in the blink of an eye, and plus, I have some very interesting stuff about your clan, including a certain batch of arcs that you love to keep hidden from the world. It would be a shame if word gets out on who your clan really is. Your reputation will get worsened. Try that, and it will be your death," Alex growled, to which her team decided to join, which involved even more groaning from John and Issei. Nora looked at Issei and felt fear, seeing that the monster that tormented her months ago was back, while Lai and Pira were completely fearful on seeing their former teammate here. "Well, it's been a while, old friends," John spoke with a mocking tone, as the trio glared at him in anger and hatred. "And Alex, word of advice, don't mess with me or any of the Isseis. You will only speed up your clan's extinction." John spoke coldly, as Alex shouted while bringing out her glaive, "You bastard!" Alex was charging only for a gust of wind to immediately send her flying. As she shouted, looking at Zalgo, "What did you do?" "I blinked, that is all," Alex growled. But before she could do something stupid, concept. Issei charged at her and Orbalisk armor kicked her in the stomach, causing her to cough up saliva. He followed it up, choking her with his telekinesis, and spoke coldly and angrily. "Let me make it clear to you all. If you even think about harming my friends, all of you will face pain and suffering for eternity. You are all worthless, spineless beings that deserve death, and I won't hesitate to put you down where you stand, especially you." Concept. Issei raises her up in the air, while releasing a choking aura that immediately staggers her team as they look on in fear of this monster that would immediately kill them without hesitation. "John told me everything about this so-called family of yours. I have already taken down beings far stronger than you and your pathetic lowly humans, and if they get in our way, I will personally destroy every last remnant of this so-called family of heroes. Give this message to your clan, you damned rotten spy. Mess with me or my allies, and I will destroy every last one of you." Concept. Issei released Alex, who was gasping for air. She looked at Issei with complete fear, as she ran as fast as she could in fear, followed up by Pira and the others. Concept. Issei sighed and reduced his aura, while speaking. "Let's go." Concept. Issei released his armor as none did not stop Concept. Issei on dealing with Alex, since he was the most aggressive Issei amongst them, and Alex made the biggest mistake of provoking him. Scene change. Ashbin and Glinda were well aware of the situation that had taken place, as Ashbin had spoken. "So you think 3 alternates of Mr. Hayadu are present here?" "Yes, we do." "Zalgo, would you explain them?" Zalgo nodded to Surzex, who had spoken, and responded, "Certainly, Surzex. Well, Ashbin, when I sensed their presences, 2 of them were confirmed to be Issei Hayadu, meaning that it is our alternate. However, one of them did not possess the boosted gear, but there were 2 versions of the boosted gear that I could detect, one with another Issei, and the other with someone else entirely. So we need to investigate who our third unknown person is. He could potentially be an Issei, but we need to confirm." Ashbin nodded as he spoke. "I see. So how do you plan on locating any of them?" Glinda asked with concern, to which Reset. Issei spoke. "Well, for starters, 2 of them, including the one potentially being an Issei, is a magic user. So with that we can detect, since the ones in Remnant are not known to have strong magic." "No offense. None taken. But how do you plan on going after the one without magic?" Ashbin asked, to which Surzex responded, "He will be somewhere in that location, like there will be a less amount of those creatures you call grim." "I see." Ashbin spoke, to which Zalgo responded, "We can locate him, Ashbin. You need not worry." "Very well then, I will ask my huntsmen and huntresses to know to not provoke him, cause we aren't certain whether these Isseis can be aggressive or not, so it would be best if they don't provoke them." The others nodded in agreement as Summer spoke. "That would be for the best." "Zalgo." Summer looked at Zalgo, who immediately activated his abilities, and in a few moments he spoke. "Found him. The one without the magic is in a location that has a lot of forest. I think it is Mistral." Ashbin then spoke. "Then let's head there stat, and make sure he is alright. I will prepare the bullhead, and head to the location." Glinda spoke seriously, as Azazel responded, "Won't it be better if we can just teleport to that location?" "Oh right, Forgot Glinda spoke with an embarrassed tone, as some chuckled at her actions, making her even more embarrassed. As Zalgo spoke, I will probably teleport us to that location. Scene change. 1.5 hours ago. Kuroyuri, Mistral, 00 AM. A man was wielding a chain in his hands. He was a tall, muscular man with mid-length straight black hair that reaches to his ears. His eyes are green. He wore a tight-fitting short-sleeved shirt, sports tan baggy training pants with a black belt weaved through the waist and black martial arts slippers. This was Hunter. Issei, the one that was accidentally summoned to this world, much to his shock and surprise. However, he quickly adjusted himself in the situation, and could see himself surrounded by several Grim that belonged to Mistral. Come on, you bastards! Show me what you got! Hunter! Issei exclaimed with a maniacal grin, as he decided to summon his chain of 1,000 miles and attack the bearing elves that were attacking him. They were easily bounded by the chain. They tried to break it but were unable to do so. Hunter! Issei was quick and elusive, bringing out his holy sword Ragnarok, a blade enough to even disintegrate and harm a super devil, as he spoke with a grin. I hope you fools don't disappoint me. Issei used the blade to quickly stab the Grim, which due to the blade's holy properties harmed the Grim, which killed them easily. All too easy, Hunter. Issei soon saw a Grim that had a very unique look to its body. It was a horse-like creature with an equine main body and a skinless humanoid creature that was fused with it. Its forelegs were shaped like claws and it had hooved hind legs that left a characteristic hoofprint. The humanoid body had long curved horns on its head, a mouth that looked almost sewn shut, and 2 long elastic arms each with 2 clawed fingers. On the back of the human torso were bony spikes along its spine and a variety of weapons from previous battles stuck in it. It was the Nuklavi, the one responsible for the fall of Oniyuri and Kuroyuri. You seem like a tough one, Hunter. Issei mused as he dashed at the Grim with blinding speeds, and responded. Hope you don't disappoint. The Nuklavi gave a screeching roar, but Hunter. Issei was unaffected by the screams, as he immediately stabbed the horse in the neck, which caused it to roar in pain. In response, the Nuklavi stretched its limbs and attacked Hunter. Issei, who easily dodged the attacks without much effort, he had a look of annoyance. Even his Tiamat was faster than this so-called destroyer of villages. He knew on how to deal with the Grim, but he decided to toy with the monster, instead of outright killing it. He used his chain and immediately surrounded the Nuklavi with the chain of 1,000 miles. The chain wrapped around the Nuklavi, making it completely unable to move, as Issei kept controlling the chain, and spun the chain, making it spin at very high speeds. The Nuklavi was sent flying towards a nearby wall, causing it to take some serious damage. The Nuklavi roared in anger and pain, as Hunter. Issei was merely toying with his prey, as he quickly brought out his empty blade of nothingness. As Hunter, Issei decided to kill the horse as quickly as possible, letting the rider of the Nuklavi suffer. He kept his chain in his inventory. He immediately dashed towards the Nuklavi, and before it could defend himself he kept stabbing it over and over again in the neck and head as it roared in pain. It soon started to dissipate while the rider remained helpless. However, it won't be defeated that easily. It started to flay its hands, with Hunter. Issei easily dodging the attacks without any problem. Well, it was fun while it lasted, Hunter. Issei stabbed the head of the rider with Ragnarok, as it soon started to close its eyes and dissipate. Hunter. Issei sighed in response, as he soon pondered on what he needed to next. However, just as he was about to recover, 2 projectiles attacked him, causing him to evade with ease. Alright, you can show yourselves now, Hunter. Issei spoke, looking at the direction from where the attack came. He rested his Ragnarok on his shoulder, while he put his dagger in his pocket to mention. Oh, it seems like I have been found, huntsman. I have been watching you. The one who spoke was a pale young man with gold eyes and a brown ponytail braided to resemble a scorpion's tail. He wears a white sleeveless jacket with leather belts strapped to it, along with white pants. His jacket is left open, exposing his bare chest, which is crisscrossed with prominent scars. His arms are covered with cream-colored bandages and leather vambraces. He also wears leather boots covering his entire shin with knee guards. On each earlobe is a silver, ring-shaped earring, and near the top of his left ear is another matching earring. On each earlobe is a silver, ring-shaped earring, and near the top of his left ear is another matching earring. This was Tyrion Kalos, the infamous serial killer and a servant of Salem. Well, it's a shame that such strength cannot be let go. Olivia will die tonight, Hunter. Issei seemed amused rather than afraid. This was not the first time someone attacked him, but most of the attacks are done in retribution of losing a loved one to him. However, him being hunted due to being a threat is rare, as he speaks. So you wish to fight? Well then I hope you don't disappoint. Shame that you won't be getting out of this alive, Hunter. Issei spoke while getting ready for battle, while the psychotic serial killer geared up his weapons for the fight. Hunter! Issei looked at his opponent, the infamous criminal Tyrion Kalos, who used his stinger to pierce Hunter. Issei's body, as Hunter. Issei was not giving him any chance to get a single attack on him. Tyrion was cackling as he spoke. Give me the fight of my life. Hunter! Issei followed it up with a kick to his stomach as Tyrion fell flying. However, despite the pain, he grinned in enjoyment. Issei kept dodging his slashes once again. The bounty hunter yawned in boredom, knowing full well that Tyrion wouldn't be able to do much against him. Tyrion brought his queen's servants, and changed to them in a gun mode, as he kept firing onto them, as Hunter. Issei kept evading the attacks with relative ease. He soon leaped in the air, and brought his own Glock and fired some shots onto them, which Tyrion dashed around, dodging them successfully. He narrowly dodged another sting from Tyrion. Issei knew that stinger is going to be a massive problem for him, since the stinger was getting on his nerves. I need to find a way to deal with that stinger, Hunter. Issei thought with a serious tone, as he knew what he had to do. He had to wait till he comes closer, as he fired 2 more shots, with Tyrion maneuvering around the trees, and dodging them with ease. He decided to end with a fatal stab to the neck using his stinger. He presumed that would be enough to shatter his aura. Unbeknownst to him, Hunter. Issei has no aura or even a magical property. He dashed towards Hunter. Issei, who waited for him to come close. He soon grabbed his stinger and was able to twist it in a manner making him unable to move. Hey! Let go of me! Hunter! Issei only gave a grin as he watched his prey squirm and struggle. Hunter! Issei saw him attacking with his queen's servants, which slashed him at first, as he grinned. You should have let go of me, and Tyrion soon lost his grin, only to see him regenerating his wounds. He looked in shock and horror as Hunter. Issei brought out his Ragnarok and slash, ahaha. Tyrion screamed in pain as Hunter. Issei looked at it and spoke with a disappointing tone. Pathetic, I expected more from you, Faunus. Tyrion glared at him with hatred as Hunter. Issei dispelled Ragnarok and brought out a chain of 1,000 miles. He started to twirl at very high rapid rates. Tyrion looked at Hunter. Issei's skills, almost akin to a cyclone. The chain soon twirled around his body, trapping him. The scorpion Faunus struggled to escape from the location, as Hunter. Issei only pulled the chain and ragdolled him around like it was nothing. He kept repeating this till the last of his aura shatters. It does so like it was nothing. Hunter. Issei looks at his prey coldly and speaks. Seems like you are done for, Faunus. Hunter. Issei walks towards Tyrion, releasing his aura, which made the scorpion Faunus shiver. His aura was on par with Salem. No, it far eclipsed hers. Are you going to tell me who sent you, assassin? I might consider sparing you. Tyrion gritted his teeth in anger and shouted, You won't get anything from me. Hee hee. Hunter. Issei chuckled as he spoke. Well, alright then, I will find the one that sent you here to kill me, eventually, just like I killed every other that had tried their luck, and those I don't kill, well, I make sure to remind them of who I am. All in all, we had no quarrel. You brought this on yourself, Faunus. Hunter. Issei immediately decapitated him. His head soon falls to the ground. As soon enough a magic circle turns up as Hunter. Issei turns to see more people. This was Ojpin and the others. Hunter. Issei was confused on how did they get here, especially some of whom he was able to recognize, including Surzex, Ingvild and Valerie, to name a few. He also saw Heimdall, who he was surprised. Hunter. Issei looks at 3 of the people, feeling a familiar connection to 3 of them. Seems like we are too late. Salgo had spoken, as he looked at Hunter. Issei asked, Who are you guys? Are you here for revenge, like the others? No, Issei, none of us are. To put it lightly, you are in the 4 kingdoms, Hunter. Issei looked around and spoke. I can see that, Captain Obvious. But where exactly are we? And who exactly are you guys? To put in short, you are in a different universe, and me, Concept, Reset, and Issei are alternate versions of you, Hunter. Issei put his weapons back, as he soon became shocked and confused as he spoke. Say what now? Hunter. Issei got confused as he looked at the Concept. Issei who turned his gaze away, while Reset, Issei and Issei were waving at him. Hunter. Issei was given a proper explanation on how things became the way they are, as he nodded in response, while chugging a bottle of beer. IC.SOI and my counterparts were summoned to this universe thanks to an experiment gone wrong, due to the Cows Brigade, whose job is to create trouble. The next thing I know, I am the fourth counterpart of him, Hunter. Issei points to Issei, who nods, as he continues, and now there are 5 more counterparts that still need to be located. That is the gist of item. Jade spoke as Hunter. Issei looked at her and spoke, for now call me Hunter, if it makes you feel comfortable, Hunter. Issei took one glance at her, as he noted that her ass and S are perfect. He was happy that his counterpart knew how to choose his women perfectly. So Hunter, what do you do? Like what kind of a person are you? Hunter. Issei looked at Surzex who asked, as he spoke with a grin. Me? I hunt down bounties, more akin to what people describe to be a bounty hunter, and my rap sheet involves even killing gods. If you want me to do a job, just have the right price. The others looked surprised as Yuri asked, so you will hunt anyone if you are given the money? Hunter. Issei shrugged and spoke, pretty much, that is just how it is. Some of the people frowned on this Issei's mentality, while others had an understanding on what kind of a person he is. As Surzex asked, do you do this for dash? Both actually, for the thrill and for the money. It is the only way I know how to survive. It is the only way. Surzex nodded. Hunter. Issei took a glance at him. He was not like his Surzex, arrogant and condescending. He looked at Issei who was analyzing him, as he spoke, so you must be the Issei of this universe? Why yes, I am Hunter. Issei looked to see him to be pretty young, as he turned to John and spoke, from what I can tell, you met your John as well? Do I exist in your world like I do in Reset's? Reset. Issei was also curious, as Hunter. Issei spoke in response, yep, you are a trained bounty hunter like me, you have your own guild in this world. You refused to be a huntsman after the whole transcripts situation. I see. John speaks, as he sighs, wondering if there is any reality where people would accept his transcripts. Yuri, Yang and Ruby kept their hand on him to calm him down, while Yuri also wanted to ask Hunter, Issei about her past, but a call gathered everyone's attention. Yes? What? I am on my way. Ashpan exclaimed as he had spoken, as Surzex asked, what happened? James contacted me. He has found the last remaining Isseis. They both are in Mantle helping the citizens evacuate while dealing with a grim breakthrough. The others were surprised, as Ashpan asked, where is Concept? And done Concept. Issei spoke as he extracted all the memories from Tyrion's corpse as Heimdall asked, what are you doing? Extracting the memories of this Faunus. Turns out there are a lot of interesting things I have found about him, including a certain traitorous lion in your ranks. Ashpan was surprised as he asked, who are you talking about? Ashpan hoped that it was not what Concept Issei thinks about. I will explain later. For now, we will locate those Isseis, then we will deal with that situation. The others nodded, as Azazel suddenly had gotten a call, as he wondered who it was, as he spoke, right now? Sure, I will see what I can do, but I have something to do, my dear. Is something the matter, Zaz? Hunter. Issei asked, to which Azazel raised an eyebrow at the nickname, as he spoke with a sigh. First, stop calling me that name, and to Issei, someone wants to meet you, but for now, we should deal with what is going on in Mantle. Issei wondered on who wanted to meet him, and so were his friends. However, that was not the concern they should be having right now. They should be dealing with the situation that had been taking place in Mantle, since the 2 Isseis that they have been looking for have been found. Zalgo also started to walk towards Tyrion's corpse and put a magic spell onto Tyrion as Concept. Issei asked, what did you do, Zalgo? Left a message for someone. I believe they would find it very interesting. Zalgo spoke, as many wondered on what exactly the multiversal Demon King had done. Concept. Issei didn't even bother reviving him since he already got what he wanted. He could only pity Ashbin, knowing the fact that his inner circle was compromised. "Let's go, everyone," Serzex declared seriously as they all teleported away to the location, all the way to Mantle. Scene change. Mantle shocked. These Grim are really getting on my nerves. The one who described to be a brown-haired man wearing glasses. He wears a gray and white dress coat with a scarf and black armor on his chest. He also wears glasses, dark brown pants, black shoes, and a black glove on his right hand. He also wears glasses, dark brown pants, black shoes, and a black glove on his right hand. This was Arcadia. Issei, who used the Star of Eden and summoned a black hole, wiping out several of them with ease. He looked to see 2 Yeti Grim ambushing him from behind as he leaped in the air and dispelled the cane. He soon brought out Black Abyss White Flower, decapitating 2 of them with the Black Abyss. The 2 immediately disintegrated with ease, as someone fired a heavy bullet aimed towards a horde of Yetis, killing them like they were nothing. "Thanks, Regus, they were really getting on my nerves, Arcadia." Issei thanked a white-haired man with red eyes who was wearing formal clothing, a white 3-piece suit which consisted of a white coat, a white inner coat and a black shirt, with a tie. His shoulder sleeves were black in color, he wore black pants, and he had short, neatly trimmed hair, which was white and had red eyes. "Arcadia?" Issei thanked a white-haired man with red eyes who was wearing formal clothing, a white 3-piece suit which consisted of a white coat, a white inner coat and a black shirt, with a tie. His shoulder sleeves were black in color, he wore. This was Thor Regus, as he brought out 2 of his pistols Donner and Schlag to fire several rounds at the nearby sentinels, killing them instantly. "As Arcadia?" Issei asked. "Those guns, they are really powerful, aren't they?" Thor Regus nodded as he spoke. "Yep, I made these myself. These bullets I use can even harm a god." "That's interesting. What material do you use?" Thor Regus thought for a moment as he responded. "Azantium. It is a material found in my home world." The boosted gear suddenly appeared on Thor's hand as Thor Drake spoke. "Can you 2 focus? You still have hordes of Grim coming?" "My counterpart is correct. You are taking this too easily." "Arcadia?" Drake spoke from his boosted gear. "As Arcadia?" Issei spoke. Yes, we will." Thor Regus met Arcadia. Issei, a while back in Mantle, as the latter was trying to figure out on how he was brought to the 4 kingdoms of all places. He needed answers, as he asked Thor Regus, who was also confused, the gunslinger, wondering whether the factions were responsible for this, since he remembered RageRevan killing them before he headed back to his world. If so, then why is the magic level of this world so low? Neither understood on why they were even brought here. That was until they had a run-in with a huge Grim horde that attacked Mantle. Thor and Arcadia. Issei met up with Robin Hill and her happy huntresses who were assisting with the evacuation and the Grim, as they coordinated the situation to see what they can do. They have been successful in wiping out the Grims so far. Speaking of which, how successful is Robin with her evacuation? Arcadia? Issei asked, as Thor spoke. 0% is done. Initially it was hard given I had to save as many people as possible. But with General Ironwood helping us, we should have a better run. Additionally, he also knows on how we were brought here. I believe we will get our answers soon enough. Thor spoke with a neutral tone, as Arcadia. Issei nodded. They soon saw a horde of Mega Goliath rushing towards them at very top speeds, as Arcadia. Issei brought out the judgment of Shamash as he fired blasts as hot as the sun. Thor Regus was not far behind, as he brought his minigun Metzelai as he started to fire towards them. The Grim was taking damage, and eventually they were either being overrun by bullets or being burned alive. The guns soon turned off as Arcadia. Issei spoke. I'll cover you, reload quickly. Thor nodded as he soon brought out a cartridge and reloaded Metzelai. Arcadia. Issei meanwhile decided to send in some more shots as hot as the sun. They soon burned to the ground with relative ease. I am done. Thor soon joined in as well, as he constantly fired another barrage of bullets aimed at the Grim's body as they trumpeted in pain before collapsing to the ground dead. The Grim soon disintegrated with relative ease. Okay, that does it. Thor spoke with a relieved tone, as the wall broke again revealing several of these sabers. Arcadia? Issei spoke with a tone of annoyance. You have got to be kidding me. Thor also looked at this scene with annoyance. He was ready to join in, But Arcadia. Issei shook his head and stopped him. I will handle this, Arcadia. Issei brought out the Star of Eden, as he dispelled the judgment of Shamash. He soon brought out the Star of Eden, and spoke to Thor Rias, as he responded. I will take care of this. Thor Rias nodded. He had the chains ready, which comprised of his own spell deny all existences which would have nullified every and all of the Grim, destroying them with ease. But he decided to let Arcadia Issei shine. He brought out the Star of Eden. The staff shined with high concentrated gravity energy, and spoke while dashing towards them. He soon unleashed a point-blank black hole that consumed them all completely, leaving no trace of them. He reached to the other side, as he twirled his staff on the ground, and fixed his glasses. Survive or be destroyed, you have no other choice. Thor only had a wry smile, as he responded. Show off. Thor spoke, as he saw that there was no trace of the Grim left behind. He soon sensed someone else's presence, as he dashed towards them, and grabbed one of them by the throat. As he looked at the person, who he grabbed, and spoke with a tone of surprise. Azazel? Azazel spoke with a neutral tone. Easy, I mean you no harm. The others all had arrived, and seeing what had happened here, they were surprised as well. Thor stood down, as Arcadia Issei joined them as well. As he looked at several of them, he was surprised to see John, and someone looking almost similar to Jade. He then asked, Who even are you people? Arcadia. Issei spoke, as he added, I recognize some, if not all of you, but I also see 3 people that look just like me. What is even going on here? Yeah, especially 3 of them. Thor motioned to 3 of the Isseis present alongside them. I understand that you all are confused, but I believe I will explain everything. Serzex spoke as he motioned forward, both Thor and Arcadia. Issei looked at each other as Arcadia Issei declared coldly, I hope this is not a trap, Serzex. Try anything against me, and I will destroy you. Arcadia Issei spoke coldly, as Serzex had a feeling that this Issei also must have hated his Serzex. He could only give a sigh as he spoke. Judging by your tone, I believe that none of you had good Serzex, or I should say good versions of me like Concept, right? Arcadia Issei and Thor nodded, as they looked towards Concept, who spoke. This one is not like ours. He is actually competent and gets shit done for now, that is, unlike ours who is a Siscon. Arcadia Issei thought for a moment, as he looked at Thor, and spoke. Don't expect us to trust you, but seeing as to why we are here, in the 4 kingdoms of all places, I believe we should listen to you. Yeah, this better be a good explanation. Serzex nodded in understanding as Jade motioned forward. My name is Jade Arc. I will explain everything. Jade then explained everything to the 2 Isseis, or 1 Issei and Thor Rias, as Arcadia Issei spoke. So let me get this straight. We were summoned to a whole different universe by a mishap that happened during the Super Collider's reveal, and we all were summoned to this Issei's universe. This is really something. Jade rubbed her head upon Arcadia Issei's summary as she spoke. Yeah, I should apologize. It was my mistake that brought you here. No worries, Jade, right? Jade nodded upon Arcadia Issei's words, as he continued. Right, anyways, we should plan on what do we do next. True, never thought I would be summoned again. I have experience being summoned to different worlds, but different universes. That is something else. Thor muttered, as Arcadia Issei spoke. So what is the plan? Arcadia Issei looked towards Issei, or this universe's Issei, as he spoke. The Super Collider is being fixed. So far the progress is doing quite well. And if that does not work, I believe we can find an alternative. I have already been working on a spell that would send you guys to your respective universes. So we have got this covered. Arcadia Issei and Thor Rias nodded, as Azazel asked, What should we call you 2 then? Thor Rias first stepped forward and spoke. My name is Thor Rias. Thor would do for me, and for me, Arcadia should be enough. The others nodded, while Jade and John had questions relating to Arcadia. However, their thoughts were snapped when Serzex asked, Do you guys want to tell us about your stories? And how you got here? Not here. I don't wish for some prying eyes to notice us. Arcadia Issei mused as Serzex nodded. Ajpan then remembered something about Lionheart and spoke. Speaking of which, Concept, you extracted memories from Tyrion's corpse, right? Concept Issei nodded in response, as he spoke. Yep, you got that one right. I was able to find some interesting information about Leonardo Lionheart. May I know what it is? Ashbin asked, to which Arcadia. Issei could be seen narrowing his gaze. He knew that Lionheart was a traitor working for Salem. His wife had already informed him about Salem, a while back in his world. Lionheart is working for Salem. Turns out he already has been reporting everything you have been doing and is the one responsible for the death of many of the huntsmen and huntresses of this world. I would advise you to get rid of that cowardly traitor, as soon as possible. Concept. Issei spoke coldly, as Ashbin could only look down in sadness. The other leaders were worried as Surzex asked, Ashbin, does anyone else know about us? Or the other Isseis? Ashbin looked at him and shook his head, as he spoke, no, only me, James and Glinda, along with those that came to meet Mr. Ark, Miss Rose, Miss Xiaolong, Miss Jade Ark and Mrs. Rose. I see Heimdall spoke, as he spoke towards Concept. Issei, as he asked, are there any more allies of this witch that we need to be concerned of? Yes, the first is Hazel Reinhardt and the third is Arthur Watts. Aside from that, the others like Cinder and her company have been incarcerated or, in Cinder's case, killed by my counterpart's hands. Concept. Issei spoke, as he continued, then we have the Daughters of Salem, that we should be concerned about. Daughters of Salem? Ashbin asked, wondering who exactly they are, as Concept. Issei spoke, yes, from Tyrian's memories that I was able to collect. All he knows is that they have infiltrated each of the kingdoms, including Vale. They are located in high-ranking positions. And they have one thing in common, they are all having the last name, Arcane. No way, Arcadia. Issei spoke with horror, as he asked, are you serious? Yes, they are. Not only have they infiltrated the locations, but also they have a very high position in each of the kingdoms. They are monitoring the headmasters with the exception of Lionheart, whom he has been working with one of their daughters. And yes, they all have magic, so we have to be careful. Concept. Issei spoke, as Ashbin could only look sadly since he knew Salem must have also had relationships with the man. Glinda calmed him down, as Hunter. Issei spoke, so what is the plan? Hunter. Issei spoke, as Surzex asked, before that, we want to know, are you three going to help us get you back home? For starters, we don't have much of a choice anyway, Arcadia. Issei spoke, as he continued, but knowing Salem, and her daughters, they are already going to be a problem for us. So you can count me in too. Thor nodded in agreement. As he spoke, me too as well. Surzex looked towards Hunter. Issei, who seemed reluctant, and he spoke in response. Let me sweeten the deal for you, Hunter. You will have proper and free access to food and other necessities when you are in service. Additionally, you will also have a place to stay and be in. A home if you will. You can even Hunter. Issei spoke with a deadpan tone. Fine, I am in. You got me at food. Great. Surzex spoke as he responded, let's get to work then. The three new Isseis looked at Surzex, noting that he is nothing like their Surzex. They are happy that Issei does not have to go through what they did. They could see that he has friends that he can care for. Anyways, Ashbin, confront Lionheart, and if he gets annoying, eliminate him. Ashbin nodded to Azazel's words, as Concept. Issei spoke, mind if we join you, Arcadia? Issei responded in agreement. I would also love to meet Lionheart and deal with him accordingly. Ashbin looked at the two, and couldn't help but feel pity for Lionheart. He was really going to regret what's going to happen to him, knowing what kind of a person Concept Issei is. Oh, this reminds me, Issei, someone wanted to talk to you. She has been dying to talk to you ever since the time you fought against the Redacted Watcher? Issei nodded, as Azazel spoke. Come with me, and take Jade, Ravel and Ingvild with you. The three nodded as Azazel asked, and John, take the rest and head towards the Terracotta residence in Argus. Saffron is planning on moving from here to Japan, right? John nodded as he spoke. Yes. Then, go there and help her. I have a gut feeling that the Arcs may try their best to stop her from moving. Even if she has left the clan, they may be a problem. Sorry, Jade. Jade shook her head in response. As she spoke, it's fine. I should expect this anyways. Then let's go, everyone, and finish what we have to do. Everyone nodded in agreement, as they all started doing what they had to do. They all teleported to their respective locations. Scene change. Mistral Forest, shocked. PM. Hazel Reinhardt was walking across the location. He did not encounter any huntsmen or huntresses, as he suddenly came across Tyrion's corpse. As he looked at it, and saw him long dead. No way, who could have dash? Hazel wanted to know, however the corpse suddenly started to explode. Hazel rushed away, as Tyrion's corpse exploded, causing Hazel to become pale. Blood splattered everywhere, as Hazel got some blood on his body. He soon walked forward and a message was written in Elysian, as it read, "Tell your mistress Salem to stay out of your way, else she will be dead before she knows it. This is your one and only warning, to whoever slave of Salem is reading." Hazel wondered who did this. He had to report this to Salem or any of the arcane that is present in Mistral. He was terrified on who this new threat is. Scene change. Lionheart was sent flying towards the wall. He was described to be a middle-aged man with a mane of tan/gray hair and a beard. He had a tan complexion with brown eyebrows and dark brown eyes. He wore a brown greatcoat with a matching mantle, which had cross emblems on each side. He also wore a white dress shirt under his coat, a western necktie, and carried a pocket watch with a lion head on it as an emblem. Lionheart also wore dark brown slacks and dress shoes. Don't bother trying to fight concept. Issei spoke, as he used telekinesis to choke Leonardo, who was struggling to breathe. Ashpin walked forward as he angrily spoke. "Leonardo! I trusted you with everything. I was about to tell you on the situation that had happened, and in case for you to get anything, but I am glad I did not tell. Why did you turn on me? And for Salem, nevertheless?" Leonardo spoke with a tone filled with fear. "It is because, she is immortal, she cannot be defeated Arcadia." Issei and Concept. Issei only rolled their eyes in annoyance, as Arcadia. Issei walked forward and spoke, "Just cause she is immortal, doesn't mean she is invincible. If you think that, you really are an idiot. Please spare me, I will do anything." Leonardo spoke with fear as Arcadia. Issei retorted, "Spare you, sorry Lionheart, you will be dealt with accordingly Arcadia." Issei spoke coldly as he brought out the Star of Eden, and created a black hole which sucked Leonardo into nothingness, completely destroying him, leaving no trace of him left. Ashpin could only look at the scene in sadness, knowing full well that many have turned on him. He brought this on himself. Ashpin looked at Concept. Issei, as he spoke, "I understand it is nothing new for me. People abandoning me for her is something I am quite familiar with. She is nothing but too dependent on her immortality. We can either defeat her by snatching it away from her, or we can use magic that negates her immortality. I know certain means to do so." Ashpin was surprised by this, as he asked, "You mean it Arcadia?" "Arcadia?" Issei nodded, as he looked at Leonardo in disappointment. "Concept." Issei looked at the situation and spoke. "Who knew you had such mastery over one of the most hardest tiers of magic, gravity magic? I am quite skilled when it comes to that, and even the magic you used, telekinesis, is stated to be on par with certain high-ranking beings. You must have worked hard." Concept. Issei nodded, either could care less about Leonardo, as he continued, "So this staff, you made it?" "Not just me, I had a partner that helped me do so. It's called the Star of Eden Arcadia." Issei remembered on how he and his Jade worked together to create the staff. Without her guidance, it would have harder to do so. "Well, I guess we both are creators and Concept." Issei spoke, but he cuts him off, "Even Arcadia." Issei sensed the presence, as they both smirked. "It seems like one of the daughters of Salem is here." Ashpin was surprised by not only the magical powers of both Issei alternates, but also for the existence of Salem's daughters, as Concept. Issei soon looked to see a very beautiful woman approach them. Ashpin noted her to have some traits similar to Salem. She was described to be a beautiful white-haired woman with light blue eyes. She wore a white and blue kimono with a floral pattern. She wore 2 blue gemmed earrings and a blue flower on her hair. She wore 2 getas. This was Lilith Arcane, the 3rd oldest daughter of Salem, and one of the daughters of Salem. Lilith Arcane was surprised to see them, especially Ashpin. She dreaded on what he is doing here. Leonardo Leonhardt never informed her about their arrival. She did not even know who the other 2 are. Ashpin recognized her to be Lilith Arcane. He also remembered the others also informing them about the other arcanes joining high-ranking positions in the 4 kingdoms. He now knew how to deal with them accordingly. "Welcome, Miss Lilith Arcane. Please have a seat." Lilith had to play along. She soon came inside, as she asked, So, where is Headmaster Lionheart? Lilith asked with confusion, as concept. Issei spoke, he is well, he's doing something. We are waiting for him anyway. Lilith nodded, seemingly buying the convincing excuse. She looked at concept Issei and sensed the immense power in him. She knew he was the one her mother had asked to choose. She remembered her mother saying the following: find a man who can help you rule. Your children will help conquer the 4 kingdoms in your stead. Your children will take your place once you get old. This goes for all of my children. What is your name? Concept. Issei looked at her and spoke. Issei Hayadu, it is nice to meet you, Miss Lilith Arcane. Just call me Lilith. May I call you Issei? Concept. Issei spoke with a shrug. Sure, it matters not. I'd rather not be called Hayadu anyway. Ashbin knew why this Issei hated being called by his last name, especially due to his past. While Arcadia, Issei had his own thoughts regarding this. Seems like even you have a rotten Hayadu family. Just like me. He looked at him sadly, wondering what else he had gone through. He had to have a discussion later. Lilith nodded in understanding as she spoke. Very well, Issei. Moments have passed, as Arcadia. Issei spoke. Let's end this charade. I am getting bored. Concept. Issei nodded, as he raised his hand towards Lilith. As she could feel herself getting suffocated, she tried to identify the source of it. She was soon sent flying towards the wall. She looked to see Concept Issei to be her attacker. She put 2 and 2 together and spoke. That means, you got that right, Lilith. Leonardo Lionheart is dead. The seer has been defeated and you have been played by the both of us. Arcadia. Issei spoke with a cold tone, making Lilith grit her teeth in fury. She got up and brought out her katana, as Concept Issei spoke. Mind if I handle this white-haired babe? Arcadia. Issei nodded, as he spoke. Knock yourself out. Concept Issei brought out his dark saber, which was described to be the dark saber, capable of penetrating through any armor or magic barrier. Swish! The dark saber's hum was something that intrigued Arcadia. Issei, while surprised Lilith and Ashbin, wondering on how much magic was stored inside this sword. You will either submit to me, Hayadu, or you will die trying. Concept Issei growled as he entered into his orbalisk armor. As he spoke, Heh! You will have to try harder than that. Scene change. Unknown location, 00 p.m. Issei, Jade, Ingvild, Ravel and Azazel had arrived. As Azazel spoke, now Issei, before you meet her, I should tell you something. I have a daughter. This surprised the 4 present, as Issei asked, you never told me you had a daughter? It was because you never asked, and besides, she did want to talk to you. Issei was surprised as Ingvild asked, why? I see. Ingvild wondered what it is as Ravel spoke. Yeah, why would she want to talk to Issei-sama? Has he met her before? Apparently, according to her, she has. But I don't think he remembers her, do you? Azazel asked as Issei shook his head and spoke. No, I don't, though I came to know that you even have a daughter. That is fair. Okay, does the name Olivia Gregory sound familiar to you? Issei once again shook his head and spoke. No, it does not. Azazel sighs in response. As he spoke, fine, now let me tell you something about her. You see, Olivia is a special and unique case when it comes to angels. She is either a fallen angel like me, or a regular angel like Michael or Irina. She is a dark angel. Dark angel? Ravel was surprised by this. As she spoke, no way, her name did sound familiar. Now it makes sense. You know who she is, Ravel? Ravel nodded as she spoke. I have heard of her. She is a special case of angels that can't fall even when she experiences any sins that would usually trigger a fall in angels. Olivia is a very rare case, a special being that shouldn't technically exist. Sorry, Azazel-sensei. Azazel shook his head and spoke. Not an issue, she really is a special case. I still remember the day she was born. Azazel shakes his head at the memory. It was a joyful and tragic memory at the same time. Anyways, Ravel is right, and I believe she wanted to meet you. A magic circle opens up which showed the insignia of Gregory. As soon enough, a beautiful woman showed up. She had 2 black wings, and was described to be a blonde-haired woman with blue eyes. This was Olivia Gregory. She seemed to be having 2 horns on her head and wore a black and red-colored skirt. She wore slacks and boots that were black in color. Her wings were said to be a transition from white to black with a clear color change being shown. Wait, you! Issei recognized her, remembering she was the girl that he had saved from the redacted Watcher. Even Ingvild, Jade and Ravel recognized her, as they remembered on how they recognized her as well. I am glad you remember me. My name is Olivia Gregory, and as my father described, I am the Dark Angel. Azazel nodded. As he looked at Issei being surprised, he recognized her now. Azazel was confused, as he asked, So how did the two of you come to know? Azazel asked, to which Issei explained on what happened. He remembered on how they came to know of her. Flashback, Heaven 9 a.m. Azrael, or the redacted Watcher, was holding Olivia by the throat. She struggled to break free from her former uncle's grasp. She was powerless in front of him. Azrael had a mad grin on his face. The others were also watching helplessly, with all the survivors being beaten and bruised. Everyone wanted to save her, but Azrael was too strong. He easily overpowered Michael and Gabriel, as they were badly beaten up. Even Issei stood no chance, until someone was able to rescue him from his own near-death situation. I may not kill that red dragon, but at least I can kill you to hurt my brother. He will pay for being the one responsible for my banishment along with this place. That was the reason I was trapped in the backrooms for so long. Azrael declared madly as Olivia was crying, as Azrael brought out a light spear. Goodbye. My niece Olivia closed her eyes, accepting her fate, when, *bam! Azrael was sent flying. As he regained his footing, he was shocked to see someone manage to land a blow on him. Olivia opened her eyes, to see herself not only alive, but in a bridal manner. Issei then spoke. You okay? Olivia had a red tint as she nodded. Issei puts her down. As he speaks, go, find a safe location and help the others if you can. Olivia nodded as she headed to help any angels that were critically injured. Issei turned his attention to the Watcher, and shouted, Hey! The Watcher looked at Issei, and was seething with rage. As Issei responded, Leave them alone. The others were surprised to see Issei again. As John spoke with a surprised tone, Issei? Their thoughts were turned to the Watcher, who shouted with pure fury. You just don't know when to quit, do you? Issei rubbed his head and spoke. Yeah, I get that a lot. Now let's end this. Issei spoke as he readied the power he was temporarily given by Great Red in order to defeat the Watcher, along with the new body. He vowed to defeat the Watcher, else everyone will be done for. Flashback ends. I see Azazel clenched his fists in anger, knowing what Azrael had done. Had it not been for Issei, he would have killed his daughter, as Jade, Ravel and Ingvild confirmed this to be true. Even Olivia remembers what had happened and flinched on the memory of what happened to her. Azazel also remembered Azrael was biblical God's biggest failure. He was unjustly exiled due to him refusing God's will, and God himself regretted what had happened, but before he could make amends he was killed during the Great War. He was eventually driven to madness, which almost threatened and killed many lives, including those of his daughter as well as some of his students. Anyways, I never thought you would be the Dark Angel. Issei spoke with a surprise as Olivia nodded. She had a very small red tint on her face, something that was noticeable by all of them, minus Issei, who was still in daze by the fact that Olivia was the Dark Angel. It seems like he is starting to. Azazel couldn't continue as he sensed the heavy jealous aura coming from the three girls, with them looking at the scene with jealousy. He backed away nervously, having a bit of pity for Issei. But in reality, Issei was someone Azazel could trust and have faith in. His ability to bring people together was something that he noticed, exemplified when he made his own team, which comprised of people from different worlds, and even had the trust of many from a military organization of a different world, that being MEG. He could entrust his daughter to a man like him. However, his thoughts were snapped when Issei spoke. I believe we have a lot to catch up, right? Besides, the others would love to meet you. Olivia nodded as she looked at the others with a smile. The others lost their jealous look and returned back to normal. Azazel sighed in relief, as Olivia soon greeted the other girls, and had a talk with them, with the others having their conversation of their own. They were curious on the Dark Angel, and what kind of powers and abilities they have. Concept. Issei blocked a strike from Lilith, who was surprised to see him this strong. No huntsman or huntress could be as strong as her. She sensed his magic only to be shocked by the amount of magic he has. She jumped backwards, in shock and terror looking at Concept. Issei, as Concept. Issei spoke, so you see it too, right? Impossible. How can your magic be this endless? Lilith exclaimed with horror and anger. Ashbin was stunned while Arcadia. Issei was unaffected due to him sensing Ophus's magic from him. As Concept, Issei spoke, "Oh my dear Lilith. Your mother is nothing but an ant compared to our strength. You lie. You cannot be this strong. Mother is the strongest there is on this planet." Arcadia. Issei only laughed at her face, making her even more angry, as Lilith shouted, "What's so funny? You really think Salem is the strongest cause of her immortal body, right?" Arcadia. Issei only spoke with a mocking tone, as Lilith responded, "Yes, this old wizard couldn't kill her. What makes you think you two can kill her?" Arcadia. Issei and Concept. Issei only laughed even louder hearing this statement. In response, Lilith unleashed a fireball magic towards Concept. Issei as he slashed it with ease, which surprised her even further. This was Mother's magic. How can you deflect it that easily? Lilith exclaimed with shock and horror as Concept. Issei spoke. Here is the thing. Concept. Issei disappeared from the view of Lilith much to her surprise and in a split second attacked her, which she barely blocked with her own katana, gritting her teeth in frustration as Concept. Issei was overpowering her. Just cause you have magic doesn't make you automatically the strongest. Lilith gathered a katana and braced herself for an attack. She had to defeat him, for her mother's sake. Unaware that her opponent has taken down God class and higher beings before. Terracotta Residence, Argus, 00 p.m. Never thought I'd see 3 versions of the same person, right again? Saffron spoke with a surprised tone, as Reset. Issei spoke, what can we say? We all were dragged here by the super collider, and the next thing we know, we are in Issei's world, regardless. Jade really outdid herself summoning all of you to this world. Must be really something, Hunter. Issei spoke, you got that one right. We were all wondering how we even came here. My first attacker was a serial killer that was attacking the huntsmen and huntresses. I must say, this world of Remnant is really something. Totally. I wonder if it exists in my world. Thor spoke, as Zalgo responded, it is possible, although I can't pinpoint it. There is a chance it does exist, but let's just say it is not what you would expect. Well, as long as it is advanced, I am alright with it. I won't be bothering it anyway, Thor responded, as Reset. Issei spoke, say, what is your planet Amarius like? Mostly like any iSky planet, which is a medieval standard technology, culture and religion. Aside from that, I will reveal more details till the rest of the guys come. The others nodded, as Sirzek spoke with an apologetic tone. I am glad you could have us around. I am sorry for coming here unannounced. Sirzek spoke as Saffron responded. No worries, Lord Lucifer. Any friend of John is a friend of mine. John was playing with Adrian, alongside Yuri, Ruby, Jan and Summer, who were all looking at the child. Adrian enjoyed playing with his uncle while the girls minus Summer cooed seeing how the child was playing with the others. Valerie was watching with a smile. She remembered how Adrian used to get along with Issei as well. I must say, human children are quite interesting. Beings. Heimdall spoke with an intrigue, as Terra asked, I never thought my house would be having a god over here. I understand this is new for you, but this is quite common in our world, ever since an alliance was made between the Norse and the other races. Intermingling has become more common. I was asked to help locate the other alternates of Issei. I am pretty sure this is the first time you have seen a god, right, Mrs. Terra? Terra nodded as she spoke. Yes, and probably be the last. Heimdall only gave a hearty laugh as he spoke. The more you hand out with John, I am pretty sure I won't be the only divine being you'll be seeing. Terra could only nod at this, as she soon headed inside to get some more snacks, while guests appearing was unexpected. Saffron soon asked the rest of the Isseis, so it is just the 4 of you? Or are there more? Saffron asked, to which Salgo spoke, no Saffron, there are 2 more, and 3 Isseis that remain to be looked after. I and Heimdall are still trying to locate them. Hopefully we can find him. I see. And where is our Issei then? Even Jade, Ingvild, or Ravel are absent. Sirzek then spoke. He is with Azazel. They are meeting someone apparently. Saffron mused, as suddenly Zalgo became alerted as he spoke. We have some uninvited guests. Saffron, have you done with your packing? Saffron nodded. I just did. We were actually going to contact you, but you showed up yourselves. Then we had this conversation, and here we are. I see Zalgo turns his gaze to Surzex and spoke. Surzex, look after Saffron, Terra and Adrian. Why? Is something wrong? Zalgo looked with a serious gaze. The Ark dogs are here, to stop the three. They all immediately went on guard, as Saffron instinctively took Adrian. As she looked towards John, he nodded in understanding as they had to act on the situation. Scene change. The Arks had brought an entire army, led by Emilio Lowe. He was described to be a man with a rather scholarly appearance, with round glasses, and wore a black suit with a purple undershirt. He also wore a yellow tie, striped with black. His eyes were a bright pink, and his hair was white. That's as far as you go, Emilio Lowe. The one who spoke was John, who was in front of the group. They all were ready to fight against their opponents, as Emilio spoke. If it isn't the disgrace that completely ruined our clan's reputation. You scumbag disgrace. Emilio spoke with a growl, as he continued, this time, you will not get in our way. Last time I checked you ran away like a ing. Just run away like you did so before, Emilio. Valerie spoke with a mocking tone, as Emilio glared at her in anger, as he spoke. You scumbag. I will make you pay for defying the will of the clan. Heimdall then spoke. I can sense the arrogance reeking of this man. Emilio, right? How about you take your little clan of puppies, and get the hell out of this location? You! I will destroy you! Heimdall could only laugh at Emilio, angering him as he shouted, You! Don't underestimate me. I am the strongest archer in all of Remnant. Archer, you say? The one who spoke was none other Thor Rias, as he spoke with a smile. So you are the best archer in Remnant, right? Valerie wanted to speak, however Thor puts his hand and gives her a smile. He has got this in the back. Yes, I am. The two look at him, as he continued, and you will regret messing with the Ark clan. Oh. Then how about this? I will take you on alone, let two marksmen have their fight. Since you are the best archer as you claim to be. Then how about we fight? Thor brought out his Donner and Schlag and aimed it at him, as Emilio grunted for a moment, before making a grin. He then spoke. Fine. Thor then spoke with a sadistic grin. He was going to enjoy putting this arrogant hero like he has been doing in his world. He destroyed many of the heroes like this before ultimately killing him. He would be doing the same to this one as well. You guys mind if I take this arrogant hero? Reset. Issei shook his head and spoke. Knock yourself out. We will handle the rest of these grunts. Hunter. Issei spoke, as the others got ready to fight the army of the Ark clan huntsmen and huntresses that are ready to engage. Thor and his group begin to fight against the huntsmen and huntresses that are led by Emilio Lowe. Scene change. Haven Academy, Mistral shocked. Concept. Issei was fighting off against Lilith as sparks of magic was sent flying from the blade clashes. The surrounding building was in complete tatters with the walls and the surrounding paintings being destroyed. Why? How are you this strong? Lilith spoke with an annoyed tone, as Concept. Issei spoke. I have fought and slain gods, defeated beings far more skilled than you could even imagine. You claim to be one of the strongest of Remnant. While that may be true, in reality if you were in my world I theorize that you would be middle-class being at best, nowhere close to the beings that I have beaten. You are just an ant crawling in a room filled with monsters. Lilith gritted her teeth in fury. She was about to attack him with everything she got. However, Concept. Issei predicted this. He immediately acted quickly and gave a strengthened slash, which was aimed at the upward direction. This caused Lilith to lose her katana, which flipped multiple times before being struck to a nearby wall, much to her shock and horror. No, Lilith backed away as she started to raise her hands to use telekinesis to immobilize him, and use the other hand to unleash a powerful beam of magic. Arcadia. Issei and Ashbin were ready to assist him. However, Concept. Issei spoke. I got this in the back, Concept. Issei muttered, only audible to Arcadia. Issei, who stopped Ashbin. He soon was starting to resist her telekinesis, breaking free from Lilith's control, much to her shock as she shouted. Impossible! You shouldn't be able to resist my telekinesis. Concept. Issei only cackled evilly as he responded, My dear, you have no idea what is possible. Concept. Issei raised his own hand, causing Lilith to start choking. She lost her magic power as she struggled to even breathe at this point. For once, she started to fear the person in front of her. In her eyes, which includes her sisters as well, all men are known to be nothing but weaklings, beings easy to be manipulated and toyed with. But here, it was the polar opposite. A man was getting the complete better of her and overpowering her with ease. She was choking, struggling to even speak at this point. Tears started to fall from her eyes. Issei walked towards her, dispelling the dark saber. He internally grinned on planning a different fate for Lilith. Heh, how does it feel? To be overpowered? You are quite strong, I will give you that, but even you have limits. Lilith couldn't help but grit her teeth. However, it was more in a helpless manner. She was going to die. She cried, knowing she was unable to do much for Salem. Her mother would be disappointed in her. But fret not, I won't kill you instead. Concept. Issei brought out the crown of thorns, known as Alpheka Tyrant. Arcadia. Issei noted the holy power coming from this relic, wondering what else did he design. He had an idea on him being a genius level like he is, but he wondered on what he was doing, while Ashbin pondered on what he is going to do. You will be my informant, telling me everything what you and your sisters plan. This includes your mother as well. Lilith only glared at him and spoke with a defiant and cold tone. I will never join you. Oh my dear! You have no choice. Concept. Issei generated a holy nail and spoke. Soon you will think about us and your mother and sisters differently. He threw the nail, which went inside her head. She soon lost her consciousness as Concept. Issei dropped her to the ground. Arcadia. Issei and Ashbin joined him, as Arcadia. Issei spoke. What is that? Concept. Issei spoke to Arcadia. Issei, as he responded, Alpheka Tyrant, one of the holy relics that are with the church. It allows me to alter and create different personalities for a person, and this includes memories as well. Arcadia. Issei nodded. He was internally concerned on what the church, or worse his so-called brother Dai, would do. Once he gets back, he needs to inform his wife about it. Otherwise, the wielder would pose danger to him, and the kingdom that gave him home. May I know who the current wielder of the gear is? Arcadia. Issei asked, to which Concept. Issei spoke. Her name is Meredith Ordenton. I was able to get her out of the Institute of Magicians, the Golden Dawn. She is now working as one of my faction's agents. She can even do so to you as well, Arcadia. Issei nodded, as Ashbin gulped. These sacred gears are dangerous and must not fall into the wrong hands. Now, if you will excuse me, I need to begin initiation of our new member. Me first. Multiversal ally. Concept. Issei soon entered into her mindscape that would be generated by the Alpheka Tyrant. Scene change. Concept. Issei enters into Lilith's mindscape, who was chained. She had tears in her eyes as she shouted with anger yet sadness. What are you here for? You will make me fight my own mother, right? Concept. Issei spoke with a sigh, as he spoke. Yes, I will. Your mother has been quite the problem, and she needs to be stopped. And you shall help us achieve that, my dear Concept. Issei spoke as Lilith could only tear up at this. She hated fighting her own mother. Besides, from what Ashbin told me about her, she probably doesn't even have that much love for you. You lie. Mother will always love and care for us. Concept. Issei only grinned. This reminded him of a certain goddess that had believed that her father wouldn't abandon her, yet he did. It was like déjà vu to him, and he knew what he had to do. Ashbin wasn't lying when he informed me about Salem. He reminded me of someone from my own world. A father that abandoned his own daughters to save his skin, and I pretty much see Salem doing the same to you as well. She only sees you as pawns, just like she sees many others as such. Lilith gritted her teeth in anger, as Concept. Issei continued. See for yourself then, on how Salem will abandon you when she sees fit. She replaced her daughters with you four, her original daughters that she herself had a hand in killing due to a ing disagreement. Lilith lost her anger a bit and looked at Concept. Issei. Unbeknownst to her, Concept. Issei inflicted a seed of doubt in her. Little does she know, however, Concept. Issei was far from wrong. Salem will abandon those when she sees fit, and her daughters are no exception. She uses fear to get her allies, and is also known to be quite manipulative, as she desired to conquer the kingdoms once, but failed due to an unknown force, causing her to hide in the shadows. But you will help us destroy her regardless, there is nothing you can do about it. Concept. Issei spoke, as he soon started to walk out her mindscape. Lilith shouted with tears in her eyes, "No, please! Issei! My mother and sisters are the only family I have." Lilith kept crying, as a bright light covered everything. Lilith could only watch helplessly, now being a sleeper agent of concept. Issei, the destroyer of the supernatural. Scene change. Lilith started to regain her consciousness, as she soon stood up and spoke while bowing. "My loyalties are to you, Lord Issei. What is it that you asked me for?" "Rise, Lilith!" Lilith nodded, as inner Lilith could only watch in horror. She watched as she was completely controlled by Issei. She stood up, while Arcadia, Issei watched with intrigue and surprise seeing how this sacred gear worked, being even more determined to find Meredith and deal with her accordingly. "I want you to spy on Salem. Report me everything that she does." Lilith nodded as she spoke. "As you wish, Lord Issei. But before you go, tell me the names of your sisters and their locations." Lilith spoke with a cheerful tone. "Yes. Their names are Pandora Arcane, Ariel Arcane and Rose Arcane. They are all located in Vacuo, Atlas and Vale respectively. I can send you their images if you want me to concept." Issei nodded as he spoke. "You may send it to Ashbin." Lilith nodded as she sent the images to Ashbin. As he looked at them and nodded, he needed to make plans to deal with her, as concept. Issei spoke. "You can leave, and report me everything on what Salem does, alright?" Lilith nodded as she left the room, while inner Lilith only watched the scene helplessly. Her whole plan and operation has been compromised. "As Arcadia?" Issei spoke. "Wow! Who knew that there was a sacred gear out there that can mind control someone?" Concept. Issei only nodded as he spoke. "Well, that's just how it is. We should head back and catch up with the others." "Arcadia?" Issei nodded as the three headed out of Haven Academy. Not only did they get a spy of their own into Salem's inner circle and family, but also they took out a spy of their own as well. All in all, it was a total victory for them. Scene change. Argus shocked. Thor was easily overwhelming Emilio, who was gritting his teeth in frustration. He saw his armies being wiped out, with Heimdall unleashing several blows onto the Ark clan hunters, bringing them to their knees. They are easily overwhelmed. John also joins in, eliminating and decapitating anyone that would stand in their way. Ruby and the others minus the ones inside were also wiping out any hunters that would stand in their way, as they used their weapons or in Yang's case close combat punches to do so. Her enhanced strength thanks to her rook piece allowed her to do so. Summer was slaying most of the huntsmen along with Reset and Hunter. Issei. Yuri froze any huntsmen and huntresses that got in their way. Seriously, just how many are there? Jan exclaimed with frustration as Valerie exclaimed while blasting several huntresses with her magic. "Just a little more, all we have to do is wait." "Yep, we are moving through them like nothing but ants, they are just not that strong as opposed to any of the Kronos members." John responded, "As Hunter?" Issei responded, "You got that one right, even a Nuklavi will take them down." Hunter. Issei's words made many of them angry as they start to charge at them, only for Reset. Issei to speak. Agnapath Crody. Reset. Issei brought Durandal and unleashed a fire whirl, which completely wiped them out, burning them into cinders. The hunters screamed in pain, but nobody heard or stopped them. The onlookers were surprised by what they were witnessing. Their power and abilities made them stunned yet completely fearful on the powers that they were witnessing. They also saw the headmaster of Beacon fighting alongside them. Someone had called the Atlas military due to what was going on. Thor was shooting every shot that Emilio was aiming at him, which angered the Kronos member to no bounds. However, before he could react, Thor dashed and gave a kick aimed at his stomach, making him cough up. He soon used honor to land a brutal blow at his chin, making him almost spit out blood. Thor noted that his aura was in the red, meaning it was close to shattering. The earlier blows that he had given him worked wonders. He soon slammed him with his revolvers and followed it with 2 shots aimed at his legs using both Donner and Schlag at the same time, which pierced his aura, and blood came out where the bullet came from. A/N. I don't own this GIF or Mortal Kombat. Emilio fell on his knees, as Thor soon summoned 2 crossbits and started to ambush him in all directions by exclaiming, "Blow up!" Thor backflipped and the explosive shells hit Emilio, as a smoke screen was unleashed revealing a broken and tattered Emilio. He tried to take his bow only of Thor to shoot his hand, causing him to scream in pain. He gritted his teeth in pain as he looked towards Thor, who had taken his bow, as Emilio shouted, "Give that back!" Thor looked at the bow and spoke, "So this is your prized weapon, eh?" Emilio glared at Thor with pure hatred, as he brought out his chains known as Deny All Existences. As he spoke, "So you like this, eh? Well, that's too bad." Thor had a grin, as he used the chains to nullify the properties of the bow and completely shatter and destroy it, much to Emilio and even John's shock and surprise. He heard of these weapons to be unbreakable, yet Thor managed to do it with barely any effort. The bow's orichalcum fell to the ground, crumbled to dust as Thor spoke with a grin. "It's all gone, so Emilio, are you going to fight against me? Or are you going to cry here like a baby?" Emilio was seething in rage. Not only did this man beat him and prevent him from completing his mission. Meanwhile, John got out of his daze, and uses his telekinesis to send several of the huntsmen flying as Ruby defeats them by slicing them apart with her crescent rose. Summer also joins in by slicing up several of the hunters with ease. Her maiden powers allowed her to manipulate the plants that were present as she threw several of them with ease and eliminated them out of the fight. Just as one attacked her from the behind, a light spear had been aimed towards him as he looked in horror to see Issei, Jade, Ingvild, Ravel, Azazel and the newly joined Olivia come, as they also joined in the massacre as well. Issei entered into his semblance, Dragon Force stage, which was more than enough. He clawed through some of the huntsmen, as Ravel burned their flesh using flame magic, causing them to scream in pain. Jade soon followed up by throwing some of the blaster turrets aimed as she commanded them to fire at the huntsmen before they could react. One tried to ambush her from the behind, only for Jade to block the sword with a gauntlet she had made. The electric mana stored in the gauntlet electrocuted them to no bounds. He soon fell to the ground dead. As Olivia joined in, she created a small whip out of holy magic and sliced apart the limbs of all the huntsmen that were accompanying Emilio. "You're good with that whip," Jade commented as Olivia spoke. "Thanks, took several years to get this skilled with it." Olivia soon raised her hand up. No sooner had she done that, the clear skies now turned into a dark cloudy sky as the clouds formed into a cyclone and unleashed a lightning storm onto the huntsmen, who screamed in pain. A/N. I don't own this GIF or Final Fantasy. The others had cleared the huntsmen as well, leaving barely any survivors behind. The only survivors that were present were some of the huntsmen that were facing off against Reset. Issei, who ran away with fear. He could care less on what they think of him anyway. Emilio watched the scene with horror, as he looked towards Thor and spoke. "You sick bastards! The Ark clan will make sure you are dead!" Emilio shouted as someone called from a distance. "They won't!" The one who spoke was Ojban, who was alongside Concept. Issei and Arcadia. Issei, as Arcadia. Issei was surprised. Why would the Arks attack them? Especially with one of them being their own. Additionally, the man Emilio he looked at did not resemble anyone from Arcadia, unlike Jade and John, who had some resemblance to their Arcadian counterparts. The group looked at them, as Concept. Issei spoke while looking around the corpses. "Seems like you guys had a party. Shame I couldn't be here, Hunter." Issei spoke with a mocking tone. "No need, it would have been an overkill. Concept." Issei shrugged in response. "Arcadia?" Issei then asked. "What is even going on here? Why did the Arks attack John and you guys? What is happening here?" "Arcadia?" Issei's confusion was understandable. Emilio was about to speak. But John speaks before that. "I will explain." Arcadia. Emilio cuts him off by speaking. "Don't listen to him, he is a..." Emilio was unable to speak as someone sealed his mouth. He gritted his teeth in frustration as Zalgo soon spoke. "Allow me to reveal everything." Arcadia. Zalgo showed the events that had happened to John so far, as he revealed it to everyone. Even the onlookers looked at the events, and had become disgusted at what the Arks had done. Jade was only looking down in sadness, as John clenched his fists. The others were furious at what happened as well. "Hunter! Issei looked at the scene in disappointment, knowing this happened or something similar happened to his John as well. Thor and Olivia Gregory were angry at what happened to John. However, there was someone that was the angriest amongst them. This was none other than Arcadia. Issei, not only do these arcs go against all what he knew about the clan, they also spit and disgrace their ancestors' memory by doing such actions. He glared at Emilio as he shouted, You are nothing but a bunch of living disgraces to the Arc clan. The Arc's priorities family and one other over reputation. You abandoned John for being weak. How could any of you do so? If the Arcs of the past see this, they would be rolling in their graves, seeing what you bastards are doing. John and Jade are not the disgraces to the clan, you all are. Arcadia? Issei glared at Emilio, who was glaring back, as many were surprised by the outburst at Arcadia. Issei showed as John was glad another did not see him as a disgrace, as Jade nodded in agreement. Emilio took a glance towards a woman with specs and blonde hair, noting she looks familiar. Jade stepped forward and spoke. Yes, Emilio, it is me. The same Jade who went missing years ago. I am back, and I know what your clan has done to my little brother. Jade spoke with anger in her voice, as she followed it up with a kick to his chin. Arcadia is right about you, none of you deserve the mantle of the Arcs. My own grandparents' spirits claimed that to be true. After the one whom you call a disgrace told them about what you did and after you killed the Winterflake couple, I am disgusted to think the clan would go this low. Emilio couldn't speak anything but could glare at Jade. He should have found her and dealt with her sooner. They didn't do the same with Saffron earlier, and he would have gladly killed them. Thor finished this disgrace. I can sense his thoughts, and he wants to perform nothing but harm. Wipe him out. Thor only grinned as he spoke. With pleasure, Thor aimed his gun at Emilio, who was losing his anger, and started to become fearful. He looked at his enemy with utter fear, as Thor spoke. Goodbye, Emilio Lo, nobody is going to miss you. Thor pulled the trigger and, bam! Emilio soon dropped to the ground dead. As no one could comprehend what had happened, almost everyone in Argus knew what was happening, as Arcadia. Issei spoke seriously. Now then, John, I want you to come with me. Arcadia? Issei's cold gaze made John concerned. As he spoke, it's time to give an example to the Arcs of this world. They will regret ever crossing with you guys. No one knew anything, what caused Arcadia. Issei to get really angry, but all they know is that the Arcs are going to learn the truth one way or another. Scene change. Salem's castle, land of darkness, shocked. Salem was smirking from the land of darkness, waiting for her daughters to show up. She remembered on how she used a man to breed and have children with her. He initially approved of her domination, but when she went too far, he chose to abandon her. Needless to say, he was captured and killed by him. After that, Salem raised her children all by her own, teaching her and projecting her thoughts onto them. The children being Ariel, Pandora, Lilith, and the youngest Ariel. Mother, we have arrived. The one who spoke was the oldest, that being Ariel. She was described to be a very beautiful woman with white hair and red eyes. She wore a revealing red ball gown, with black designs. She wore a mask that was attached near her head. The second was Pandora Arcane. She was described to be a black-haired beautiful woman with dark skin. She wore a black dress that was adorned with jewelry. She had worn a golden hair jewelry on her hair, arms and legs. She was the second youngest amongst the Arcane children. The third was Lilith Arcane, who wore the same dress as before. The fourth was the youngest Rose Arcane. She looked like a goth girl that had black hair and blue eyes. She wore a white top witch hat and a white sleeveless dress skirt that had a black dress that covered her top side. She also wore a black coat. I am glad the four of you could make it. Salem spoke with an evil smile, as she continued. Speaking of which, do you four have anything to report? Ariel walked forward and spoke. I do. The Grim attack was a success till two individuals had interrupted it completely. What? Explain. Ariel spoke with a deep breath as she continued. The first used heavy firearms that dismantled the Grim with ease, while the other used a very strong gravity-based attack, wiping out several in just one blow. I was away handling a situation. Had I known, I would have fought and dealt with them. Salem grumbled, remembering on how in some rare cases aura can win over magic, remembering a certain arc that was able to defeat her. She then spoke, "Fine, locate those two and eliminate them, Ariel." "As you wish, Mother." Salem looked towards the others as she spoke. "Anyone else have anything to report?" Rose spoke while walking forward. "Yes, Mother, I heard your ex-husband speaking to someone from an unknown dimension. They claimed that several Isseis will be coming. Apparently one of them made even him pale." Salem thought for a moment, before responding. "I see." Salem thought evilly. "Maybe she can bring these Isseis to her side. She is immortal, and she believes they don't have the power to kill her. Oh boy, how wrong is she? Some have killed immortals stronger than her before. Try to locate these Isseis. Bring them to your side by force. If not, do involve me. I will handle them with my powers." Salem spoke as Lilith walked forward and spoke. "Mother, there is something I need to tell you." Salem turned to Lilith, who spoke. "Yes, my dear? I have faced against one of these Isseis." Lilith's words made them wide-eyed as she continued. "They are much stronger than me. I was able to barely save myself. He was one of the strongest opponents I have faced so far. They are not to be underestimated." "Lilith, are you sure of this?" Lilith nodded, as she spoke. "Yes, and I also believe that he would be a perfect husband for me." Lilith spoke with a blush, while inner Lilith pondered on how her mother would respond. She could see a smile on her face, as Salem spoke. "I see. Seems like I got to get involved to make this Issei submissive to you. No matter, do lure him out and bring him to me. If he does not comply, I know exactly what I need to do. He can't kill me even if he wants to." Salem spoke with a smile, as the others started to tease Lilith. Both Liliths were embarrassed at this. She did not know how to act upon this. Inner Lilith was uncertain of having a relationship with someone that was basically puppeteering her. 7. "Anyways, I believe it is time. You see, these arcs have been a thorn on my side, so when one of them killed 2 members of the Chronos, I was able to bring 2 of them to my side." Salem spoke as she snapped her fingers. 2 coffins were revealed which had the names of 2 Arc clan members. These clan members have been enhanced by my Grim, making them much stronger than before. Shame. Nobody even bothered about them, knowing they had become nothing short of criminals after what they did with an innocent couple. Salem spoke as the coffins opened up, revealing none other than Baldoria's S. Fangini and Kransmaduk Arc. They opened their eyes that were red in color with black surrounding their red pupils. They were Grim, now serving their leader Salem. Scene change. Arc compound number 00, 8 p.m. The Arc elders were discussing something due to what Alex had told them. John's return angered many of the Arcs, especially those that hate him, while a few wondered on what was going to happen due to John's return. However, suddenly they all felt an immense presence, as they turned to see none other than Arcadia, Issei and John, which made many angry, knowing what they are going to do. "You damned disgrace!" Mason was unable to complete when he was being choked by John's telekinesis. His night piece increased his speed significantly, including his reaction speed. "Shut the up! You bastards had the gall to force my sister Saffron to listen to your so-called will. I will make sure to make an example out of you." "Arcadia?" Issei nodded, as he opened up a magic portal which dropped a corpse, upon closure inspection. It was the dead corpse of none other than Emilio Lowe. "No, you damned monsters!" Jean charged at the 2 along with the rest of the Arcs. They were angered at what John had done to Emilio, as Arcadia. Issei narrowed his gaze and quickly brought the Star of Eden and released immense gravity magic, which caused them all to fall to the ground, including the ones that didn't attack John, like Belize, the Cerberus, Aqua, Olivia Arc and Train. "Kneel!" "Arcadia!" Issei spoke with a cold tone. John was stunned by this Issei's nature. He was able to subdue the clan in less than a second. "This power, it is like father's. This power, it is like father's." Belize spoke with a low tone, as he looked at the others all on the ground, in a kneeling position. Many of the arrogant members hated this, but the power that Arcadia, Issei displayed was staggering. "Arcadia!" Issei looked down upon these Arcs. In his eyes they are the same Arcs that sided with his universe's version of Nicholas Arc. He spoke with a cold and shrill tone. "Pathetic Arcadia!" Issei walked towards Nicholas and kicked him in the stomach, that he wished to puke. Juniper watched as Arcadia, Issei kept beating him up. She tried to use her semblance, but the immense gravity field prevented her from moving completely. The only one unaffected was John, as he watched with no emotion seeing Arcadia. Issei beating up his sorry excuse of a father. After a while, he stopped beating him up, as he looked at Nicholas's battered and bruised face. Arcadia? Issei then spoke. I can kill you all right here, and right now. You all shame the Arcs in every way, spit and destroy their legacy in every manner. But I won't do that. No, not today and not now. Why? 'Cause killing you is an easy way. No, I want you all to suffer for every single pain, every single crime you have inflicted. If the Arcs of the past see what you have done, they would have destroyed you in every manner, preventing you from ever spreading your influence to the world. You are not a family, like you claim to be, but a cult following these old hags that you call elders, who only care about their reputation and power. These bastards will discard you without a second thought. Arcadia? Issei spoke coldly, as he walked away. He then looked towards his best friend's Arcadian counterpart as he spoke. So what now? Arcadia? Issei gave a sigh, and spoke. We leave from this place. If they continue this path, they will themselves drive the clan to extinction. Arcadia? Issei's words made the elders really angry, along with some of the Kronos members, but they were unable to handle the pressure. The gravity pressure was on par. No, it surpassed Liam in every manner. Do you have anything to say to this sorry excuse you call a family? John nodded as he spoke. Yes, I do. This is your last warning. If I ever see you, never me or my friends and family. We all won't hesitate to wipe your clan to the ground. Arcadia? Issei is right. You yourselves will bring your extinction, and I will enjoy seeing that day come. John spoke, as Arcadia. Issei gave a small smile, as they soon teleported away. The Star of Eden was teleported away along with the field, as they all stood up. Mason in his anger slammed the table, while shouting, That damned disgrace. The others were calming him down, while Belize and some of the Arcs were looking down in shame. Arcadia? Issei was right in every way. They really are disgraces that spit and destroy the Arc legacy in every manner. In the backrooms, MEG base beta, level, 9 a.m., a woman was working on some paperwork. She was described to be a young lady that has long, flowing blonde hair tied back with a headband. She has piercing blue eyes and subtle freckles. Her outfit comprises of a top which is green with black and white accents, highlighting her toned midriff and athletic build. The bottom consists of matching green and white leggings with black and silver accessories, including a belt with silver circles. This was Sonia Blade, the local director of MEG, which is Major Explorations Group. She sighed. Paperwork has increased ever since the Watcher has been beaten. Despite this, there was peace in the backrooms, for a very, very long time. My paperwork is never going to end, Sonia spoke with a sigh of tiredness. However, paperwork was not the only reason she was tired from. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door as Sonia looked at the door and responded, Come in. From inside came Johnny Cage, her husband. He was described to have short, styled brown hair and is wearing dark sunglasses. His outfit consists of a tight-fitting, long-sleeved gray and black athletic shirt that accentuates his muscular build. His hands are wrapped in white bandages, suggesting he is either a fighter or preparing for a physical activity. He wears dark athletic pants, held up by a yellow belt with the word Cage prominently displayed on the buckle. He wears dark athletic pants, held up by a yellow belt with the word Cage prominently displayed on the buckle. Hey Sonia. Hope you are free. Sonia looked at Johnny and gave a frustrated expression. No, Cage. Look at the paperwork I have to deal with the Watcher gone. Feels like we have become a bunch of ING government employees. Johnny could understand his wife's pain. He knew that she has been in constant stress due to not only her paperwork but also for some other reason. I pity you. At least I finished mine years before. Being a former actor that dealt with paperwork, I have quite the experience. Sonia gave a glare as she gave a frustrated sigh and spoke. Yeah, keep telling that. Sonia gave a sigh as she spoke. Did you bring the things I asked you to? Yep, everything. Johnny brought out some bags and spoke. All the ice cream and other fruits you have been craving. Level has been quite useful in providing us the food needed. Even after the Watcher's actions on that level, we were able to restore everything back to normal. Sonia looked at the ice cream, which was a London Dairy chocolate ice cream, and started to scarf down on it. Johnny could only look with an amused look as he spoke. Nobody is going to take your ice cream. Sonia looked at him and retorted. Well, I can't control these urges. I often have these cravings almost on a few hourly basis. Johnny shook his head. He can understand why his wife has been behaving like this. He then spoke. I just hope you are not putting any stress in yourself. Johnny spoke as he approached. She then looked at her stomach, fully aware of the source of the urges. It turns out Sonia is pregnant. After Issei and his group had to head back to their homes, Sonia announced her pregnancy to her husband Johnny Cage. After a while, the former star was ecstatic to see his future child, and he and his friends celebrated. The only ones that don't know about her pregnancy were Issei and his group. I am fine, Johnny. Have been handling myself ever since I had our child. Sonia looked at her stomach and felt it. Johnny also joined in and placed his hand above hers. The couple were happy to meet their future child. However, all of a sudden a transmission in her scroll tab caused them to be surprised as Sonia pressed the button and spoke. Yes? An unknown voice came from the other side. Sonia, just recently our squad was attacked. The two were surprised by this. Sure, hostile entities were present, but he wouldn't contact them, not like this. Kenshire, what's going on? Sonia asked in worry, as the now identified Kenshire spoke. We were under attack, but an unknown person saved our lives. Something relating to Cage's new production based on superheroes. Sonia looked at Johnny's face, who was completely clueless. Sonia asked, so that means even you don't know? Johnny shook his head and spoke. No. Johnny then spoke on the scroll tab and asked, Kenshire, what did you see? Who saved you? Oh, Cage, good you are here. Here, take a look. You may recognize the image. Kenshire sent an image, which made Johnny surprised. He did not make this public yet. Sonia then spoke. Do you recognize this suit? Johnny nodded as he spoke. Yep. But this wasn't supposed to be done by the production company. Hell, I haven't approved of this yet. The suit the two were seeing was the Red Ranger suit that belonged to none other than the Go-Cagers. Days later, in RWBY's world, Ajban's office, 9 a.m., the Isseis, the Hyatt Peerage, Saffron, Tara, Yuri, Valerie, Olivia, Grigori and Ajban were discussing on their next plan. Surzex and Azazel were also present, since they were making a discussion on what needs to be done next. Concept. Issei was the first to speak. Lilith has been spying on Salem and her little stooges she calls daughters, and it turns out they plan to bomb a party where all the Atlas Council and James Ironwood is. The group was surprised by this, as Ajban spoke. So what are you all planning? I will suggest first Arcadia. Issei spoke, as he continued. I will infiltrate the party as one of the guests. Mind telling me who is the one that we are dealing with? Concept. Issei looked at the message that Lilith sent him. As he spoke, we are talking about Ariel Arcane. Apparently she is the oldest amongst the Arcane sisters, and is the most loyal amongst Salem's daughters. Wait, that means she will do anything what Salem says? Ruby asked, to which Summer spoke. Yes, Ruby, she is like that. That is how Salem works. And I am pretty sure she doesn't see those 4 girls as his daughters, right? Concept? Concept. Issei shook his head and spoke. That I am not sure of, but I doubt she would tolerate insubordination, even from one of her own daughters. I still cannot believe she replaced our daughters with these 4. I wonder who their fathers are. Ajban spoke with slight sadness in his voice. He still couldn't believe that the 4 daughters that they had raised together were gone from Salem's mind. Sure, he had a family, but that was one of his incarnations that had already had an incarnation before the merging with the supposed person named Oshir happened. She did, Ajban. That's how much of a person she is. Azazel spoke with annoyance. They had already come up with several plans to deal with Salem once and for all. Jade then spoke. Is there anything else that Lilith informed you about? Concept. Issei responded. Yep, and Yuri and John aren't going to like this one. What is it? Yuri asked, to which Concept. Issei showed an image of Balder and Krantz, except their eyes were red and their whole bodies were grimmified. This horrified Jade, John and Yuri, with the Winterflake girl being the angriest that her parents' killers are still out there and are now working with their biggest enemies. John was calming him down, as he asked, how is this possible? It actually is. The one that spoke to him was Ajban, as he responded. Salem was able to use her immortality to survive the pain that would have killed anyone. She turned herself into a grim queen. Ajban's words were agreed by Summer. Sure, Summer didn't trust Ajban, but she had to work with him if she needed to deal with Salem. Plus, she is a reincarnated devil that is with Issei at this point, and her level is stated to be low high-class devil. while some of the stronger members were touching ultimate class with Issei being in high ultimate class devil level. So, she no longer needed to work for Ajban anyway. She can work with someone she trusts, which is her king and student. Any ideas on how we can beat them? Yuri spoke with total coldness. She was going to make sure those bastards stay dead permanently. There are many ways, Yuri Surzex responded to her question, as he continued. But for now, we have to deal with Salem's daughters and get them out of the kingdom's high positions. First we will start with Ariel, the eldest daughter. You volunteered to go there, Arcadia? Arcadia, Issei responded to Surzeka's words. Yep, you got that one right. We will all split up and track down these girls, eliminate any and all allies of Salem before she can get the chance. Once we deal with them, Salem will surely come out of her hiding and then we can deal with her, permanently this time, Arcadia. Issei spoke seriously. He knew that the arcs of his timeline have thousands of ways to take Salem down for good. But they didn't want her to die, they wanted her to suffer. Agreed, and we have experience taking down an immortal concept. Issei spoke with a slight gaze towards Surzex, who internally was worried and nervous when Concept Issei was around. He knew that he would get slaughtered if he provoked him in any manner. Not that he would have done so anyway. True, even I have my fair share of experience, Thor added in response, as Azazel asked surprised. Who did you kill? Thor shook his head and spoke, it's a goddess from my world, let's just say she is a pain in the ass. Thor spoke, remembering a certain goddess of his world. He shook his head, not wanting to remember on how much pain she caused him and his family members. Olivia Gregory then asked, was she from our world, Thor? Thor shook his head and responded, nope. Some of the DXD world members sighed in relief. Thor noticed this and narrowed their gazes. Neither Hunter, Arcadia or Thor revealed their backstories to the group, deciding to do so once they deal with the Salem children and head back home. They would be horrified or annoyed and frustrated to know on what their counterparts had done, depending on whose backstory they have to hear. So shall we begin with our plan? Yang asked, to which Arcadia? Issei responded, at night time, I will head to the party and deal with her personally, Arcadia. Issei spoke coldly. As the others nodded in understanding, they all decided to split up and locate each of Salem's daughters and other pawns that needed to be dealt with. Arcadia, mind if I come with you? The one who spoke was Summer, as Issei knew what had happened to Summer Rose and on how much she missed her daughters. Ruby and Yang looked at their mother, as Yang spoke. Mom, are you sure you want to go? Summer nodded as she responded seriously, yes, I only want to make Salem pay for what she did to me. Summer's anger could be sensed easily. Many knew what the Grim Queen had done to her. Yang and Ruby were worried for their mother, however she spoke with a tone of assurance. Worry not, you two, I will be fine. You know of my maiden powers, right? The two girls looked at Summer and reluctantly nodded. She looked at Issei as she asked, Issei? Issei nodded and spoke, yes, you have my permission, Arcadia, please. Worry not, nothing will happen to Summer Rose. You can count on it, Arcadia. Issei spoke, as they all started to continue their planning on how they can deal with Salem's spies that are present in the Four Kingdoms, minus Mistral, who is a spy for them. Scene change. Time skip brought to you by a different chibi. Issei landing up in a different location. Atlas Ballroom, 9 p.m. Arcadia. Issei and Summer had reached the ballroom dressed accordingly. They all noticed many of them to be Atlas elites. Arcadia. Issei then asked Summer, mind if I ask you something? Arcadia. Issei looked at Summer, who was locking hands with him, as he asked, why did you register me as your partner in the party reception? 8. Well, that is the only way we can make sure that we can complete our mission. Just play along for the time being, Summer explained to Arcadia. Issei, the reason she did that was because she did not want to deal with any Atlas elites trying to flirt with her. This would hamper her mission, and she did not want to deal with that. Arcadia. Issei could only groan internally. He had just gotten married to his Juniper, and they had settled down as a couple for almost a year, including the honeymoon that happened where he had to kill a goddess. He remembered on how he got sucked into the wormhole and ended up in what seemed to be the Four Kingdoms. While he was working in his laboratory trying to make the 13th God Key, he noticed a multicolored portal right on the ceiling, and soon it absorbed him into the portal, and then he was in this alternate universe. Anyways, would you tell me what Arcadia is like? From what you told me, It exists in Remnant, right? Arcadia? Issei nodded as he spoke. It's a place far, far away from the Four Kingdoms. It is vastly different and technologically advanced than the Four Kingdoms, and honestly, they aren't a big fan of the people that live here. Why not? Summer asked, confused. Arcadia? Issei was about to answer, but someone else called out to her. It was more of an announcement that one of the Atlas elites had made that garnered everyone's attention. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you Ariel Scarlet Fang. The audience clapped for a woman that had come in front of them. This was Ariel Arcane, or in her disguised name Ariel Scarlet Fang. She had worn a sleeveless red party dress with black outlines. She wore a black rose hairpin and a black armband. That's her, right? Summer asked quietly, to which Arcadia. Issei spoke. The photo that Concept sent me matches hers. It has to be Ariel. That's her, right? Summer asked quietly, to which Arcadia. Issei spoke. The photo that Concept sent me matches hers. It has to be Ariel. I just hope that Issei and Reset along with their group have found Rose and dealt with her as well. Summer nodded in agreement, since Issei, Reset. Issei was with Olivia and Ingvild. Some words, Miss Scarlet Fang. The Atlas elite had given the microphone to Ariel, who responded, I am glad you all could make it. Now then, let the party begin. Several of the crowd cheered, as Ariel's smile widens. Arcadia? Issei looked at the smile, and it seemed to be familiar. He could be seen clenching his fists in anger. It reminded him of Vlad Ark's sinister smile during the Ark Civil War. He remembered seeing this smile during the spaceship battle and during the Excelsis battle, where he had to deal with him personally along with his group. Summer noticed this and spoke. Arcadia. Arcadia? Issei snapped out of it, and responded, Oh sorry, her smile just reminded me of an old enemy of mine. Summer nodded, as she wondered which enemy he was reminded of. The Atlas elite were conversing amongst themselves, when Ariel noticed a familiar-looking woman. She widened her eyes as she muttered, Is that Summer Rose? Ariel looked at the Atlas elite, as she spoke. Excuse me, mind if I talk with them? We may have to cut our conversation short. Oh sure, why not? The elite responded as Ariel walked towards Summer and Arcadia. Issei, as she spoke, Hello? The two sensed her approaching, but greeted her like they had been meeting her for the very first time. They needed to be slightly careful on how they deal with her. Arcadia, Issei was the first to greet her. You must be Miss Scarlet Fang, right? Oh, please call me Ariel. And you are? Arcadia. Issei spoke with a smile. The name is Issei Hayadu, and this is Summer Rose. Arcadia. Issei pointed to Summer, who spoke with a smile. Hello, Ariel. The girl Ariel returned the smile. However, she was internally seething and shocked. How can someone that her mother killed return back from the dead just like that? She will have to deal with this silver-eyed warrior before she becomes an even bigger problem. She vividly remembered her mother dying by the hands of Summer Rose. Fortunately, her immortality was the only reason why Salem had survived and apparently killed the silver-eyed warrior. However, here she was alive and well. She vowed to destroy Summer at all costs. Right, Summer, would you come with me? Summer widened her eyes, as she gave a glance to Arcadia. Issei, who nodded. Summer also understood what this meant. Arcadia? Issei then spoke. Then you don't mind if I join you? How about it? Ariel, who was overconfident, smirked, knowing she is going to get two birds with one stone. She was warned by her mother about Issei Hayadu, knowing on how much of a problem he can be to her plans, since her mother did watch the video on Issei, John and Yuri defeating Balder and Krantz, unaware that there is already a mole present in Salem's inner circle, and they wouldn't come to know till it is too late. Let's go then, Mr. Hayadu, Mrs. Rose, Summer, and Arcadia. Issei nodded, knowing full well that their plan of luring Ariel, making her think that they are weak and vulnerable. They walked towards an unknown ballroom where no one was present. Arcadia? Issei then asked. So what is it you wanted to bring us here for? Ariel decided to reveal her true self and unleash a magic portal. The magic portal revealed all sorts of Grimm found in Atlas, primarily Megaliaths, Yetis and Sabers. There were hundreds of them. Ariel turned around and spoke with a sinister grin. This is going to be your end. Arcadia? Issei and Summer Rose got ready for a fight. However, Arcadia. Issei walked forward and snapped his fingers. Before the Grim could notice, small miniature black holes opened right below them, much to their shock and terror. They tried to escape, but the force of the black holes were too strong. They were being sucked in like it was nothing. Their bodies were being broken down on a molecular levels as they were being sucked into the black holes. They were unable to escape as they were destroyed completely. Arcadia! Issei snapped his fingers and the black holes returned to normal. Ariel was shocked and horrified by what she was witnessing. Arcadia! Issei looked towards Ariel and spoke. So this is the infamous Grim of the Four Kingdoms I have heard of? They are disappointing as hell, Arcadia. Issei's best friend is a Grim, and he can easily survive some black holes without a problem. The power gap between the Grim of Four Kingdoms and Arcadia is extremely vast. There is a reason that Arcadia would destroy the Four Kingdom in just mere minutes. Summer Rose widened her eyes. Even she would take at least minutes to defeat an army like that, since they were in tens of thousands. It was no wonder that she had brought the two here in a huge ballroom. Yet Arcadia. Issei was able to defeat them in mere seconds, without using his boosted gear. She wondered on what else she is capable of. Ariel, on the other hand, had other thoughts. She wanted to ambush the two while they were dealing with the Grim. However, that was clearly thrown out the window. For once in her life, she felt fear aside from her mother. She knew Issei Haida was dangerous, but she never thought he would be this dangerous. She was about to flee when Arcadia. Issei exclaimed, "Oh no, you don't. Analysis magic. Barrier create, Arcadia." Issei created a hidden barrier that surrounded the whole ballroom, much to Ariel's shock. Summer then spoke, walking forward. "Did you really think that we wouldn't realize who you really are?" Ariel was surprised even further, as Summer spoke. "Ariel Scarlet Fawn? Or should I say Ariel Arcane, daughter of Salem?" Ariel became horrified by this revelation. She looked in anger and fear at Summer and Arcadia. Issei, both of whom were fully aware of her real identity. Summer acted quickly, unleashing multiple vines that were sent towards Ariel, who responded by freezing them. She immediately closed the gap between herself and Summer, who blocked the attack using her weapon, the Sundered Rose. Arcadia! Issei wanted to join, but Summer stopped him, saying, "I got this one, Arcadia." Issei agrees, seeing the determination in her eyes. She was nothing like the Summer Rose of his timeline, who had gotten John's squad killed. She had redeemed herself, but the damage is irreversible, no matter what she does. Unlike the Summer Rose here, who wasn't like her wannabe heroic counterpart, this one was more serious and knew what she had to do, as a huntress. He watched as she gracefully was able to easily keep up with Ariel without any problems. She leaped in the air and constantly unleashed vines which Ariel froze. She soon used telekinesis to bind Summer, but she easily broke using her own strength. "How can you break through my magic?" Ariel spoke with horror as Summer spoke. "I can handle John's telekinesis and yours." Summer unleashed more vines, causing Ariel to freeze. She kept unleashing more and more vines. As she spoke, "Yours is weaker than his." Ariel was starting to get angry. Summer Rose was just like her mother described her to be. She was powerful and deadly to those that are her enemies. She was also one of the few that actually is stated to be one of the strongest huntress of her era, alongside some other well-known huntsmen and huntresses like Liam, Alcee and many others. However, unlike the Summer Rose that her mother had faced, this one was far stronger than the one she was facing. Additionally, being in Issei's peerage allowed her to use a portion of Issei's strength as well, something the former MEG agent can perform and unleash, taking down many of her enemies. Summer dodged another ice blast attack from Ariel, who kept unleashing storms of ice shards towards them, allowing her to escape with relative speed. She didn't even have to use her semblance in order to avoid it, since her being a reincarnated devil did allow her some advantages, which involved stronger strength, speed, durability, and stamina. She dashed forward and unleashed several strikes aimed at different parts of her body, causing her to grit her teeth in pain. In response, Ariel was about to unleash a blast of cold energy, but Summer wrapped her around in vines, causing the vines to freeze up. She then used her Sundered Rose to slash off the ice, which resulted in Ariel being in a daze. Acting quickly, she dispels her Sundered Rose and brings out two katanas. AMD unleashes Electric Dust and Gravity Dust respectively. She used the Electric Dust slash to bring the metal pillars surrounding her to get attracted to her, while the gravity dust slash was meant. These katanas combined lightning and gravity dust, creating a magnetic effect. One has a positive charge, while the other has a negative charge. Ariel was restrained, as Summer doubled the security by unleashing many more vines that surrounded and trapped Ariel, binding her even tighter. She gritted her teeth in pain and anger, as Summer spoke. "It's over, Arcadia." Issei soon joined in and spoke. "Seems like you managed to restrain her. I could kill her at any moment, but I chose not to. We only have a few minutes before she can use her powers again, so what should we do with her?" "Arcadia?" Issei thought for a few seconds before responding. "Honestly, we are better off taking her down and imprisoning her away, so that she cannot pose a problem to any of us." Summer seems to agree to this suggestion. However, all of a sudden, Ariel started to laugh, with the two looking at her, as Arcadia. Issei asked seriously, "What's so funny?" Ariel looked at him and spoke with anger in her voice. "The bombs that have been planted all across the party room will soon explode in a few seconds, taking you all down with it. I will die, but at the very least I will be able to take you all down with me." Summer looked at her and asked, "Do you even realize what you are talking about? Wouldn't Salem want her daughter to come back alive?" Summer's words were responded by an angry Ariel. "It doesn't matter, my mother's dream will always come before my own dream. The 4 kingdoms will fall under her rule and there is nothing you can do about it, Arcadia." Issei then asked, "So you are just a pawn, eh?" "Arcadia?" Issei spoke while shaking his head, as he soon spoke with a smirk. "Well, tough luck, we already dismantled and defused the bombs." Ariel became wide-eyed, as she responded angrily, "You are lying." "Am I?" "Arcadia?" Issei spoke, as Summer responded, "Azazel has already done his job in dealing with the bombs right after you planted them." Scene change. Outside the party halls, 9 p.m. Azazel was holding a bomb in his hand, as he looked at the mountain of corpses that once belonged to rogue huntsmen and huntresses. These hunters were under the command of Ariel Arcane, as they all were tasked with blowing up the whole building. However, Azazel took them all down, riddling each of them with a barrage of light spears. As a result, each corpse has several light spears lodged in every part of their body. He had a smirk, as he spoke while looking at the bomb. "You know," Azazel then looked at the corpses, who all had looks of horror, terror and fear as she spoke, "you should have made better life choices in following that witch." Scene change. Inside the party halls, 00 a.m. Ariel widened her eyes. "The bombs should have exploded by now." Summer then spoke with a smirk, "Guess that's it for you then. Let's end her." Summer, honestly, she wished to die as a pawn of Salem. It is best we grant her wish. Summer looked at Arcadia. Issei nodded, as she readied her blade and swiftly decapitated Ariel, who had a look of horror and fear on her face. "I will drop the barrier. We should probably get out of here." Summer nodded as Arcadia. Issei teleported the duo out of there. Moments later, the Atlas elites came in, only to be met with a shocking sight. Ariel was found decapitated, as they all were panicking and in complete fear of a new attack happening. Soon enough, the room was filled with hunters guarding the elites, including some of the Aesops. Summer and Arcadia. Issei were watching from a distance, as Summer asked, "Salem must have gotten the news, right?" "Yep, and honestly I am wondering on what she has come up with. I am actually curious to see what the false goddess is capable of." Summer looked at Arcadia. Issei in surprise as she asked, "Why did you call her false goddess?" "Arcadia?" Issei looked at her, and responded, "The grim kingdom of my world have a very strong hatred towards her, such that they want her wiped out from this planet." "You have a grim kingdom in your universe?" "Arcadia?" Issei only looked at her with a smile, and spoke, "Not just grim kingdom. Arcadia is vastly expansive. I will tell you at a later date. Let's head back. I could probably use some shut-eye." Summer nodded. She was curious to hear about Arcadia, but she knew that Arcadia. Issei wouldn't tell her now, not until they deal with the 4 daughters' crises that is in the 4 kingdoms. They dealt with 2 of the daughters, only 2 more remain. In the backrooms, MEG base beta, level, 9 a.m., Sonia was looking through some more information. She had to find who the mysterious beings were that were protecting the lives of the individuals when she was not there. They were trying to protect as many people as she can. Honestly, these 3 individuals all have unique abilities. One of them even looks like Issei. But why? Sonia commented, seeing the situation. She remembered Issei leaving, then why and how did he return when he could have just left at any given time? She had more questions than answers. She noticed the information with one of suspects having white hair and always wearing sunglasses while the other was always in one of the Sentai suits according to her husband Johnny Cage. The last looked almost identical to Issei, except his features are far more refined than the original. Probably it could be a clone that we couldn't pick up when we destroyed his laboratory. Could be a survivor? Johnny pointed out, making Sonia nod in understanding. It could be a survivor if they all were destroyed before confronting the Watcher himself. Soon someone came inside the room. This was none other than Kenshiro Takahashi, who is wearing a striking and battle-ready outfit that merges traditional samurai elements with modern tactical armor. His attire features a deep red and black color scheme, with a long flowing overcoat layered atop a form-fitting armored bodysuit. The chest plate is detailed with angular metallic segments, suggesting both protection and agility. His arms are partially armored with gauntlets and intricate shoulder pieces bearing emblematic designs, while his hands are gloved for combat readiness. A red blindfold covers his eyes, an iconic marker of his character, emphasizing his reliance on supernatural senses. Completing the ensemble, he wields a katana, held confidently at his side. I have some news. I have seen something that could be a problem. Johnny decided to humor him as he spoke. Seen? Sonia responded by punching him in the gut in response, a look of annoyance. Kenshiro then responded, "Thank you." Sonia gave a nod of acknowledgement, as she then spoke while Johnny was holding his stomach in pain. "Go on, Kenshiro." Sonia responded, to which Kenshiro spoke. "We spotted one of them right now, fighting against a horde of skin stealers using a ninja-themed fighting suit. He was quick and graceful and used some sort ninja wind techniques, and he is working with another one, who used some sort of telekinesis to counter them. We tried to make contact but they decided to not involve themselves with us." Kenshiro spoke with a serious tone, making the two surprised, as Johnny spoke while recovering. "My guess it is Hurricaneger or Ninninga that the other one used. Did they call each other by any names?" Johnny asked while trying his best to handle the pain that his own wife had inflicted on him. He then continued, "Code names, or pet names, anything?" "None that I could think of, though they called themselves by the following names which can be considered code names. The one called White-Haired is Gojo," he spoke, as Johnny responded, "As in, from that famous anime, JJK? I don't know what that is, but I guess." Sonia responded, as she asked, "And who is the other one?" "The one in the suit prefers to call himself Arcadia," Kenshiro responded, as Sonia took note of the two names. While Johnny decided to drink some water to recover himself, he then spoke, "Well, was expecting Sentai or PR, but well, let's work with this." He turns to Sonia and speaks, "So what's the plan?" "We continue to look for them, see what they are doing. In the meantime, I have a feeling that the ones calling themselves Issei isn't the one that we know, which is why I intend to contact Summer Rose back in our home world." Sonia responded with a smile, as she wished to speak to her again. It's been a while since they have made a chat and decided to talk to her about the situation back at home. "That's a good idea. Maybe ask them on what happened with Jade's project. See what is happening there." Johnny responded, as Kenshiro nodded in agreement, as they knew that they would have to keep an eye on the two new Isseis that have seemingly shown up in the backrooms, and it is up to them to help them find their way back home. Evernight Castle, Land of Darkness. Remnant shocked. No! Salem could feel the presence of her daughter fading away, as she shouted, "No! No! No! Ariel! No!" She screamed in anger and agony at the prospect of losing Ariel. She had lost her first daughter to the hands of an unknown threat. Someone out there was strong enough to kill her own daughter. She wondered who this could be, remembering that she and the rest of her army were supposed to attack the party. She was radiating massive amounts of magic. As she again lost one of her children, she then shouted, "Whoever did this will pay in blood." She shouted with her eyes turning red and glowing with sheer fury. She then continued, "I swear it." She continued to shout, as the three remaining daughters were still present. Rose then spoke with sadness, watching her mother losing her temper. She was lashing out and was destroying the walls of the Evernight Cafe. the cracks being present and the pillars were cracking and the castle could fall at them at this point. Mother is losing it. She then turned to Pandora and asked, is it true? Is Ariel really gone? Yep, Pandora spoke while looking down, controlling her tears. As she continued, she was killed in Atlas. She went in the party to destroy the major leaders and business owners that were present, along with Atlas elites, but someone managed to kill her. And that's not even mentioning the hunters under us, were all killed by the two people. Lilith spoke sadly, however it was all fake. She could care less for her so-called sisters. While her inner self was devastated and weeping in anguish, the Isseis have already killed one of her sisters in just a day or two after they had come, and the worst part, she was not going to do anything since she was under complete control of Concept. We have to do something, we can't let them get away with this. Rose responded with anger. She then continued, they will regret killing my sister. She got out of there with the teary eyes, as she left, with Pandora exclaiming, Rose, wait! Pandora followed suit, as she rushed behind her. Lilith also headed behind her, to show that she was on their side until they find out the truth. Rose stormed outside, with tears falling from her eyes. Ariel was the one that helped and guided her when she was unable to use magic, and was having the potential of magic. She was about to give up when Ariel guided her. The four sisters had only one purpose, to destroy and rule over everything that Ashban, their mother's first husband, had built. But with one of them being killed, they felt anger, they felt distress knowing who was the one responsible for actually managing to kill her, unaware that one more is already compromised. Rose! Wait! She turned to see Pandora running behind her, as she continued, running in these clothing is a pain. What do you want? I want to destroy Ashban's veil, right now! She exclaimed in anguish, as Pandora grabbed her by the shoulder and responded, I understand how you feel, Ariel was our sister. I want to take revenge too, but first we need to know who killed her. And personally I doubt it is Ashban. Pandora ended the statement, only for Ariel to scoff, speaking, who could it be then? Probably the Arcs? Lilith responded, as the two sisters turned to her, with Lilith continuing, only they were capable of beating him. You remember that I and you were yelled at when we found out more on Mother's records of her past, right? Her being beaten by Jeanne d'Arc? While Rose was confused, Pandora didn't deny it. She was aware of this, and even without magic there are people that are capable of beating Salem. Rose then wiped her tears and asked, What do you mean? Rose, what I am about to tell you is something that our mother must not know. She must not be reminded of what has happened, got it? Rose gave a nod, as she was informed on Jeanne d'Arc and Salem's history with the Arcs. She was surprised to hear that her unbeatable mother was beaten by an Arc. This means that Rose responded with horror, as Pandora spoke, Mother is not unbeatable. She can be beaten. There is a reason why we are in the Grim Castle here, instead of ruling them by now. She cannot beat the four kingdoms head on. She can be defeated, Lilith added, to which Rose understood the situation. Her mother is not invincible like she thought, and has a weakness. Pandora then added, Now that you know, we plan ahead. If we have to make our mother's dream a reality, we have to make up for Ariel's absence. Pandora responded to her, as they all nodded in agreement. They were raised for one purpose, and that was to make their mother's dream into reality. They had to conquer the worlds and ensure that they have children with the husbands they eventually find to continue their mother's will on the kingdoms. Scene change. Time skip brought to you by Chibi Issei, writer, watching this world. Days later, Vale Streets, Vale, 9 a.m. Issei and Jade were walking across the streets of Vale. They were tasked with keeping an eye on the situation at hand. But to them, it felt like more of a date. You know, I never expected supervision after resting for a while. There has been nothing from the Arcs, nor has it been from the Salem since one of her girls ended up taking the bucket. Jade responded with a concerned tone, as she added, Are they on the rise? Well, according to what Concept says, Rose has been seen here roaming around the streets of Vale. According to what his spy says, Rose is even more hellbent on avenging her sister. She is hounding on who is the culprit. Issei responded with a normal tone, as Jade pondered on the prospect. Jade continued in response, as she added, Maybe we will have a run-in with her soon. Probably. Issei mused, as she wrapped her arms around him and spoke, Since we are here anyway, how about we go on a date? Date? Issei asked, surprised, and with a red tint, right now. Yet Jade responded as she turned to her, and spoke, you went on a date with everyone in the backrooms including Yasaka except for me. I never got to reveal my feelings for you till it was too late. Might as well use this opportunity. She grabbed Issei and pulled him towards the shop that sells parfaits. I see, I always wanted to try something like this. Jade pointed out towards the parfaits and spoke, can we buy some? Wait. Issei asks, to which she responds, I want one, could you not treat me to one parfait? I don't mind paying for half of it. Issei looked at her, and could only give a sigh. She was as stubborn as her brother. She will find a way to get what she wants, just like her little brother. She will get what she wants. Goodness, stubborn like your brother. Issei spoke with a tired tone, to which Jade gave a rebuttal, of course, I am his older sister. You should expect this. Well, I might as well get some for you. Issei spoke, as he paid the cashier the money which was in lien. The shopkeeper nodded in agreement, as the couple soon took a seat. They were continuing to look around in Vale. Jade then spoke, Vale has changed since the last time I have been here. Last time I showed up, it was almost 7 years ago, and now look, a lot has changed. Though there is something on my mind, Jade's expression soon becomes saddened, which brings Issei also worry, as he has an idea on what she is thinking of. Do you think RageRevan and his cronies would bring back her and her friends? Issei widened his eyes. Before he shakes his head and speaks, he won't, cause Rainier and her cronies are useless in his eyes. Issei bluntly spoke, as the parfait arrived towards their plates. The parfaits were chocolate parfait for Jade and strawberry cheesecake parfait with banana for Issei. Issei soon spoke while keeping a hand on her, speaking, Jade, it's all right. She is not here to haunt you anymore, but my team. She killed them. Jade spoke, remembering on how Rainier massacred the scout team she was leading in level 8, forcing her to flee and eventually meet up with Issei and his group back in level 9 of the backrooms. She then continued, I watched her kill them without any mercy or regret. She relished the fear in her hearts and enjoyed their suffering, while I could only watch, helplessly. He held her hand tighter, as she turned to him and spoke, Rainier's gone. She is not coming back. His tone was gentle and kind. It felt like he was there for her, and will always be there for those that he cared for. She looked at him with hope in her eyes and spoke, but, we killed her twice, Jade, second time ensuring she was gone for good. You and I killed her the second time when we had a run-in with her in level Omega. We ensured she suffered for everything she has done. You remember it, don't you? Issei asked, making Jade remember the brutal torment they made Rainier endure for everything she had done. Jade was the most active, remembering she was almost left to death before Rainier's first death. Jade personally ripped her wings out, personally making her demise even more painful, and eventually she was killed for good by the two. Her friends met the same fate as they were killed by the rest of Issei's team. They also were killed in a painful manner, causing them all to be downright afraid of him. Anyways, it is in the past, she is in our past, and it is best we move on. Issei spoke. As Jade looked at him and gave a nod, she then spoke, you are right, she would be screaming in agony and jealousy seeing us having some parfait and enjoying our date. That's true, a voice spoke from the boosted gear on Issei's hand, as the two were surprised. They then exclaimed, Drag. And don't forget me as well. A female voice spoke in the same gear, as they again exclaimed, Belle, how have you been? Jade asked with a smile, to which Drag responded, I am fine. Drag responded, as Belle responded, we are looking after each other, and even Issei sometimes. So mostly, we are happy in the gear. We? Issei asks as he looked in surprise, with even Jade being surprised by this. They looked at each other, as Issei speaks, don't tell me. Yes, we both have started a relationship, Issei. Drag exclaimed with joy. This was the first time he had been in a relationship to begin with, where he is not seen for his power and actually seen as a personal being. Congratulations, both of you! Jade exclaimed with joy, as Belle responded, thank you, dear. We just wanted to make it official to Issei first, and then the rest of you guys. Belle responded from the gear with happiness. They were all happy that Drag was starting a relationship with someone he knew about. The one that lived in his gear for months, and they have now begun their relationship. Belle, let's leave the two be, for their date. Have fun, both of you. Drake speaks before the boosted gear goes off, and his arm returns to normal. There was silence in the air for a moment, as they started to have their parfaits. They both knew that their time together is going to be happier here. Say, did you get anything on our last 3 variants of me? Issei asked, to which Jade shook her head and spoke, Nope, I have spoken to Zalgo, and there was no one he could find here. So this means, wherever those last 3 are, they are completely elsewhere. Could they be in Naofumi's world? Issei asked, to which Jade shook her head and spoke, I spoke to Zalgo, and he confirmed that they weren't. Furthermore, it is best we don't disturb them. They have their own problems. Jade responded, to which Issei nodded in agreement. He was aware that a certain redhead was still causing problems in Naofumi's old world. He knew her time would soon come, and hoped that Naofumi can join them officially, and once this is done, that means they are somewhere in the universe. How will we find them and bring them back home? Jade shook her head at this and spoke. We'll find a way. We did find the first 6 of our allies. Now all that remains is we find the rest. Jade spoke with a smile, as Issei gave a nod. They continued to have a parfait till someone soon called out to them. Jade? Is that you? Jade became pale at this aspect. She recognized whose voice this was. Issei also looked up, and became shocked seeing who it was right behind Jade, or in front of Issei. It was Alexandria Arc, followed by her parents Juniper and Nicholas Arc. The 2 parents and sister had tears in their eyes, as Jade turned to see them. She couldn't help but feel disgusted by the people in front of her, considering what they did to her little brother. She wanted to stray away from them at all costs. The 2 parents rushed to her, only for Issei to get in between them, and spoke, Sorry, but she is not the person you are looking for. Issei, Jade muttered, seeing the anger and seriousness in his eyes. She knows that Issei is getting annoyed by their presence, especially with the fact that they are seeing Jade as their child and not John. The 2 parents remembered him by his face and lost their tears, and became angry remembering the man that had caused the deaths of Balder, Krantz and Wilzark by assisting their disgraceful son John. Furthermore, they remembered the beatdown that followed when they tried to strong-arm them into their job, with the added bonus of Jean suffering the most by her former brother's hand. However, there was fear present in their eyes knowing the fact that he is far stronger than they had anticipated. You, Nicholas growled, ready to attack him only for Juniper to stop him, speaking, No, don't. That man has my daughter under his arms. He will. Nicholas was about to retort, when Issei spoke, The daughter you are looking for is not here. She is not your daughter. Drill that into your heads, you morons from the Arc clan. The 2 looked surprised, as Jade finally spoke, I don't know who this Jade is. You've got the wrong person. Jade gave a bow and spoke, Excuse me. Jade took her parfait, and walked out of the location. Issei then spoke, Jade, wait. Issei turned to the Arcs who tried to go behind her, only for him to stop them, making them back away. He then spoke, Let me make one thing very clear. You try and harass the ones I care about, and I will be dealing with you all personally. We have already taken down your clan members and even took down an elder before. That woman isn't Jade, and she isn't your daughter. The trio only got angered by this, as Juniper responded, Don't interfere into our family's personal matter, boy, or else it won't be good for you. What will you do? Issei demanded, as he started to bring out the boosted gear to intimidate her, as he could see her backing away, fear and anger placed on her face. Nicholas and Alex tried to defend her, but fear was still present. He then spoke, You couldn't even handle your own son, throwing him out of his own home without hesitation, and you got the gall to make another your child. How pathetic. Issei's mocking tone made the rest really furious at this, but were too afraid to make a move knowing what this man can do to them since their last encounter. Jean herself is too afraid to confront John, and they detested the man in front of them for enabling John to become this much of a threat to the clan. You damned. Nicholas was about to charge at him only for Issei to point Ascalon at his throat, before he could react. He then continued, I mean it, I will deal with you personally, and like John, I will send you 6 feet under, and this is not a threat. It's a promise. Issei unsheathed the sword back into his gear and walked away, but not before speaking. The fact that you let the elders control you, like a bunch of dogs, is the textbook definition of pathetic. This means if they were to ask you to exile Alexandria, you would do so without hesitation. So much for family bonds and care. Issei walked away, leaving the arcs furious at this statement. The guts he has to threaten them made them really angry yet afraid, knowing that this man would kill them without any hesitation or care for what they would do. They did it to 3 of the arcs, and they will continue to do so if they get in their way. Unfortunately, this is not something they would learn until it is too late, since they decided to report this incident to the Mason and his elders so that they can send a stronger team to deal with them. Scene change. Issei rushed towards Jade, seeing her standing across the platform. As she spoke, "What happened? They won't be bothering us for a while at least." Issei responded, as he walked towards Jade and spoke, "You doing fine?" "Why yeah," Jade responded with a shaky tone, as she continued, "I am fine. Well, we at least got them off our backs, but we should find a place elsewhere from that part of Vale." "Your parents are extremely persistent," Issei commented, making her clasp her hands and hold it tightly. Issei could sense her distress. Her parents, the ones that raised her and brought her for around several years, were the ones that have ruined their own family dynamic by disowning John without a second thought. "That is true," Jade responded with a smile, as she continued, "Even then, will they learn to not get in our way? Given what I have seen," Issei speaks as he continues, "they won't, even if it gets their clan to the brink of extinction, they won't. But we know that they aren't foolish to try a stunt like this since we exposed them publicly. So we have to change tactics. For now, we managed to fool them on thinking that you are not their child. But they are under that delusion that you are their child." "That is true," Jade responded, as they presumed her to be missing for years. "They have no right to call themselves parents since they had the guts to actually try and ignore the ones that harmed those she called friends and family. For now, let's report this back to the group via our scrolls." Jade gave a nod as she did report it back to Issei, Arcadia, and Ashpan about this, who would inform the others. After just moments, she got the confirmation that they would be informing the rest of their group about this. She then speaks them. "Should we continue with our date?" Jade asked, to which Issei was about to inform when he speaks, "Sure, why not?" The duo continued to walk forward, as they decided to continue their date. Jade then spoke, "Say, what should we get some lunch? The patrol was not anything worthwhile. We couldn't pick on any of Salem's lackeys doing anything." "Fair enough, I could use some food," Issei responded, as the duo walked towards ahead while Jade held Issei for support. She was not going to get another opportunity like this since most of the time she would have to play second fiddle to Ingvild or Ravel, which was something she didn't mind, though it would be nice if she gets some more time to spend with him alone. They soon saw someone walking towards them, which made them both surprised by this. "Rose?" Issei muttered to her, and she walked towards them when she noticed the two. Jade and Issei became alert, knowing this was the same woman that was Salem's youngest daughter. The image that was sent to them thanks to their spy was something that they were aware of. She continued to walk towards them, and spoke, "You must be Issei, right? I saw you on the news months back when you took those 2 arcs down." Issei and Jade looked at each other, and Issei spoke, "Yeah, that's right. I am Issei, the one that actually defeated the 2 arcs." "Wait, how do you know about this? You were the talk of the town, along with that Winterflake girl and the faker of Beacon." Jade frowned on this, and was about to speak, when Rose responded, "Sorry, I didn't mean to offend, that was what the nickname was given to him." Jade was about to retort, only for Issei to grab her arm firmly yet gently. As he shook his head, he then turned to Rose and spoke, "Yes, that is us." "So what happened? Were you looking for us?" Rose kept her hands behind her back, and spoke, "Well, kind of." Issei could pick that she was not lying. His alternate variants are training him to become better than all of them, with each variant training him in their respective ability. Reset in sword fighting, concept in making sacred gears custom made with the assistance of Jade and Azazel, Zalgo in using chaos magic since it is an unknown type of magic, Hunter in survival training and using anything as a weapon, Arcadia in magic training, and Thor Rias in weaponry training. "Why?" Rose looked at him, and spoke, "I want for you to join me." Issei looked surprised, as he continued, "Why would you wish for me to join you?" "I mean, from what I could pick from Dussel, I found out that you got an army of hunters with you. I am unlicensed as well. I am not going to be of any use to you. Excuse us." Issei ended the statement, as the duo were about to enter into the restaurant, as Rose could only watch them leave, as she grunted in frustration. She had to get the 2 to their side by any means necessary. She couldn't find any retort to bring them in, as the duo headed inside a fancy restaurant. They entered inside, and ordered some food. They waited till their food had arrived. We should probably inform this to our team as well. Rose is starting to make a move. Jade responded, as she sent a message to her scroll to the rest of her group. This caused immediate alert signs, as she turned to Issei and spoke. Arcadia and Lord Surzex is sending a team to assist us. He believes that Rose would want to attack and take revenge for what Arcadia did to Ariel. Jade spoke, as the last part she spoke in a hushed tone. She didn't want the others to know on who killed Ariel since she is still viewed as a martyr who died in a terrorist attack. That is for the best. Issei responded. As Jade shook her head, she then spoke, anyways, let's not talk about work and make it seem like it's a date. I have seen that you cherish and care for your sister a lot, so much so that the bond between me and John or Saffron and John is nothing, right? Issei looked at her, and gave a smile. He then spoke. It's a long story. When I was around years old, my sister had to leave for foreign studies. I cried a lot that day. I was a small child, right? Issei responded, to which Jade nodded. He then continued, I was angry and petty. That was the first time I and Marine had our sibling fight, and it was extremely bad. I had said some pretty hurtful things to her, and almost pushed her out of the way. I ran away in anger, and never saw her leave. Jade felt saddened in this. She could see that Issei being small would be immature and petty. He wouldn't understand why his own sister would leave him like that. She could sense the slight pain in his voice. My parents were angered by me, though I was grief-stricken. I never saw my sister even in her final moments. What was going on in her mind when I said those stuff? How she would see me now? I never saw all those things. I realized it until it was too late, and that day, I had cried a lot then. But my sister, she was gone. I couldn't apologize to her, nor could I hear her voice again, at least for a day or two. Issei spoke with a smile, as Jade asked with concern, so did Marine hate you? Issei turned to her, and shook his head. Never, she never hated me. If anything, she was depressed and hurt by my words. I could sense her almost crying when she had spoken to me on the telephone. Hearing this, made me feel even more guilt. That is when I decided that I will never hurt my big sister like this. I can't see her in pain, and neither can she. Issei ended with a smile, as Jade nodded. She couldn't help but realize that John only had something similar with her older sister Saffron. It was a very close bond that they have. She wanted to have a similar bond with her little brother, which was John. But she was not as close to him as he was to Saffron. Though can I ask you one thing? Issei asked, to which Jade turned to him, and spoke. Were you this invested in technology? Jade flinched at this, as Issei continued, I mean, from what John told me, you earned a lot of doctorates and degrees at a fairly young age in fields of science, technology and commerce, almost mastering every field in them. Did you have this much interest in them? How did you get the time to do it? Jade looked down, before giving a sigh. She had a feeling this question would come up since several had asked her about this. But she didn't mind answering, as she responded, I had the interest, simple as that. When you develop an interest to a certain field, you automatically develop the time and schedule to prepare for that. Though I alone wasn't responsible for being the arch genius that many call me. Issei almost looked shocked, as he asked, let me guess, it was your parents, wasn't it? Jade turned to him and gave a nod, as she spoke. To some extent, it was my parents that did push this life upon me, when I showed talent. To them, talent was everything, which is why John was never trained since he showed neither talent nor potential. Which is bullshit if you asked me. Issei retorted as he spoke, I was also a talentless kid without a sacred gear. Next thing they know, talented assholes getting their butts kicked by this low-class devil. Victims include Riser, Diodora and of course, the great devil known as Lord Baal. Issei ended with a sarcastic tone, causing Jade to give a giggle at this. She knew that Lord Baal was scared shitless when Issei beats him to death and gave him a punch to the nuts, courtesy of Johnny Cage's training in that field. That is true, you were something, Jade responded, as she soon gave a sigh and spoke, tell that to my parents. They still see him as a disgrace and a weakling, unable to comprehend that with hard work, even the weak can become strong. She soon took a deep breath and spoke, anyways, getting back to me. The good thing was that I had the interest, but soon, stress got to me, and I became known as the Arc Genius. Never had time for my own family, and well, this actually made my family know that I was someone that couldn't spare some time unless it was an emergency or for a gathering. Issei realized knowing she barely had time for her own family due to her situation. He couldn't help but get annoyed by the Arcs at this. She looked at him and spoke though, since I fell into the backrooms and became part of MEG. I could feel myself be relieved. Although I was doing the same things I did for MEG instead of the Arc clan, here, I felt more freedom since I learned a lot of things I could do for fun. I made friends, the squadron I talked about, killed by Rainier to name an example. Issei looked at her, as she continued, as much as not developed it was, there was still places I could visit. Levels. And were the ones I enjoyed heading to. I went out with friends, and had a lot of memories. 8 years of memories are what I spend there, and that was the most enjoyable time of my life. Then I came, we met, you reunited with your brother, and the rest is history. And now, we are tangling with the multiverse. Issei responded, earning a nod and a smile from Jade. Before their conversation could continue, the waiter arrived and spoke, "Food is here." It was sizzling barbecue, as he soon placed it down. The two then clasped their hands and prayed as they exclaimed, "Itadakimasu." They continued to eat, ever since Jade had decided to stay with Issei and his family. She developed mannerisms of a Japanese woman. She also learned how to eat with chopsticks in record time as opposed to everyone else. She was a prodigy after all. After a while, they spoke, such a good meal. They paid for the meal and left from the hotel. It was almost close to evening at this point as they continued to walk forward. "We should probably head back to Saffron's. It's getting late." Issei responded, looking at the sun, making Jade nod in understanding as she spoke, "Yeah." But before they could get a move on, several hunters surrounded them, and the scenario changed from dusk to night in an instant, making them both shocked. They had an idea on who is responsible for this. It was none other than Rose Arcane, Salem's youngest daughter. "It's magic," Issei spoke, turning to her, as he soon noticed the one that was leading the assault. "Like we had a feeling, it was you, Rose." "Don't like taking no for an answer, it seems." Issei responded to her, as Jade added, "Guess we got no choice but to fight." What a way to end our date. Rose soon stepped forward, her words brimming with arrogance and malice. She then spoke, "You should have taken up my offer then, of willingly joining us. Now you'll be dealt with, one way or another. So what's the gist? Why come after Issei to the point of strongarming him?" Jade asked, to which Rose responded, "We need his power, to get back at the ones that killed my sister without any mercy or care. And with what has happened, you only have one option now. Die." She commanded her hunters to fire at them, only for them to be pushed back by a massive telekinetic blast, sending them all flying towards other locations. Some of them even had broken limbs from the blow. "What?" Rose exclaimed, as she was shocked by the person who was responsible for this. Issei and Jade knew who exactly did this, as a voice soon spoke, Now, so many against seems a bit unfair, don't you think?" The couple and Rose turned to see John standing beside Yang, Vala and Thor Rias, all of whom were ready for another fight. Issei then spoke, "You do know that we got this under control, and let you suck up all the fun?" Yang responded, while smashing into her fists, as she continued, "Now that is something I got to decline. Plus, Arcadia sent us as a strike team. It'd be fair if I could also get some action, my counterpart." Thor responded while clocking his twin pistols. He was ready for a fight. Vala then finally added, "I also want to have some fights, it is boring just staying at home." The four soon leaped down towards Issei and Jade, with John speaking, "We are here for an assist. Please don't resist. You aren't going to listen to me, even if I say no, right?" Jade responded, as John gave a smile. "Well then, guess we have no choice, let's take them down," Issei declared, as the other five also agreed and were ready to battle. Rose gritted her teeth in fury, as she prepared her armies to take them down, or at least what was surviving. She will bring Issei in, either alive to her side, or dead. Thanks for watching this video. You really enjoy this video. Like, subscribe, and comment down below, and turn on that bell notification. Don't forget to support and follow RageRevan for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story, link in the description. See you in the next video. Goodbye.